Chapter 2476. How's this possible? Duan Lingtian was dumbfounded when he saw Kerr vanishing into thin air. After all, even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial would not be able to vanish so quickly in front of him. Whoosh! Under the gazes of the crowd, a beautiful figure gradually took shape in the void not far from Ancestor Qingyu and the Sky Python Elder. Then, she completely revealed her true appearance. With just a glance, they recognized the person. This person was none other than the young woman who had attracted their attention earlier. How's this possible? How fast? At this moment, the few 8-tribulation bodiless celestials felt as though their eyes were playing tricks on them. After all, the woman whom they had been staring at was still there. However, in just a blink of an eye, another figure had appeared in front of them. It was only when the figure they had locked onto a moment ago disappeared that they realized something. That was because the woman's speed was too fast, to the point that they couldn't even keep up with their gazes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Both Ancestor Qingyu and the Heavenly Python Old Man were horrified when they saw the woman who had appeared out of thin air. They looked at her as though they had just seen a ghost. This was because the woman's speed was so fast that it was beyond what they could capture with their naked eyes. What did this mean? This meant the woman's speed had far surpassed the speed of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. This is bad. When they saw the woman slowly extending her slender hand from her sleeve, Ancestor Qingyu and the Heavenly Python Old Man's expressions changed drastically. They hastily took out the celestial supreme treasures that they did not intend to use. At this moment, it felt as though the celestial supreme treasures were the only thing that could provide them with a sense of security. They did not intend to use the celestial supreme treasures because they knew the celestial supreme treasures were useless. Even if they used the celestial supreme treasures, they would only be snatched away by Duan Lingtian with his peculiar celestial technique. They were destined to become Duan Lingtian's wedding gown. Before they could find a way to deal with Duan Lingtian's immortal technique, they would never use their immortal supreme treasures to fight against Duan Lingtian. However, the woman who had appeared out of thin air gave them an unprecedented sense of pressure. For this reason, they had forgotten about the threat of Duan Lingtian's peculiar celestial method. All of them took out their celestial supreme treasures. The woman who seemed to have appeared out of thin air in front of Ancestor Qingyu and the Heaven Python Old Man was none other than Kerr. If you only want to kill me, I can let you go. However, if you want to kill Brother Tian, I can't. Kerr looked at the 2 9th tribulation loose immortals in front of her. Her eyes were cold and her voice was cold, giving people a feeling of falling into an ice cellar or even being in a world of ice and snow. Bang! As Kerr's voice faded, her slender jade-like hand that slowly extended out from under her sleeve suddenly trembled in the air. A loud sound rang in the air. It was not loud, but it was ear-piercing. After the loud noise rang out, Kuer's slender jade-like hand extended out from under her sleeve. Instantly, it was as if it had transformed into a blazing sun, explosively emitting a resplendent white light. Whoosh! The white light spread out and obscured everyone's vision. Even Duan Lingtian's vision was obscured at this moment. No! No! 2 shrill cries rang in the air almost at the same time, causing the hearts of the people present to tremble. They could hear the cries. The cries belonged to Ancestor Qingyu and the Heaven Python Old Man. What kind of power is that? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was blinded by the white light, could not help but tremble in his heart. After a while, Duan Lingtian discovered the white light in front of him was gradually disappearing. At this moment, he turned to look at the place where Kerr and the 2 9th tribulation loose immortals were standing. Duan Lingtian saw that only one of the 3 figures was left. It was none other than his wife Kerr. As for the 2 9th tribulation loose immortals, Ancestor Qingyu and the Heaven Python Old Man, they were nowhere to be seen. However, the 2 celestial supreme treasures that were hovering in the air seemed to be telling people that they had once existed. Whoosh! Whoosh! When Kerr waved her sleeve, the 2 celestial supreme treasures seemed to have been given life and flew toward Kerr before Kerr put them away. The 2 9th tribulation loose immortals died just like that. Heavens! Is this a joke? 2 tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures were killed by her in just a blink of an eye? The 7 and 8 tribulation bodiless celestials were the first to regain their senses. After regaining their senses, they looked at Ku-Er with eyes full of fear and shock, as if they had seen a terrifying monster. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes and had only heard about it, they wouldn't have dared to believe that everything before their eyes was real. The 2 tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures had disappeared as soon as the white light shone in front of them. Only their celestial supreme treasures remained. Ancestor! Ancestor! At this moment, the bodiless celestials from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect raised their hands and took out soul pearls. However, the soul pearls were shattered into pieces in just a blink of an eye. This is the ancestor's soul pearl? The ancestor is dead. Originally, some people from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect were still hoping that their ancestor had not been killed and had left. As for the 2 celestial supreme treasures, they did not have the time to take them away. However, when they saw that their ancestor's soul orb was shattered to such an extent, the last trace of luck in their hearts vanished without a trace. Their ancestor was indeed dead. He had died in the hands of a terrifyingly young woman. This is too terrifying, right? Who's this woman? She can even kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She didn't just kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. She killed 2 9th tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures. Only now did the group of people regain their senses. When they looked at Ku-Er again, they couldn't help but tremble in fear. Sister Kerr. Han Shui and I looked at Kerr with a face full of shock. She was still in a daze. When Kerr had entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, Han Shui and I knew Kerr had been concealing her strength. When she heard the words of Feng Tianwu and the others, she realized Kerr was not as simple as she seemed. However, she did not expect Kerr to be so powerful. Although she knew Kerr was not simple, she did not expect Kerr to be so powerful. Those were 2 9th tribulation bodiless celestials. Moreover, they were both 9th tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures. However, in just a blink of an eye, both of them had died in her hands. Doesn't this mean that Big Sister Ku-Er's current strength is even stronger than Big Brother Ling Tian? When Han Shui and I thought of this, she could not help but look at Duan Ling Tian. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian stood in the distance, and when he looked at Ku-Er again, he couldn't regain his senses for a long time. Is she really Kerr? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian's eyes were filled with confusion as he looked at Kerr. He only felt that the figure in front of him, which should have been familiar, seemed to have become incomparably unfamiliar in an instant. However, when Ku-Er's gaze met his, the gentleness in her eyes caused him to regain his senses in an instant. She was still his Kerr. Ku-Er's strength has actually reached such a level? Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he confirmed that apart from Ku-Er's strength, there was no change in other aspects. At the same time, he could not help but feel shocked. She killed 2 9th tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures in just a breath. Moreover, both of them didn't even have time to attack before they were killed by Kerr. Doesn't this mean Kerr's current strength is comparable to golden celestials in the Devata realms? After finding 2 heaven-ranked treasure vaults in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, Duan Ling Tian gained a basic understanding of the cultivation bases of celestials in the Devata realms. Generally, eminent celestials would become heavenly celestials after they ascended to the Devata realms. Bodiless celestials in the mundane realms who were 3 tribulation bodiless celestials were comparable to heavenly celestials in the Devata realms. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials were comparable to heavenly celestials. Above heavenly celestials were golden celestials. To be able to kill 2 heavenly celestials in just a blink of an eye, one had to be at least as strong as a golden celestial. As for great overarching golden celestials, they were much stronger than ordinary golden celestials. Although Duan Ling Tian had learned from Feng Tianwu and the others, Duan Ling Tian had learned that Mu Chen's strength was much stronger than before. Ku-Er's current strength was no longer the same as before. She was even stronger than Mu Yi. However, he did not expect that Ku-er's current strength would be so exaggerated. This was completely beyond his imagination. If he did not see it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Sister Ku, although Feng Tianwu had witnessed Ku's strength in the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, she was unaware that Ku was much stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. This Feng Tianwu was not the only one. Even Gan Ruyen and Mu Yi were dumbfounded at this moment. They did not expect Mu Chun to be so strong. They did not expect Ku to be so strong. Those were 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials who stood at the peak of the mundane realms. Chapter 2477. Swoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, Ku disappeared into thin air in just a blink of an eye. When Ku reappeared, she was standing next to Duan Lingtian. She stretched out her hand and held Duan Lingtian's hand as she leaned against Duan Lingtian. She looked like a happy little woman. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. The woman who had killed 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in just a blink of an eye was acting like a little woman in front of a man. Duan Lingtian. At the same time, everyone's attention shifted to Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was the center of attention. However, it was not because of him, but because of the woman standing next to him. His wife Ku. Not only is this Duan Lingtian monstrous, but the woman by his side is also so heaven-defying. It's obvious his woman is stronger than him. I wonder how he managed to gain the favor of such a peerless beauty. This woman must be a celestial from a Devata realm. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so strong. Could it be that Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, because he's only an eminent celestial? It must be related to her. The crowd could not help but whisper among themselves when they saw Ku holding Duan Lingtian's hand affectionately and leaning against Duan Lingtian. A group of young men, in particular, looked at Duan Lingtian with envy and jealousy in their eyes. When Duan Lingtian looked at Ku, who was leaning on him, he knew Ku was still the same Ku from before. Apart from the earth-shattering change in her strength, there was no change in other aspects. Brother Tian. Ku leaned against Duan Lingtian and raised her head slightly to look at Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were filled with infatuation. It was as though Duan Lingtian was the only person in her world at this moment. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Earlier, such a gentle woman had killed 2 powerful 9-tribulation bodiless celestials. Ku, are you hiding something from me? Duan Lingtian asked gently as he caressed Ku's hair. Now, he had a very strong intuition. The reason behind Ku's current heaven-defying strength was most likely not as simple as it seemed. At least, it was not that simple. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Ku's body stiffened. In the end, under Duan Lingtian's serious gaze, she, who was not good at lying, did not hide anything from him. She told Duan Lingtian about how she had burned her soul to recover her memories from her past life and raise her strength. Burning her soul. Although Ku had mentioned it casually, Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat. He knew very well what it meant to burn one's soul. Ku, why are you so silly? Duan Lingtian asked in a trembling voice as he hugged Ku. His heart ached for her. Now that he knew the truth about Ku's experience of burning her soul, he could empathize with her. What if something happened to you? What would happen to Si Ling and me? Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian's eyes were slightly red. Brother Tian, there won't be any danger. I'm not so silly as to abandon you and Si Ling for my strength. I'm only doing it because it's within my means. Ku hadn't finished explaining when she was interrupted by Duan Lingtian's domineering voice. That won't do. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? If you had told me earlier, I wouldn't have let you do that. I just want to be stronger so I can help you, Brother Tian. I don't want to stay by your side like a vase. Ku said timidly when faced with Duan Lingtian's domineering attitude. What do you mean by vase? I won't allow you to say that. How can you be a vase? If it weren't for you, would there be Si Ling? If it weren't for you, would there be me? I've been chasing after strength all my life to protect you and my family. Upon hearing Ker's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but feel slightly angry. He was angry at Ker for being ignorant and Ker for belittling herself. Brother Tian, I'm wrong. Although Ker's current strength had surpassed Duan Lingtian, she was still a little woman in front of him. When she realized Duan Lingtian was angry, she was at a loss for what to do. Silly girl. Facing Kuer's pitiful appearance, no matter how great the anger in Duan Lingtian's heart was, it still dissipated. Moreover, Ker had done what she did because of him. After all, the reason why Kuer wanted to increase her strength as soon as possible was to help him. As it turned out, Ker had helped him. Today, if it was not for Ker, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others would not have been able to escape. Even he might not have survived. Silly girl. You're really a silly girl. Duan Lingtian hugged Ker even tighter. It was as though he wanted to merge Ker into his body so that Ker would become a part of his body. He could take her with him anytime and anywhere and never let her go. Brother Tian. Ker hugged Duan Lingtian tightly as well. At this moment, the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other, as though there was no one else around them, became the focus of everyone's attention. At this moment, nobody made a sound. Everyone looked at the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other in silence. Everyone held their breaths as though they were afraid that a deep breath would disturb them and cause them to be displeased. It was not difficult to imagine the consequences if they were displeased. Although some of the people from the Kuan Python sect and Power Saint sect glared at the pair of man and woman with bloodshot eyes, they did not dare to make a move. After all, this woman was someone who could kill their old ancestor who was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. If they tried to seek revenge, they would only be courting death. Nobody noticed this. Gan Ruyen stood in the distance and looked at the pair of man and woman who were hugging each other. A hint of jealousy could be seen in her eyes. Of course, this jealousy was directed at the woman in front of her, her twin sister, Kuer. In the past, she had only been envious of Ker. After all, Ker was her biological sister. However, when she had just left the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial and was reprimanded by Duan Lingtian, she could not help but feel aggrieved. From that moment on, she was no longer envious of her sister. Instead, she was jealous of her sister. We came from the same womb. Why is my life so inferior to hers? Gan Ruyen was filled with jealousy and indignation. After witnessing Ker's strength, she felt as though she had been abandoned by the heavens. Otherwise, as twin sisters, how could there be such a huge difference between her life and her younger sister's life? Although Gan Ruyen was jealous, she was not so jealous that she would do something extreme. Even in front of others, she could not show the jealousy in her heart. Brother Lingtian, Sister Ker, both of you, that's enough, right? After a long while, it was Han Xuanai who could not stand it anymore. She broke the silence first. Most importantly, Brother Lingtian, can you let me have Sister Ker? Han Xuanai's words caused Ker, who was immersed in bliss, to blush. She shyly moved away from Duan Lingtian's embrace. Xuanai, you want me to let you have Sister Ker because you want her to give you the secret to improving your strength quickly, right? Duan Lingtian reluctantly withdrew his hands from Ker. At the same time, he glared at Han Xuanai. Naturally, he would not be angry at Han Xuanai because of this. At this moment, he finally realized that he had been too engrossed in the scene earlier. Unknowingly, he and Ker had acted out a romantic scene where the male and female lead embraced each other in front of the crowd. Hee. Han Xuanai, who was exposed by Duan Lingtian, could not help but feel a little embarrassed. Xuanai. At this moment, Ker felt a little embarrassed when she noticed Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Gan Ruyen looking at her. She immediately left Duan Lingtian and went to Han Xuanai's side before holding Han Xuanai's hand affectionately. Duan Lingtian treated Han Xuanai as his biological sister. Naturally, Xuanai, who loved Duan Lingtian, would do the same as well. Naturally, she went to Han Xuanai's side to resolve the awkwardness. She could ignore the way the others looked at her. However, she could not help but blush when a group of acquaintances looked at her in that manner. Let's leave first. Duan Lingtian did not want to be the center of attention. As soon as Kerr went to Han Shuanai's side, he said to the people next to him. Following that, Duan Lingtian and the others left under everyone's watchful eyes. Upon seeing this, the people from the Kuan Python sect and the Power Saint sect sighed in relief. Initially, they were worried Duan Lingtian would punish them for their ancestors' attempt to kill him and the people around him. However, it seemed like they had thought too much. Duan Lingtian did not intend to hold it against them at all. I didn't expect to see someone stronger than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Based on her strength, she must be a true celestial. Moreover, she's at least a golden celestial. Chapter 2478. What? The devil clans have invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint land from the lower province? Not long after Duan Lingtian left the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he learned from Kerr that the devil clans had invaded the Saint Province realm from the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint land. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he heard this. The devil clans have invaded the upper province from the lower province. The situation in the Saint Province realm will definitely worsen. I wonder if Father, Mother, and little Fayer have taken this opportunity to leave the lower province and go to the upper province. If they stay in the lower province, they'll be safe. However, if they go to the upper province... When Duan Lingtian thought up to this point, he stopped in time and was slightly afraid to continue thinking about it. Let's return to the Saint Province realm. At this moment, Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Now that the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had appeared in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he no longer had any interest in the remaining items. For this reason, he had no intention of staying in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. After learning that the devil clans had invaded the upper province from the lower province, Duan Lingtian was eager to return. I'm going to return to the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian looked around and said to the group of people beside him. Naturally, his eyes were on Mu Yi and Gan Ruyen. This was because he knew that other than the two women in front of him, the others would definitely follow him wherever he went. They wouldn't even frown. Brother Lingtian, if you want to return, let's go. As expected, Han Shuanai was the first to voice her opinion. I'll listen to you, Master. Chen Yiru said. I've already decided to follow you to the Saint Province realm before returning to Yen Huang realm. Duan Lingtian. Now, I'm just bringing our trip forward. Zhang Yi smiled. Previously, Duan Lingtian had told Zhang Yi that he would return to the Saint Province realm before returning to Yen Huang realm. Therefore, Zhang Yi was mentally prepared for this. As for Duan Lingtian's reason for returning to the Sanctuary realm, it was to deal with some matters. Only after dealing with those matters could he go to the Yen Huang realm and return to his previous life's hometown, Earth. Kerr and Feng Tianwu didn't say anything. There was no need for them to say anything. No matter where Duan Lingtian went, they would definitely follow him. Let's go back. Anyway, my senior sister-in-law has already helped me obtain an immortal supreme treasure. Mui glanced at Kerr and said, at the location of the inheritance of the golden immortal, she'd smoothly obtained an immortal supreme treasure that was suitable for her with the help of Kerr, and she was already extremely satisfied with this. Let's go back. Gan Ruyen also nodded. Since that's the case, let's go back. Duan Lingtian led them to the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to the Saint Province realm. They were getting closer and closer to the Saint Province realm. Along the way, the large group of people was naturally very eye-catching. It was inevitable that they would encounter some ignorant fellows who came forward to make trouble. One had to admit that these people were unlucky. Unbeknownst to them, they were in the strongest group in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. This group could be said to be the strongest group in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Apart from having a powerhouse whose strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, there was also a powerhouse whose strength was comparable to a golden celestial who could easily kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, there were some ignorant fellows who had obtained immortal supreme treasures in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, Duan Lingtian and the others managed to obtain many immortal supreme treasures. This was a pleasant surprise for them. We're here. After traveling for some time, Duan Lingtian and the others finally found the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone to the Saint Province realm. It was also a deep black hole. The black hole was hovering in the air as though it could devour everything in its path. Let's go. Let's go back. Duan Lingtian called out to the others. Then, he held Ker's hand and led the way to the black hole. At this moment, swoosh, swoosh, two sounds of air being torn apart sounded from afar. Their target was in their direction, and it instantly attracted Duan Lingtian and Ker's attention. Both of them instantly came to a halt and looked towards the source of the sound. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Meanwhile, Feng Tianwu, Han Shuanai, and the others were also looking in the direction of the swoosh. In the distance, there were two figures in a sorry state rushing over at an extremely fast speed, and they seemed to be in a hurry. Nangong Yi-chun? Nangong Yi-chun? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow while Ker's eyes lit up. Both of them were the first to see the two figures rushing over. Their speed was comparable to an eminent celestial. The two figures were none other than the current successors of the 7 Absolutes Sect's 6 Absolutes, the Gemini progeny, Nangong Yi-chun and Nangong Yi-chin. At this moment, the two brothers were rushing over at lightning speed as though they were running for their lives. Their strength has increased so much. What happened to them in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Duan Lingtian was shocked when he saw the Nangong twins' speed. He did not even think about why the Nangong twins were in such a wretched state and in such a hurry. Brother Tian, the boots they're wearing are celestial supreme treasures. When Duan Lingtian could not help but exclaim in surprise, Ku'er reminded him. Celestial supreme treasures? Upon hearing Ker's words, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Nangong Yi-chan and Duan Lingtian's boots. He instantly discovered the difference between their boots and the aura of celestial supreme treasures. Nangong Yi-chen's boots had lifelike divine dragons embroidered on them, while Nangong Yi's boots had lifelike phoenixes embroidered on them. It's Nangong Yi-chan and Nangong Yi-chun, Chun Yi-ru exclaimed when he saw Nangong Yi-chun and Duan Lingtian. Nangong Yi-chun? Nangong Yi-chun? At this moment, Feng Tianwu, Han Shuanai, and the others finally saw the two figures in a hurry. They recognized the two figures as the current successors of the 7 Absolutes Sect's 6 Absolutes, the Gemini progeny. They were Nangong Yi-chun and Duan Lingtian. They're still alive. Han Shuanai sighed in relief when she saw Nangong Yi-chun and Duan Lingtian were still alive and well. After staying in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for a few years, she could sense how dangerous it was. She knew it would be difficult for Nangong Yi-chun and Duan Lingtian to survive here. After all, Nangong Yi-chun and Duan Lingtian were not as strong as her. She sighed in relief when she saw Nangong Yi-chun and Duan Lingtian were fine. She was happy for them. However, why are they so fast? Soon after, Han Shuanai and the others realized this. Currently, Nangong Yi-chun and Duan Lingtian's speed was so fast that even powerhouses at the 8th and 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage like them could not catch up to them. Occasionally, the two figures would even disappear before their eyes. Their current speed is comparable to an ordinary eminent celestial. Chun Yi-ru chimed in at this moment. Comparable to an eminent celestial? Naturally, Han Shuanai and the others believed Chun Yi-ru's words. However, they were shocked when they heard his words. How's that possible? Han Shuanai exclaimed. When they first entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, their cultivation bases were only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. How can their speed be so fast? I'm not too sure about that. Chun Yi-ru extended his divine consciousness and discovered that Nangong Yi-chun and Duan Lingtian's cultivation bases were still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He could not help but feel puzzled. I've just probed them with my divine consciousness. Their cultivation bases are still at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their cultivation bases are at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage, but their speed is comparable to an eminent celestial? Han Shuanai and the others were stunned when they heard Chun Yi-ru's words. They were dumbstruck. Each of them has a movement celestial supreme treasure. When Han Shuanai and the others were still in a daze, Duan Lingtian's voice entered their ears in a timely manner, causing them to regain their senses immediately. Their eyes shifted to Duan Ling Tian in unison. Celestial Supreme Treasure? While Han Shuanai and the others were still in shock, Nangong Yichan and Duan Lingtian finally arrived near Duan Lingtian and the others. Duan Lingtian, you're all here? At this moment, Nangong Yichan and Duan Lingtian finally noticed Duan Lingtian and the others. They could not help but feel surprised. Why are you two brothers in such a hurry? I don't see anyone chasing after you. Duan Lingtian looked at the Nangong brothers and asked in bewilderment. When Duan Lingtian's words reached the ears of the Nangong brothers, they immediately shuddered. Then, the two of them seemed to have thought of something terrible. Their expressions changed. They looked at Duan Lingtian and the others and hurriedly shouted, Duan Lingtian, quick, hurry back to the Saint Province realm. They shouted as they dashed toward the black hole in front of them. They wanted to return to the Saint Province realm as soon as possible. Whoosh! However, Duan Lingtian dodged and blocked their way with Kerr. He frowned and asked, What happened? Duan Lingtian, let's return to the Saint Province realm first. Otherwise, it'll be too late, Nangong Yi said anxiously. Although Nangong Yi-chun did not lose his composure like Nangong Yi, his expression was one of panic. It was as if he had encountered something frightening. As soon as Nangong Yi finished speaking, whoosh, a powerful divine consciousness swept in from afar and shrouded the area in just a blink of an eye. At the same time, the expressions of Nangong Yi-chun and Duan Lingtian changed. Chapter 2479. This divine consciousness. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when the expressions of Nangong Yi and Duan Lingtian changed. He discovered this divine consciousness was not ordinary. This divine consciousness was extraordinary. It was at least the divine consciousness of a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial. It's the divine consciousness of an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. At this moment, Ku'er was able to confirm the cultivation base of the owner of the divine sense that swept over them. Brother Tian, do you want me to follow his divine consciousness and give him a warning? Kerr asked softly as she looked at Duan Lingtian. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he discovered the owner of the divine consciousness was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. He said indifferently, I'd like to see where this 8-tribulation bodiless celestial came from. How dare he target a member of the 7 Absolutes sect? A hint of killing intent flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes when he finished speaking. Although Duan Lingtian and Kerr's conversation was not loud, everyone present on the scene clearly heard their conversation. Even Nangong and Duan Lingtian were shocked when they heard it. They were shocked that Kerr, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, was able to identify the owner of the divine consciousness with just a few words. However, Duan Lingtian was still as calm as ever even after learning that his opponent was an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. They were even more shocked. Based on Duan Lingtian's reaction, it seemed like he was not afraid of the 8-tribulation bodiless celestial at all. Could it be that Duan Lingtian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The same thought appeared in the minds of Nangong and Duan Lingtian's minds at the same time. They were certain Duan Lingtian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. They subconsciously felt that this was the only way Duan Lingtian could remain so strong when facing an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. After coming to the Beyond Heaven secret zone and meeting the people from the 4 large mundane realms, they had also heard about the patriarch of the 7 Absolute sect, Feng Qingyang. From this, he learned, the reason Patriarch Feng Qingyang from the 7 Absolute sect was able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials was because he had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial when the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Speak, what's going on? After seeing the Nangong brothers' expressions change for a while, the anxiety on their faces gradually faded. Duan Lingtian asked again, It's like this? At this moment, Nangong Yi, who thought Duan Lingtian must have obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, sighed in relief before he recounted everything that had happened. A few days ago, Nangong and Duanling Tian had seen two bodiless celestials leading a group of people to fight for the celestial supreme treasures that had appeared in the Earth-rank treasure vault. They could not help but stand aside and watch. In the end, they were surprised by what happened. In the end, more than half of the people from the two groups of people died. Only a few powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage survived. Moreover, those powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were severely injured and could not unleash their full strength. At this moment, Nangong and Duanling Tian had made up their minds and snatched the celestial supreme treasures that had appeared in the Earth-rank treasure vault. It was the pair of boots that they were wearing. Both of you are quite lucky. Not only are you the Oriole behind, but you even managed to snatch two celestial supreme treasures. During our journey here, we had also come across Earth-rank treasure vaults, but each of them only had one celestial supreme treasure. Duanling Tian could not help but sigh when he heard Nangong Yi's words. Although we were lucky, we got into trouble because of this. Nangong Yi smiled bitterly. At that time, the remaining powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage were severely injured. However, it was impossible for the two of us to kill them in such a short time. At that time, they had already used their communication jade tokens, so there was a chance that someone would come to their aid. Moreover, one of them said that an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from their sect was nearby and would come to our aid soon. At that time, the two of us were so frightened that we only had one thought in mind, and that was to return to the Saint Province realm as soon as possible. You know what's going to happen next? Nangong Yi sighed when he reached the end of his sentence. All right. Duanling Tian nodded. Then, he smiled faintly and said, No matter what, I still have to congratulate both of you for obtaining a celestial supreme treasure each. Moreover, they're all movement celestial supreme treasures. Compared to offensive celestial supreme treasures, movement celestial supreme treasures were much more difficult to refine and were rarer. Hualao, the three-legged golden crow, had told Duanling Tian about this when he was still alive. At that time, Hualao had told him about many movement celestial supreme treasures in the Jade Emperor Heaven. However, the only movement celestial supreme treasure that Duanling Tian remembered was the pair of firestorm wheels that belonged to Neza, the son of the pagoda-bearing heavenly king, Li Jing. If you want to congratulate us, let's get through this first. That 8 tribulation bodiless celestial has already detected our location with his divine consciousness. Nangong Yi said with a wry smile on his face. Don't worry, a mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial won't be able to snatch your celestial supreme treasures under my watch. When Duanling Tian spoke again, he had a carefree expression on his face, and his eyes revealed strong confidence. How dare you, brat? As soon as Duanling Tian finished speaking, a thunderous voice rang from afar, causing Nangong and Li Jing's expressions to change drastically. Duanling Tian was very confident. However, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was almost invincible to Nangong and Li Jing. Therefore, when they realized that the other party had rushed over, their expressions subconsciously changed. Whoosh! The sound of wind whistling rang in the air, accompanied by a ghostly figure. This figure's speed was so swift that only Duanling Tian and Ku'er were able to clearly catch sight of it. It was a tall and big red-clad old man. His figure was like a ball of red flame as he flew through the air. It seemed as though he could burn everything in his path. The old man's aura was extremely powerful. He could be considered as one of the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. This old man's aura is comparable to the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm whom I killed earlier. Duanling Tian thought to himself. At this moment, Duanling Tian could tell the old man's aura was not weak at all. The red-clad old man's cultivation base was only slightly weaker than the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm whom he had killed earlier. Whoosh! It was as though a scorching gust of wind had blown past. The red-robed old man had arrived in front of Duanling Tian and the others at an extremely fast speed. He hovered in the air as his red robe fluttered in the wind. He looked as though he was being burned by a ball of fire, but his body was not damaged at all. Boy, I'm curious. Where did you, an eminent celestial, get the courage to say that I, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, am not strong enough to snatch the celestial supreme treasure from them under your nose. The red-robed old man had a square face. When he glared at Duan Ling Tian, it was as though his body was shrouded in flames. He emitted waves of terrifying coldness that caused the temperature in the surroundings to drop by a few degrees. What? Are you looking down on eminent celestials? Duan Ling Tian asked indifferently. His expression did not change when he saw the red-clad old man's overbearing attitude. As an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, the red-clad old man was not stupid. When he saw Duan Ling Tian was still so calm, he could not help but wonder, this boy, he's still so calm even at this moment? What's his trump card? The red-clad old man was puzzled. Could it be? Soon after, the red-clad old man's expression changed as though he had thought of something. He stared at Duan Ling Tian and asked, could it be that you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The red-clad old man had thought of this possibility because 100,000 years ago, the person from the Saint Province realm who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial had killed an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial before he left the Beyond Heaven secret zone. For this reason, if there were any eminent celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone who were not afraid of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, it would be those who had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Humph! Before Duan Ling Tian could reply, Nangong Yi scoffed. You're pretty smart to be able to guess that Duan Ling Tian has obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Moreover, there's something else you don't know. He's the successor of Senior Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Swoosh! Upon hearing Nangong Yi's words, the red-clad old man's expression changed drastically. Feng Qingyang. He was the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. In that case, all of you are from the Saint Province realm, right? Is this the exit that leads to the Saint Province realm from the Beyond Heaven secret zone? At this moment, the red-clad old man noticed the black hole hovering in the air. That's right. Nangong Yi raised his head proudly, as though he was proud to be from the Saint Province realm. I didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. However, at this critical moment, Duan Ling Tian spoke again. Upon hearing this, the smile on Nangong Yi's face froze. Even Nangong Chen's expression changed slightly. Duan Ling Tian said, Duan Ling Tian? He did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? He didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? The red-clad old man's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. What? Do you think I don't have the ability to stop you from obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial? Chapter 2480. Duan Ling Tian's words were exactly what the red-clad old man was thinking. In his opinion, this was not the case. Since the purple-clad young man was an eminent celestial and did not possess the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, it was impossible for the purple-clad young man to be stronger than him. However, the calmness displayed by the purple-clothed young man in front of him caused him to panic. Was the purple-clad young man trying to be mysterious? Or was he really not afraid of him? He was not certain. Wait a minute! The red-clad old man's eyes widened as though he had just recalled something. He looked at Duan Ling Tian warily and asked, Are you Duan Ling Tian who killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? The red-clad old man had heard a rumor some time ago. It was said that an eminent celestial named Duan Ling Tian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. At that time, when he heard this rumor, he was skeptical, but more than that, he didn't believe it. Earlier, one of the twins called him Duan Ling Tian. The red-clad old man had thought about how Nangong Yi had mentioned Duan Ling Tian earlier. For this reason, he was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian. He was certain the rumor was true. He was certain the purple-clad young man was Duan Ling Tian. If the rumor was true and the purple-clad young man was Duan Lingtian, there was no need for him to fear Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Although he was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not possess a celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, his strength was only comparable to a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Duan Lingtian killed a 7th tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure? As soon as the red-robed old man finished speaking, Nan Gong and his brother were stunned again. They had never heard of Duan Lingtian killing 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. The Beyond Heaven secret zone was huge, and the people inside were scattered all over the place. For this reason, although news of Duan Lingtian killing 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials had reached the ears of many people in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Nan Gong and Duan Lingtian did not hear about it. It was precisely because of this that they couldn't help but be stunned when they heard the red-robed old man's words. So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Hearing the red-robed old man's words, Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. He had no intention of answering the red-robed old man's question. Kill a 7th tribulation loose celestial who possessed an immortal supreme treasure? Not long ago, even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure had been killed by him. Whoosh! 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 The red-robed old man's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. No matter what, he was still an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Since when did an eminent celestial dare to speak to him in such a manner? However, he could not do anything about it. Humph! In the end, the red-robed old man did not make a move. He scoffed before he turned around and left without saying anything. He's a smart person. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the red-robed old man had left. After all, he had already made up his mind. If the red-robed old man dared to make a move, he would not show any mercy. Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. He did not think an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial was a threat at all. Nan Gong and his brother were dumbfounded when they saw the red-robed old man leaving. Duan Lingtian did not even make a move, but he managed to scare an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial away. Was this a dream? We're not dreaming, right? Nan Gong asked as he looked at Nan Gong Chun, who was standing next to him. Nan Gong Chun shook his head as well, indicating he did not know. The two brothers stared at each other for a long time before they regained their senses. Hey, why are you and your brother in a daze? Both of you are really lucky. Not only did you manage to survive in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for a few years, but you even managed to obtain 2 celestial supreme treasures. Nan Gong and his brother only regained their senses when they heard Han Xuanai's voice. However, they ignored Han Xuanai. Instead, they looked at Duan Lingtian with bewilderment in their eyes. In the end, Nan Gong could not help but ask, Duan Lingtian? The 8 tribulation bodiless celestial said, you killed a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Is that true? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded with a smile on his face when he heard Nan Gong Yi's question. To Duan Lingtian, Nan Gong Yi was not only his old friend, but he was also a member of the 7 Absolute sect. Therefore, he did not only feel friendship towards Nan Gong Yi, but he also felt that they were from the same sect. He would not underestimate Nan Gong Yi just because there was a huge gap between their strengths. It's true. After receiving confirmation from Duan Lingtian, Nan Gong Yi knew it was true. He was petrified. Nan Gong Chun, who had remained silent the entire time, was petrified as well. Nan Gong and his brother were petrified when they recalled the time they first met Duan Lingtian. They could not help but sigh inwardly. In recent years, after they had become members of the 7 Absolute sect, they had finally managed to catch up to Duan Lingtian. However, they had been left in the dust by Duan Lingtian again. From the beginning until the end, the Nangong twins did not doubt Duan Lingtian's words at all. This was because they knew Duan Lingtian would not lie to them, and there was no need for him to do so. What's there to be surprised about? Han Shuanai scoffed when she saw Nangong and his brother were stunned by the fact that Duan Ling Tian had killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. She said, Duan Ling Tian is just a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Not long ago, Brother Ling Tian even killed an 8th-tribulation bodiless celestial, who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. Han Shuanai was excited when she finished speaking. It was as though she was the one who had killed the 8th-tribulation bodiless celestial and not Duan Ling Tian. Moreover, that 8th-tribulation bodiless celestial was widely acknowledged as the strongest 8th-tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. So what if he was the strongest 8th-tribulation bodiless celestial in a large mundane realm? He still died in the hands of Big Brother Ling Tian. Han Shuanai said. What? Upon hearing Han Shuanai's words, Nangong and his brother who had just regained their senses were stunned again. After a while, they finally regained their senses. Duan Ling Tian, is this true? Nangong looked at Duan Ling Tian again. It seemed as though he would only believe what Han Shuanai had said if Duan Ling Tian confirmed it. What? Are you doubting my words? Han Shuanai was slightly displeased when she heard Nangong Yi's words. Yes, it's true. Duan Ling Tian nodded. The hearts of the Nangong brothers shuddered once again. How's this possible? Didn't you say you didn't obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone? If that's the case, how did you become so powerful? Although Nangong did not doubt Duan Ling Tian's strength, he could not help but feel puzzled. It's a long story. We'll talk about it in the future. Duan Ling Tian smiled faintly as he said, We're about to return to the Saint Province realm. If you don't want to stay in the Beyond Heaven secret zone for too long, you can come with us. After he finished speaking, Duan Ling Tian did not wait for Nangong Yi's reply. He looked at Kerr who was standing next to him and said with a faint smile, Kerr, let's go. All right. Kerr nodded obediently. Tianwu. At the same time, Duan Ling Tian called out to Feng Tianwu. Immediately, the three of them flew side by side. When they flew out, they merged into the black hole in front of them and disappeared completely. It was as if they were completely swallowed by the black hole. I advise all of you to come with us. With your strength, you're lucky to be able to survive in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, let alone obtain a celestial supreme treasure. If you don't want to die in the hands of others, it's best to leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone now. Before Han Shuanai, Mu Yi, Chen Yiru, and the others entered the black hole and returned to the Saint Province realm, she reminded Nangong and Duan Ling Tian. In just a blink of an eye, only Nangong and Duan Ling Tian were left near the entrance that connected the Beyond Heaven secret zone to the Saint Province realm. Let's go as well. The two of them looked at each other. As soon as Nangong finished speaking, both of them flew out and entered the black hole in the void in front of them. They completely disappeared from the Beyond Heaven secret zone. In the Saint Province realm, in a valley shrouded in fog in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the snowy valley rang in the air. Soon after, figures appeared out of thin air above the valley. It was as though celestial soldiers had descended from the sky. I'm back. Duan Ling Tian could not help but take a deep breath as he immersed himself in the aura of the Saint Province realm. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Saint Province realm was not as rich as the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he felt at home. However, when he returned to the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he felt like he was at home. This was something that the Beyond Heaven secret zone could not give him. Si Ling Kur stood next to Duan Ling Tian. As soon as she appeared in the air above the valley, she extended her divine consciousness and discovered her daughter, Duan Si Ling, was in closed-door cultivation. She could not help but call out to her daughter, Duan Si Ling naturally. It was also because she discovered her daughter was not in closed-door cultivation. Otherwise, she would absolutely not have rashly disturbed her own daughter. No matter how much she missed her daughter, she would not disturb her daughter's cultivation. Chapter 2481. Mother. Since Duan Siling was not in closed-door cultivation, she could clearly sense what was happening outside. A familiar voice rang from outside and called her name. Duan Siling was instantly jolted awake from her cultivation. She was certain the owner of the voice was her mother who had left a few years ago. Bang! A soft sound rang in the air as Duan Siling raised her hand and opened the door. Following that, her slender figure flew out and appeared in the valley in just a blink of an eye. Father! Mother! As soon as Duan Siling came out, she saw her father and mother whom she had been missing day and night. She could not help but rush forward with tears in her eyes. It was as though the longing she had accumulated for a few years had finally erupted at this moment. Siling! Kur flew toward Duan Siling. When Duan Siling was halfway through her flight, Kur hugged her tightly as though she did not want to let go. Siling! The calmness on Duan Ling Tian's face was completely shattered when he saw the slender and elegant young girl hugging Kur. A hint of gentleness appeared in his eyes, and a warm smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A few years had passed and his daughter had grown up. Currently, Duan Siling was already 16 years old. She had inherited Duan Ling Tian and Kur's features, but there was not much childishness left on her face. When would she be able to shed her childishness? At that time, she would truly be an adult. Feng Tianwu stood next to Duan Ling Tian. A hint of envy flashed in her eyes when she saw Kur and Duan Siling hugging each other. If only it was possible. How she wished she could have a child with her elder brother Duan. Han Xuanai, Chen Yiru, and the others who came out from behind Duan Ling Tian looked at the mother and daughter who were hugging each other. None of them made a sound. It was as though they were afraid of disturbing the mother and daughter. Whoosh! Whoosh! The Oracle Man and Zoroastrianism's guardian Qinghua had also appeared outside the two wooden huts. Seeing that Duan Ling Tian and the others had returned safely, they were sincerely happy. However, when they sensed the atmosphere at the scene and saw the mother and daughter hugging each other, no matter how much they wanted to say in their hearts, they were not in a hurry to speak. Time seemed to have stopped at this moment. After about 10 breaths, Kur and Duan Siling finally noticed the silence in the air. At the same time, they also noticed the gazes on them. The mother and daughter could not help but blush. Then, Kur held Duan Lingtian's hand and returned to Duan Lingtian's side. Father. Duan Siling looked at Duan Ling Tian, who had not changed at all. A joyful smile appeared on her beautiful face that still retained her childishness. She admired and respected the father in front of her. I haven't seen you for a few years, and you've grown so big. You're almost as tall as your mother now. Duan Ling Tian said affectionately as he patted Duan Siling's head. Currently, Duan Siling was slender and graceful. She was only half a head taller than her mother, Kur. It would take her at most 1 or 2 years to catch up to her mother's height. Siling Feng Tianwu, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian, looked at Duan Siling with a doting smile on her face. Do you still remember me? Auntie Tianwu. Duan Siling took a few steps forward and walked up to Feng Tianwu. She held Feng Tianwu's hand naturally and giggled. How could I forget you, Auntie Tianwu? You're still the same as a few years ago. You're still so young and beautiful. You haven't changed at all. Before Feng Tianwu entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, although she did not spend much time with Duan Siling, she doted on Duan Siling a lot. Duan Siling had a good impression of her as well. Siling, you're such a sweet talker. A smile appeared on Feng Tianwu's face when she heard Duan Siling's words. Her eyes were filled with affection. Siling, what about me? What about me? Do you still remember me? At this moment, Han Xuanai also joined in the fun. After Duan Siling greeted Han Xuanai, she walked up to Gan Ruyan and held Gan Ruyan's hand tightly. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian, the Oracle Man, and Qinghua had already gathered together. How's your trip to the Sword Saint's secret zone this time? The Oracle Man asked as he looked at Duan Lingtian expectantly. Junior Uncle Prophet. Actually, there's no such thing as the Sword Saint's secret zone. Duan Lingtian seemed to have expected the Oracle Man would ask this question. For this reason, he replied as soon as the Oracle Man finished speaking. There's no such thing as the Sword Saint's secret zone? What do you mean by that? The oracle man was, naturally, confused when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. The Sword Saint secret zone we entered is not the Sword Saint secret zone. It's the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Lingtian, who had been prepared for this, told the oracle man everything he had seen and heard in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. He told the oracle man that the space behind the black hole was not the Sword Saint secret zone but the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not forget to mention that Senior Feng Qingyang had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. The Beyond Heaven secret zone? It's connected to 5 mundane realms? Our Saint Province realm is only a small mundane realm while the other 5 mundane realms are large mundane realms? There are many powerhouses in the large mundane realms. 9 tribulation bodiless celestials aren't common in our Saint Province realm, but there are 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in almost every era in the large mundane realms. Moreover, there are more than 1 or 2 of them. Senior Feng Qingyang obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. That's why he's able to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he's just an eminent celestial? Not only was the old prophet shocked by Duan Lingtian's words, but even Qinghua was shocked as well. Then, Duan Lingtian continued to tell the 2 old men about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There are so many powerhouses in the mundane realms. Even a top sect has 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. The oracle man and Qinghua were shocked when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. They realized they were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Junior Uncle Prophet, what's the situation in the Upper Province now that the Devil clans have invaded the Upper Province? It had been a few years since the Devil clans invaded the Upper Province. Duan Lingtian, who had rushed back to the Saint Province realm, was eager to learn more about the situation in the Upper Province. After all, it was better to know yourself and know your enemy. About a year ago, I lost contact with the outside world. At that time, the connection between me and the Red Dust Lineage's intelligence network was mysteriously cut off. The oracle man sighed when he heard Duan Lingtian's question. Then, he smiled wryly and said, "Now, I suspect the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network is either under someone's control or has been uprooted. Otherwise, it's impossible for them to not send me any information at all." Ever since Han Shuanai's master had passed away, the oracle man had temporarily taken over the Red Dust Progeny's intelligence network. Initially, the oracle man had planned to hand over the Red Dust Progeny's information network to Han Shuanai after she returned from the Sword Saint secret zone. However, he did not expect this. A year ago, the Red Dust Progeny's information network had completely disappeared. "You don't know what happened?" Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. The oracle man shook his head. "I wanted to investigate as well. However, I discovered that since the Devil clans invaded the Upper Province, there have been a lot of Devil clans in the Northern Province. With my cultivation base, I can't even go anywhere in the Northern Province, let alone the Northern Province." A hint of helplessness could be heard in the oracle man's voice when he spoke. He was a human who had not even broken through to the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It was extremely difficult for him to go anywhere in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land where the Devil clans gathered. Moreover, he could be exposed at any time and be killed by the Devil clans. Initially, I was worried that after the Red Dust Progeny's information network was destroyed, it would only take slightly more than a year for the humans and the Devil clans to come here. The oracle man continued to say, "Now that I see all of you have returned safely, I'm relieved. Moreover, since the Beyond Heaven secret zone is behind the black hole, it doesn't matter even if it's exposed. Moreover, according to you, the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial has already been obtained by someone else. For this reason, we don't have to worry about the Devil clans entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial." The oracle man said, "Junior Uncle Prophet, it would only take slightly more than a year for the news of you being here to be exposed?" Duan Lingtian asked with a frown. "What do you mean?" The oracle man seemed to have guessed Duan Lingtian would ask this question. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he said, The information network of the Red Dust progeny in the Seven Absolutes sect is very complicated. However, due to the fact that I received information from the Red Dust progeny's information network in this place, I've left some traces in the Red Dust progeny's information network. If there's someone who has control over the Red Dust progeny's information network and intends to investigate this matter, it would only take slightly more than a year for the news of me being here to be exposed. The Oracle Man's words answered Duan Lingtian's question. So that's how it is. Duan Lingtian finally understood the Oracle Man's words. It seems like I'll have to investigate the situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land on my own. Chapter 2482. Since Duan Lingtian and the others had returned, there was no need for the Oracle Man and the others to stay in this godforsaken place. Let's go. Let's return to the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate. Under Duan Lingtian's lead, the group of people made their way to the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate. It was also the nameless snow-capped peak. Initially, it was a peaceful journey. However, not long after that, two male devils with dog heads and human bodies appeared. They stared at Kuer, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others with a greedy look in their eyes. Dog devils. Duan Lingtian could tell they were from the Dog Devil clan just by looking at their features. He had stayed in the Human Devil clan in the Debussy Subterranean for a while, so he knew a lot about the devil clans. This included the Dog Devil clan. Although the Demonic Dog clan was not in the top echelon of the Demon clan, it was in the second echelon. It was a very powerful clan. Same old rules. Kill the men and leave the women alive. The two dog devils looked at each other and said at the same time. As soon as they finished speaking, they charged toward Duan Lingtian and the others like a gust of wind. Their targets were Duan Lingtian and the others. Humph! A scoff rang in the air as soon as the two dog devils made their move. Chen Yi-Ru snorted as he shot out like an arrow. In just a blink of an eye, he was in front of the two dog devils. Swoosh! Swoosh! The two dog devils were only at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw the old man glaring at them. Although they were from the devil clans and had strange appearances, their intelligence was not inferior to humans. Seeing this old man appear out of thin air in front of them, they were unable to react from the beginning to the end. They didn't even need to guess to know that this old man was the old man. The strength of the old man in front of them was far above them. Two monsters. How dare you be so presumptuous in front of my master? You're courting death. Chen Yi-Ru said as the expressions of the two dog devils changed drastically. The moment his voice fell, his right hand, which had been accumulating power for a long time, suddenly swung out, bringing along a bright and dazzling blade light. Hum! The saber light tore through the air, leaving a tiny crack in the void. The next moment, Poochie! Poochie! After two light sounds, the two demonic dogs' bodies were cut in half at the waist. Even when they were killed, their eyes were still wide open, as if they were unable to die in peace. Boom! After killing the two dog devils, Chen Yi-Ru waved his left hand and a vast power swept out. Like a ball of fire, it incinerated the corpses of the two dog devils. When he saw this scene, Duan Lingtian, who stood nearby, nodded in satisfaction. Chen Yi-Ru had always been prudent. This time, after Chen Yi-Ru killed the two dog devils, he destroyed the corpses of the two dog devils so his daughter, Duan Xiling, would not be able to witness such a bloody scene. While Chen Yi-Ru was destroying the corpses of the two dog devils, a faint aura began to spread in the air. Mirror Image Dao Talisman? Sensing this aura, Chen Yi-Ru couldn't help but sneer. Although the aura of the Mirror Image Dao Talisman meant one of the dog devils had a powerful background, Chen Yi-Ru did not mind. Nevertheless, he was not bothered by it. After all, the person behind the dog devil who possessed the Mirror Image Dao Talisman might not be stronger than him. So what if that person was stronger than him? His master's strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. His master's wife, his mistress, had killed 2 9-tribulation bodiless celestials who possessed celestial supreme treasures in just a blink of an eye. Her strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Even if the person behind this dog devil is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, he'll still die if he dares to come looking for trouble. Chun Yi-ru was very confident in his mistress's strength. The reason Chun Yi-ru felt Ku-er's strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms was because he knew Ku-er's strength was comparable to a golden celestial. Duan Lingtian had told him about the cultivation base levels in the Devata realms after they had reunited in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Duan Lingtian had mentioned golden celestials who were above heavenly celestials. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was comparable to a peak heavenly celestial. Once a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial passed the heavenly tribulation and ascended to the Devata realms, they would become golden celestials. Of course, Master said it's unlikely for there to be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial among the devil clans in the land of exile. Chun Yi-ru had heard about this from Duan Lingtian. In his opinion, whether the devil clans had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial or not, they were no longer a threat to them. There's a mirror image talisman? Since Chun Yi-ru had sensed the aura of the mirror image talisman, Duan Lingtian and the others had sensed it as well. After Han Xuanai sensed it, she rolled her eyes and giggled. I'd like to see if the person behind this demon dares to come to us. I don't think so. Nangong Yi chimed in. Based on Senior Chun Yi-ru's strength, the ordinary devil clans would be wary of him if they saw him through the mirror image talisman. It's impossible for them to seek revenge from Senior Chun Yi-ru. No matter what, Chun Yi-ru was a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Ordinary devil clans would not dare to seek revenge from him. The appearance of the 2 dog devils was only a small interlude to Duan Lingtian and the others. Along the way, they encountered a few more groups of devils, but all of them were killed by Chun Yi-ru. The strongest devil clans they encountered was only at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Let alone Chun Yi-ru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial, even Nangong and Nangong Yi-ru would be able to kill them easily. We're here. Soon after, Duan Lingtian and the others arrived at the nameless snowy peak where the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate was located. A year ago, I received news from the Red Dust progeny that the 7 Absolutes sect's temporary estate has been taken over by the devil clans. The oracle man said. Although he knew the devil clans had taken over the nameless snowy peak, he did not warn Duan Lingtian to be careful. After all, he had learned from Nangong Yi that Duan Lingtian's strength was not weak at all. Duan Lingtian's current strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even without the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and ancestral master Feng Qingyang. After hearing this from Nangong Yi, the Elder of Heavenly Secrets was stunned for a long time. After a while, he looked for Duan Lingtian to confirm it. Naturally, he was overjoyed when he heard Duan Lingtian's confirmation. This meant the 7 Absolute sect would be able to shine again under the leadership of their new sect leader. They would be able to achieve the same glory as ancestral master Feng Qingyang 100,000 years ago. Since the oracle man knew Duan Lingtian's current strength, he was not worried the devil clans would pose a threat to Duan Lingtian. As a matter of fact, this was indeed the case. The devil clans that occupied the nameless snowy peak where the 7 Absolute sect used to be was only a group of boar devils. The strongest among them was only at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Chun Yi-ru alone was enough to annihilate all of them. Since then, the 7 Absolute sect had reclaimed their lost temporary estate. Thud, thud, thud. Spare my life, my lord. Spare my life, my lord. A monster with a pig's head and a human's body was kneeling on the ground in a spacious hall. He kept knocking his head on the ground. Although his forehead was bleeding profusely, he did not seem to be aware of it as he continued to knock his head on the ground. He kept kowtowing as he begged for mercy. A purple-clad young man was seated at the head of the hall. Behind the purple-clothed young man, an old man stood there respectfully, following the purple-clothed young man's lead. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian. The monster with a pig's head and a human's body who was kowtowing and begging for mercy was a boar devil. Chun Yi-ru had intentionally spared his life when he took back the nameless snowy peak that was the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate. He had spared the Boar Devil's life because of Duan Lingtian's orders. The Boar Devil continued to kowtow and beg for mercy. Occasionally, he would raise his head and look at the purple-clad young man sitting at the head of the hall. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes. In his opinion, the old man standing behind the purple-clad young man was akin to a devil. The old man had killed his companions with just a wave of his hand. He was the only one who had survived. Naturally, he knew the old man had spared his life on purpose. Otherwise, he would not have been able to survive. However, the old man who was akin to a devil in his eyes was so respectful to the purple-clad young man. He even addressed the purple-clad young man as master. It was not difficult for him to imagine. The purple-clad young man must be even more terrifying than the old man. "Tell me what I want to know, and I'll let you go," Duan Lingtian said indifferently as he looked at the Boar Devil. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Boar Devil realized he was only alive because the purple-clad young man had something to ask him. "Please ask, my lord. I'll tell you everything I know." At this moment, the Boar Demon also stopped kowtowing and begging for mercy and answered respectfully. Ever since the Devil clans invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the upper province has been in chaos. What I want to know is what's the current situation in the upper province. Is the Devil clans in the upper hand, or is the human clans in the upper hand? Duan Lingtian asked calmly. The Boar Devil was worried the purple-clad young man would ask some tricky questions. He had mentally prepared himself for it. Chapter 2483. My lord, is this what you wanted to ask? The Boar Devil wondered if he had misheard Duan Lingtian. Was there a need to ask about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? I don't want to ask again. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he saw the Boar Devil looking at him skeptically. A hint of impatience could be seen on his face. Yes, yes. The Boar Devil was frightened out of his wits when he heard Duan Lingtian's impatient tone. Following that, he did not dare to hide anything from Duan Lingtian and told him about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. The southern and northern regions of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land have fallen into the hands of the Devil clans? The Devil clans didn't succeed in the western region due to the existence of the Phoenix clan. As for the eastern region, the Devil clans didn't succeed due to the existence of the dragons. Currently, the central region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land is also the main battlefield between the Devil clans from the Land of Exile and the people from the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian learned about the current situation in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land after listening to the Boar Devil's explanation. Up until now, the strongest person in the Devil clans is an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. The 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Phoenix clan and the 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial from the Devil clans are evenly matched. At the same time, Duan Lingtian learned about the strength of the Devil clans. An 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. This shouldn't be the full strength of the Devil clans. Duan Lingtian was well aware of this. There might not be a 9 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in the Devil clans. However, it was impossible for there to be only one 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial in the Devil clans. Since you're willing to cooperate, Scram, Duan Lingtian said indifferently after he learned what he wanted to know from the Boar Devil who was kneeling on the ground. In his opinion, the Boar Devil was just a nobody. This Boar Demon was just an insignificant existence in the demon race. It didn't matter whether he was killed or not. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, sir. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Boar Demon excitedly thanked the Duan Lingtian before leaving the hall. As soon as he exited the hall, he fled from the nameless snowy mountain. Now, it's time to go to the dragons and settle the old score with them. After the Boar Demon left, Duan Lingtian abruptly stood up from his seat in the main hall, his eyes blazing with flames. That was the flame of anger. He would never forget. 2 of his 7 absolute sex successors had died at the hands of the dragon tribe. The successor of the Kratos, Gu Li. The successor of the 4 absolutes, the dark shadow lineage, Yu Wuing. Senior brother Gu Li, if you're watching from the heavens, please watch carefully. I'll go to the dragons immediately to avenge you. Duan Lingtian left the hall in a flash. He stood in the void outside the hall and looked up at the sky as he muttered to himself. Sandao. After a while, Duan Lingtian returned to his senses and called out to Chan Yi-ru, who had just exited the hall. Master. Chun Yi-ru responded respectfully. From now on, you don't have to follow me anymore, Duan Lingtian said. Master. Chun Yi-ru became anxious when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Master, did I do something that didn't go your way? So please tell me. I'll definitely remember it next time. Don't misunderstand. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly as he said, What I mean is, from today onward, we're no longer master and servant. If you want to leave, it's up to you. If you don't want to leave, you can stay and be a guardian of the 7 invincible sect. Naturally, it's up to you. Chan Yi-ru had been following him for some time now. He was very satisfied with his loyalty. For this reason, he decided to return Chan Yi-ru's freedom. I've misunderstood you. Only then did Chan Yi-ru realize that he had misunderstood his master's intentions. At the same time, he continued, Master, thank you for removing Sandao's master-servant relationship. However, Sandao is now willing to follow you, so there's no need for you to do this. Alright, it's settled then. From today onward, you're free. Duan Lingtian spoke once more with an extremely resolute tone. In that case, I'm willing to stay in the 7 invincible sect as a guardian. Chun Yi-ru could sense Duan Lingtian's determination, so he did not say anything else. Instead, he expressed his willingness to stay in the 7 absolute sect and become a guardian. The 7 invincible sect welcomes you. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he heard Chan Yi-ru's words. Then, he told the other members of the 7 invincible sect about this. Welcome, Guardian Chun. Welcome, Guardian Chun. The Oracle Man and the other members of the 7 invincible sect welcomed Chan Yi-ru, a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. This meant that the strength of the 7 invincible sect would rise to another level. Previously, although Chan Yi-ru had followed Duan Lingtian, he was still Duan Lingtian's servant and not a member of the 7 invincible sect. If Duan Lingtian ascended to the mundane realm one day, Chan Yi-ru would most likely leave as well. Now that Chan Yi-ru had become a guardian of the 7 invincible sect, it meant he would protect the 7 invincible sect regardless of whether Duan Lingtian ascended or not. After all, the 7 invincible sect was now his sect. I'm going to visit the dragons. After Duan Lingtian made up his mind to seek revenge from the dragons, he immediately went to look for and informed her of his plans. Brother Tian, I'll go with you. Said. There's no need for that. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled faintly. With my current cultivation base, I'm not afraid even if the dragons have 9 tribulation bodiless celestials, let alone the fact that there might not be any 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the dragons. Moreover, don't you have the jade token I gave you? If I need your help, I'll notify you through the jade token. You can come over as soon as you can. With your current strength, it'll only take you a few dozen breaths to travel across half of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Duan Lingtian did not plan to bring with him to the dragons. Moreover, apart from protecting Sealing, you'll be able to protect the others as well. With you around, I don't have to worry about their safety. Duan Lingtian said. Since Duan Lingtian had said so, naturally, did not insist on going to the dragons with Duan Lingtian. However, she still said solemnly to Duan Lingtian, Brother Tian, if you encounter any trouble, you must inform me immediately. Agreed with Duan Lingtian's words. Although she knew there was nothing in the upper province that could threaten Duan Lingtian, she could not help but worry about his safety. She was worried something would happen to Duan Lingtian. One had to know that the reason why her strength had increased so quickly was all because she wanted to do something for her brother Tian. She did not want to be a vase by his side. Of course. Duan Lingtian nodded in response to Ker's seriousness. Then he said, As for Tian Wu, help me inform her. If there are no accidents, it won't take long for me to make my way to the dragons. All right. Ker nodded. She was as docile as a kitten in front of Duan Lingtian. After informing Duan Lingtian left the nameless snowy peak where the Seven Absolutes sect's temporary estate was located. He left the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land and made his way to the eastern region. After entering the eastern region, he continued to make his way to the dragon's estate. During this journey, Duan Lingtian traveled at full speed, so it did not take him long to arrive at the 100,000 mountains where the dragon's estate was located. This is the 100,000 mountains? This is where the dragon's estate is. To Duan Lingtian, the illusory fog formations outside the dragon's estate were child's play. With his current strength, he could easily see through it. He could even ignore it. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian moved as the sword formation under his feet opened up a path for him. He turned into a streak of light as he charged into the Dragon Clan's estate. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! I can feel the terrifying speed just by listening to the sound. Is it a Devil Clan's powerhouse? Who dares to trespass on the dragon's estate? Many people in the dragon's estate were horrified when they heard the sound. It was obvious the newcomer did not come with good intentions. At this moment, a commotion broke out in the dragon's estate. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect, has come to the dragon's estate to seek revenge for the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing. If the dragons don't hand over the culprit, I, Duan Lingtian, will annihilate the dragons today. A thunderous voice descended from the sky and was clearly heard by all the members of the dragon tribe in the dragon tribe's encampment. Instantly, the entire dragon clan's encampment fell into dead silence. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect, had personally come? That was not the main point. The main point was, the sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect had said he had come to the dragon's estate to seek revenge. Moreover, he had said he would annihilate the dragons if the dragons did not hand over the culprit who killed the members of Seven Absolute Sect. Did I hear wrongly? The sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect, Duan Lingtian, said he's going to annihilate the dragons. Somewhere in the Dragon Clan's encampment, a member of the Dragon Clan questioned in shock. You heard right. He said he'll annihilate the dragons if the dragons don't hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing. He's crazy. Crazy. The sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect is crazy. Who does he think he is? How dare he threaten to annihilate the dragons? He's digging his own grave. The sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect is digging his own grave. The people in the dragon's estate roared furiously when they regained their senses. Moreover, they felt the same way. Chapter 2484. In the air above the dragon's residence in the 100,000 mountains. A purple-clad young man hovered in the air as he looked down indifferently. This was where the dragon's residence was located. Senior brother Gu Li, I'll avenge you today. All of a sudden, the purple-clothed young man spoke in a low voice. His originally cold gaze instantly became incomparably sharp, as if it could pierce through everything. The purple-clad young man was none other than Duan Lingtian, who had just barged into the dragon's residence. He would kill the dragons. This was exactly what he had just said, and it was not a lie. If the dragons refused to hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing, he would kill the dragons to avenge Gu Li, Yu Wuing, and Xuanai's master. Originally, when he had just returned, he had thought that he might as well directly exterminate the Dragon Clan without saying a word. After all, he had the ability to do so now. Even if he was not strong enough, he still had Kerr. With Kerr's help, even if there were 10 dragons, she would not be able to kill them, let alone one dragon. However, when Duan Lingtian thought about how the dragons had helped the Saint Province realm, he decided to kill the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing. As long as the dragons no longer treated him, Duan Lingtian, and the Seven Absolute Sect as their enemies, he would let bygones be bygones. Naturally, this was on the premise that the dragons were willing to cooperate. If the dragons were unwilling to cooperate, Duan Lingtian would not be merciful and would just kill them. There's no bodiless celestial among the dragons who has cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique. Duan Lingtian had learned this from Chani Ru. Otherwise, he would not have come alone today. After all, if there was a three-tribulation bodiless celestial among the dragons who had cultivated the soul congregation embodiment technique, Duan Lingtian would be in a passive position and might even die before he could achieve victory. It was precisely because he had long known this that he dared to make a declaration after arriving at the Dragon Clan. If the dragons refused to hand over the culprit who killed Gu Li and Yu Wuing, he would Duan Lingtian and kill the dragons. Naturally, it's not a big deal even if the Dragon Clan has a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. As long as I bring Ku-Er with me, even a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique won't be able to hit me. Ku-Er's current cultivation base is comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Her soul is also comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. With Ku-Er's soul, she can easily block the soul attack of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian felt relieved when he thought about Kerr. In fact, before entering the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Lingtian did not think he would need to rely on Kerr. However, it had to be said that Ku-Er's current strength had given him a lot of confidence. If the dragons don't know what's good for them, I'll just kill them. With Kerr's and my strength, even if there are no dragons in the St. Province realm, there's no need for us to fear the devil clans from the land of exile. The moment Duan Lingtian thought of this, his eyes shone brightly as he waited for the Dragon Clan's response. Duan Lingtian hovered behind the clouds above the Dragon Clan's estate. His surroundings were calm and serene. Meanwhile, a commotion broke out in the dragon's residence. Annihilate the dragons. Someone actually said he wants to annihilate the dragons. In the past, in the long history of the dragons, no one has ever dared to claim that they want to annihilate the dragons. Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, is really out of his mind. Humph! Ever since the devil clans invaded the upper province, we haven't heard anything about Duan Lingtian. Not only did he appear in the dragon's residence, but he even threatened to annihilate the dragons if we don't hand over Duan Lingtian. He must have eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. The Patriarch and the Supreme Elders must have heard Duan Lingtian's words by now, right? Humph! As long as the Patriarch and the Supreme Elders make a move, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. Similar discussions could be heard everywhere in the dragon's residence. However, none of the dragons thought Duan Lingtian was strong enough to annihilate the dragons. They thought Duan Lingtian was digging his own grave by coming here, somewhere in the dragon's residence. At that time, I was the one who personally killed Gu Li. However, I was only acting on the orders of Elder Di Huan, the supreme elder of our dragon clan. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it seems like he wants the dragons to hand over Elder Di Huan? Hearing the threatening words coming from the horizon, the middle-aged man who was originally sitting cross-legged on the mountainside cultivating suddenly opened his eyes. As he muttered, a disdainful and mocking smile appeared on the corners of his mouth. At another place, he wants the dragons to hand over Elder Di Huan? How naive. Why doesn't he think about it? Even if the dragons really hand over Elder Di Huan, is he a match for Elder Di Huan? Is he able to kill Elder Di Huan and avenge the members of the 7 Absolute Sect? The 2 members of the Dragon Clan who were ordered by Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan, to kill Yu Wuing and Han Xuanai's master could not help but sneer as they spoke. Their eyes were filled with disdain. Di Huan was the supreme elder of the dragons. He was also the father of Di Chun, an elder of the dragons who had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation because of Duan Lingtian. At that time, Duan Lingtian had given Di Chun a taste of his own medicine. He had forced Di Chun to kneel and beg for mercy. Due to this, Di Chun, who was about to undergo the bodiless Celestial Tribulation, had failed the Celestial Ascension Tribulation. Due to this, Di Huan, Di Chun's father and the supreme elder of the dragons, viewed Duan Lingtian as his mortal enemy. He could not wait to kill Duan Lingtian. When Di Huan found out that Duan Lingtian was the current sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, he had vented his anger on the members of the 7 Absolute Sect. Gu Li, Yu Wuing, and Han Xuanai's masters were killed at that time, in a vast valley in the dragon's residence. Bang! Accompanied by a loud sound, The calm surface of the lake in the valley suddenly exploded. Immediately after, splashes of water flew in all directions. It was an exceptionally beautiful scene. Whoosh! At the same time, a figure shot out from the lake like a cannonball, shooting straight into the sky. After a while, another figure appeared in the sky above the valley. At this moment, any bodiless celestial from the dragons would be able to recognize this person. The owner of the figure was none other than Elder Di Huan, one of the 3 supreme elders of the dragon clan. Duan Lingtian, you actually came to me on a silver platter. Good. Very good. Di Huan was meditating under the lake when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice. He was instantly awakened from his meditation. Moreover, he was so excited that he felt as though he had been injected with chicken blood. Throughout the past few years, he had never stopped searching for Duan Lingtian. Even after the devil clans had invaded the upper province, he was still determined to find Duan Lingtian. He wanted to avenge his son. He realized that his son's death, to a certain extent, had become his obsession. If Duan Lingtian did not die, he would definitely die when he had to face the 8th bodiless celestial tribulation. For this reason, he did not care about the invasion of the devil clans. He only wanted to find Duan Lingtian and avenge his son. At the same time, he wanted to help Duan Lingtian overcome his obsession so he could face the 8th bodiless celestial tribulation. To Di Huan, the devil clans slaughtering humans and people from the Saint Province realm had nothing to do with him. Only his own affairs were the most important. He would only do his best to deal with the devil clans if the devil clans wanted to kill him. Currently, even if the Patriarch of the Dragons sent him to deal with the devil clans, he would only deal with it as he was not interested in it at all. How could he not be excited when he heard Duan Lingtian's voice and learned Duan Lingtian had come to him? Although he was in the midst of cultivating, he quickly regained his senses. Annihilate my dragons? Humph! I'd like to see where you, Duan Lingtian, get the confidence to speak such arrogant words. When Di Huan recalled Duan Lingtian's arrogant words, he narrowed his eyes and smirked disdainfully. In the next moment, bang! As Di Huan's legs shook the void, the space immediately collapsed. Terrifying cracks appeared in the void. The cracks in the void intertwined with each other, forming a huge spider web in the void. Swoosh! At the same time, Di Huan shot up into the sky, stirring up a gust of wind as he flew toward the source of the voice. Duan Lingtian, I, Di Huan, ordered my men to kill the members of the 7 Absolutes sect. Today, I'd like to see where you get your courage from to annihilate my dragons. Today I, Di Huan, the Supreme Elder of the Dragons, will kill you among the dragons. I'll show the world that no one can blaspheme the dignity of our dragons. Di Huan shot up into the sky and flew toward Duan Lingtian through the clouds. His voice that was as loud as a bell resonated in the air. In just a blink of an eye, his voice swept through the dragon's residence, alarming all the dragons. It's Elder Di Huan. Elder Di Huan has personally made a move. Let's go. Let's go and watch the show. I'd like to see how many moves Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, can take from Elder Di Huan. Humph! Elder Di Huan is the supreme elder of the dragons, and he's a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm afraid Duan Lingtian won't be able to take even one move from Elder Di Huan. That's what I think too. The members of the dragon's residence who were enraged by Duan Lingtian's arrogant words were excited when they heard Di Huan's voice. Chapter 2485. The people from the dragon's impression of Duan Lingtian was from a few years ago. At that time, they knew Duan Lingtian was extremely strong. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. For this reason, even after a few years had passed and Duan Lingtian had reappeared, they still regarded him as a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. They did not think the current Duan Lingtian was comparable to Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons. At the very least, most of the people from the dragons thought so. Of course, there were also a few people from the dragon clan who were calmer and more thoughtful. A few years ago, Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Recently, Duan Lingtian has completely disappeared. It's likely he's in closed-door cultivation and hasn't gone out at all. It's very likely that his strength has improved since a few years ago. Not only did he trespass on our territory, but he even said that if we don't hand over the culprit who killed the 7 Absolute Sect's disciples, he'll annihilate the dragon tribe. He's either too confident or he's digging his own grave. As the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 Absolute Sect, would Duan Lingtian be suicidal? The people from the dragons were much calmer than the rest. They had considered the situation thoroughly. Unfortunately, their voices were too soft. They were soon drowned out by the voices of the people from the Dragon Clan who were confident in Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan. They did not manage to stir up even the slightest commotion. Duan Lingtian, Di Huan, the supreme elder of the Dragon Clan, moved like the wind and arrived behind the clouds above the Dragon Clan's estate. When he saw the purple-clad young man standing in the distance, his eyes narrowed slightly. Then he let out a low roar of excitement. This was Di Huan's first time meeting Duan Lingtian. However, he had seen Duan Lingtian's portrait more than once in the past, so he had long memorized the Duan Lingtian's appearance and physique. Even if Duan Lingtian had disguised himself, as long as he didn't hide his body shape, he would still be able to recognize him at a glance. What's more, the Duan Lingtian standing in front of him was not in disguise. A moment later, Di Huan appeared near Duan Lingtian in a flash. He stood in the air and stared coldly at Duan Lingtian. In his eyes, the flames of anger were brewing. They continued to rise and burn, as if they would soon turn into a prairie fire. Di Huan? As soon as Di Huan appeared, Duan Lingtian shifted his gaze to Di Huan. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's face emitted waves of coldness as though it was covered in a layer of frost. In fact, Duan Lingtian had long guessed that the mastermind behind the deaths of the dragons who killed Gu Li, Yu Wuying, and the others was Di Huan. He was also the father of Elder Di Chun of the dragons in the past. However, when he heard Di Huan admit it, he could not help but feel angry. When Di Huan appeared and confronted Duan Lingtian, the smell of gunpowder filled the air. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Following waves of swift rushing sounds, dozens of figures appeared behind the clouds in the sky above the dragon tribe's territory in the blink of an eye. Moreover, the number of these figures continued to increase. In a short moment, there were over 100 people. These people were dragons who had gathered from all over the dragon's residence to join in the fun. Greetings, Supreme Elder. Greetings, Elder Di Huan. The first thing these dragons did when they arrived was to greet Di Huan, who was confronting Duan Lingtian. After that, they stood at the side and watched the situation unfold. He's Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of 7 Absolute Sect? That's him. Although I've never seen him in person, I've seen his portrait before. He's the one who threatened to annihilate all dragons if we don't hand him the mastermind behind the deaths of his 7 Absolute Sect's disciples. Elder Di Huan has already said that he's the mastermind behind the deaths of his 7 Absolute Sect's disciples. Now that Elder Di Huan is here, I'd like to see what he can do to Elder Di Huan. Humph! I bet he didn't know that the mastermind behind the deaths of his 7 Absolute Sect's disciples was Elder Di Huan, right? At this moment, most of the dragons were looking at Duan Lingtian as though they were looking at a dead man. Duan Lingtian was, naturally, aware of the dragon's contempt for Duan Lingtian. However, he did not care about it at all. He looked at Di Huan emotionlessly before he asked indifferently, "Earlier, you were the one who said that you were the one who ordered the deaths of my 7 Absolute Sect's disciples?" When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his question, his tone was still indifferent. However, there was a hint of killing intent in his tone. "So what if I did?" Di Huan sneered in response to Duan Lingtian's question. It was as though he was not afraid of anything. "What enmity do they have with you and the dragons?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as a cold glint flashed in them. "Yes, they have no enmity with me and the dragons, but they're from the 7 Absolute Sect." Duan Lingtian, you humiliated my son and caused him to become obsessed with you, causing him to fail his heavenly tribulation. If you don't show up when I want to kill you, I'll kill your 7 absolute sect's disciples to vent my anger. Instead of saying that I ordered my men to kill them, it's more accurate to say that you, Duan Lingtian, caused their deaths. The sneer on Di Huan's face deepened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, do you know why I humiliated your son? Upon hearing Di Huan's words, energy surged out of Duan Lingtian's body. In just a blink of an eye, a whirlpool appeared and devoured the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings, causing the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings to become a part of his energy. Following that, his energy skyrocketed as though he had transformed into a ball of flames. When he rose into the air, he seemed to have transformed into a flaming beast that bared its fangs and brandished its claws. At this moment, it was apparent that Duan Lingtian had also cast the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic, that he had mastered. I'm not interested in knowing. Di Huan replied coldly. You're not interested in knowing? Then, I'll let you know. Duan Lingtian abruptly opened his narrowed eyes, and his eyes shone brightly. It's because your son, under the circumstances that he thought his strength surpassed mine. He first humiliated me with words and asked me to kneel, kowtow, and beg for mercy. I, Duan Lingtian, am merely giving him a taste of his own medicine by humiliating him. A hint of coldness could be seen on the corners of Duan Lingtian's lips when he finished speaking. Previously, when he had humiliated Di Chun, he was merely giving him a taste of his own medicine. He did not feel guilty at all. However, Di Huan had vented his anger on the members of the 7 Absolute sect because of that incident. He was thoroughly enraged. So what? Di Huan sneered again as his eyes shone fiercely. Today, Duan Lingtian came knocking on my door and trampled on the dignity of the dragons. I, Di Huan, will kill you to protect the dignity of the dragons and avenge my son. As soon as Di Huan finished speaking, a vast energy surged out of his body and slammed into the air, causing terrifying cracks to appear in the void. Moreover, the cracks did not close up even after a long time. The Supreme Elder is going to make his move. Elder Di Huan is going all out. If the Supreme Elder makes his move, Duan Lingtian will definitely die. When the crowd saw that a battle was about to break out, they held their breaths as they focused on the scene before them. Most of them thought Duan Lingtian would definitely die if Di Huan made his move. Duan Lingtian, die! Di Huan roared as he made his move against Duan Lingtian under everyone's watchful eyes. As a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, Di Huan was, naturally, not weak. In just a blink of an eye, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Only a few dragons and bodiless celestials managed to catch a glimpse of his afterimage. Di Huan's speed was ridiculously fast in the eyes of a few dragons and bodiless celestials, but to Duan Lingtian, he was as slow as a snail. You're just like an ant. A disdainful smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face when he saw Di Huan had overestimated himself and made a move against him. Then, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. It was the celestial sword he had used when he was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Body and sword as one. With just a thought, Duan Lingtian's celestial sword shone with dazzling sword rays. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Even the pores all over his body shot out a myriad of sword gleams. In the end, they fused with his body and condensed into a simple and unadorned sword. The sword hovered in the air with its aura concealed, making it look like an ordinary weapon. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the others, Duan Lingtian, who had transformed into an inconspicuous sword, calmly swung his sword at Di Huan, who was charging at him. Swoosh! The crisp sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. Everyone present on the scene clearly saw the sword. Even some of the weaker dragons could see the trajectory of Duan Lingtian's sword. They had a feeling when they saw the sword. This sword was extremely ordinary. At the same time, a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons scoffed. I thought Duan Lingtian would be able to unleash some terrifying technique after becoming one with his sword. I didn't expect his sword to be so ordinary. Does he really think he can stop Elder Di Huan with just this sword? He must be dreaming. The sixth tribulation bodiless celestial from the dragons was about to say that Duan Lingtian was dreaming. He was the one who had interrupted his own words. In the next moment, a horrified expression appeared on his face as he stared at Di Huan in disbelief. Heavens! How's this possible? Chapter 2486. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air was short-lived. The six tribulation bodiless celestials of the dragon clan were shocked by the scene in front of them, and their pupils constricted. Please have mercy. Stop! Two anxious voices rang in the air. In the blink of an eye, the people who spoke appeared again. They were a middle-aged man and an old man. However, the two of them were still too late. Di Huan, a seven tribulation bodiless celestial who was charging at Duan Lingtian, was killed in just a blink of an eye. Gasp! 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 The members of the dragon clan were stunned when they saw their supreme elder, Di Huan, being killed in just a blink of an eye. When they regained their senses, they could not help but gasp in shock. Fear and horror were written all over their faces. How's this possible? Elder Di Huan is a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. He's extremely powerful. However, he couldn't even withstand a single blow from Duan Lingtian? I'm not dreaming, right? Elder Di Huan was killed by Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of Seven Absolute Sect, with just a single blow. Most of the clansmen of the dragons had lost sight of Di Huan as soon as he made his move. They only regained their senses after Di Huan was killed. When they regained their senses, they were naturally shocked and in disbelief. After all, apart from the elusive patriarch, the three supreme elders, including Di Huan, were the strongest in the dragon clan. But now Di Huan had died in front of them. Moreover, he had been killed in just a single blow. They could not help but shudder when they thought about it. Swoosh! At the same time, the plain-looking sword that had pierced through Di Huan's glabella and arrived at the other side after killing Di Huan flashed and turned into a tall purple figure. It was none other than Duan Lingtian. Since Di Huan had taken the initiative to attack him, he did not remain idle. He immediately activated the elementary devouring spell that had increased his strength and combined it with the fourth stage of the Sovereign Heart Sword, which gave him the ability to become one with the sword. Then, he performed the 13 green lotus swords and faced Di Huan head-on. The strength of his attack was comparable to the full-powered attack of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could Di Huan, a mere 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, possibly withstand Duan Lingtian's attack? He was directly killed by him. Senior brother Gu Li, I've avenged you. After Duan Lingtian appeared, he did not pay any attention to the two dragons who had just arrived, nor did he pay any attention to the other dragons. He just stood there, looking straight into the sky, muttering to himself. To him, not only was Gu Li a member of the Seven Absolute Sect, but he was also his friend and senior brother. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian was muttering to himself. Meanwhile, the two dragons who had just arrived looked at Duan Lingtian from a distance. Their faces paled, but they had no intention of making a move. This was because they knew Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. Since Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, could easily kill Di Huan, who was also a supreme elder like them, it meant he could easily kill them as well. After all, they were only 7 tribulation bodiless celestials like Di Huan. Duan Lingtian, he's so strong now? The current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolute Sect. It seems like he's not much weaker than Sword Saint Feng Qingyang. After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, both of them could not help but tremble in fear. Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was someone who was on par with the dragons. Now, Feng Qingyang's successor was born, and he was also heaven-defying. They could not help but feel shocked. It's the Supreme Elders. The two Supreme Elders are here as well. Moreover, they seem to be trying to stop Duan Lingtian from killing Elder Di Huan. Trying to stop Duan Lingtian from killing Elder Di Huan? What a joke! Duan Lingtian killed Elder Di Huan with just a blow. These two supreme elders are 7 tribulation bodiless celestials like Elder Di Huan. It's impossible for them to stop Duan Lingtian. Based on Duan Lingtian's strength, even if Elder Di Huan isn't dead, I'm afraid the 3 supreme elders from the dragons won't be a match for him even if they join forces. Isn't it obvious? Soon after, more and more clansmen from the Dragon's clan began to recognize the 2 supreme dragons who had just arrived. They were the other 2 supreme elders from the Dragon's clan. They were as famous as Di Huan, the supreme elder who had just been killed. The other 2 supreme elders from the Dragon's clan? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he heard the clansman's words. Then, he looked at the 2 supreme elders from the Dragon's clan indifferently. Earlier, he had vaguely sensed these 2 supreme elders were not simple. He did not expect them to be so powerful. These 2 men were the other 2 supreme elders of the Dragon clan. They were 7 tribulation bodiless celestials who were as famous as Di Huan. Duan Lingtian chuckled inwardly when he saw the supreme elders from the Dragon's clan seemed a little nervous when he looked at them. It was as though they were afraid he would attack them. It's time for me to return. Since Duan Lingtian had killed the mastermind behind the deaths of Gu Li, Yu Wuing, and the others, he did not plan to stay in the Dragon's clan any longer. After looking at the 2 supreme elders from the Dragon's clan, he prepared to leave. His main purpose in coming to the Dragon's clan was to avenge Gu Li and the others. He did not care about the Dragon's declaration that they were against him and the 7 Absolute sect. He knew the Dragon's clan would not hesitate. In the near future, the Dragon clan would make a new announcement. Even if they were not on good terms with the 7 Absolute sect, they would definitely not be enemies with the 7 Absolute sect. Duan Lingtian was confident that he and his wife, Kerr, would be strong enough to deter the dragons. He believed the dragons would not dare to target the 7 Absolute sect anymore. Duan Lingtian was about to leave when a voice suddenly rang in the air. Humph! A thunderous snort rang in the air. It was deafening and seemed to come from all directions. You think you can just leave after killing the supreme elders of the Dragon's clan? Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect? Do you really think no one in the dragons can stop you? After the cold snort was heard, a dignified voice sounded. Lord Clan Leader. When the 2 supreme elders of the Dragon clan heard the voice, they turned around and looked at the empty space in the distance. They bowed respectfully. Their attitudes were extremely humble. Lord Clan Leader? Seeing the actions of the 2 grand elders of the Dragon clan, the remaining members of the Dragon clan were stunned for a while. After that, they also turned around and bowed to the empty space in the distance and said respectfully, Senior Elder, please accept my invitation. Welcome, Lord Clan Leader. Welcome, Lord Clan Leader. After hearing the words of the 2 supreme elders of the dragons, they also realized the owner of that voice was none other than the clan leader of the dragons. Right now, the dragons only had 1 clan leader, and that was the inner clan leader of the dragons. At the same time, he was also the strongest person among the dragons. Lord Patriarch has always been elusive. Even though I'm a loose immortal, I've never seen him. However, I didn't expect that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, would cause such a ruckus today, allowing me to meet Lord Clan Leader. One of the dragon's loose immortals muttered to himself. He couldn't help but feel excited. In his eyes, the inner clan leader of the dragons was a godlike existence. It was his good fortune to be able to meet him. As for the other dragons, only a few of them had seen the inner clan leader of the dragons before, and they were all looking at the empty space in front of them with anticipation in their eyes. Whoosh! A gust of wind blew in the empty space in the distance, and a tall and sturdy figure appeared. It was a tall and sturdy old man. The old man was wearing a long golden robe. He had a square face and his facial features were firm. His brows were sharp, and he gave off a dignified aura. With one look, one could tell that he was someone who had been in a high position for a long time. At this moment, the dignified golden-clad old man was looking at Duan Lingtian, who was about to leave. When Duan Ling Tian heard the old man's voice, he was not in a hurry to leave. Instead, he came to a halt. At the same time, he calmly looked at the old man who had just appeared. He stared back at him without fear. In the end, Duan Ling Tian was the first to speak. Everyone thinks you're an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. I didn't expect there's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial among the dragons. Duan Ling Tian said nonchalantly after exchanging glances with the patriarch of the dragon clan. His words revealed the patriarch's cultivation base. You can tell I'm a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, the patriarch of the dragon clan could not help but exclaim in surprise. You're right, Duan Ling Tian? His original dignified image had also vanished without a trace at this moment. Duan Ling Tian could not help but laugh inwardly when he heard the clan leader of the dragon's words. If it was before he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he would not have been able to tell. He had encountered a few 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone and discovered the uniqueness of their auras. For this reason, he was able to recognize a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial immediately. 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? Initially, when Duan Ling Tian said the clan leader of the dragons was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, the other dragons, apart from the 2 supreme elders, did not believe Duan Ling Tian's words. However, when they heard the clan leader of the dragon's words, they realized something was amiss. Chapter 2487. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Lord Patriarch is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? Is this true? Lord Patriarch is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial is at the peak of the mundane realms. Moreover, they don't appear in every era. However, a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial has appeared in this era? Unbelievable. Unbelievable. The members of the dragons were shocked when they learned their patriarch was indeed a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Before this, they had all known that the dragon clan's patriarch was the number 1 powerhouse of the dragon clan. However, they thought the patriarch of the dragon clan was only an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. They did not expect their patriarch would not be surprised. The clan leader of the dragon clan was not an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial, but a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the mundane realms. I didn't expect this. I didn't expect Lord Patriarch to be a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. I'm not dreaming, right? Lord Patriarch is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in this era of the Devil Clan's invasion. If Lord Patriarch makes a move, the Devil Clans will definitely run back to the land of exile with their tails between their legs. That's right. Whether it's the Saint Province realm or the land of exile, it's rare for a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial to appear in every era. Although we have a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in this era, it doesn't mean the Devil Clans have a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial as well. Many members of the Dragon's clan could not help but look forward to seeing their patriarch personally forcing the Devil Clans to run back to the land of exile. At that time, the patriarch of the Dragon Clan and the Dragon Clan would become the saviors of the Saint Province realm. They could not help but feel excited just by thinking about those scenes. No matter who it was, they all had a dream of becoming a hero. As members of the Dragon Clan, they were no exception. When they thought about how they could bask in the glory of their Lord Patriarch and become a member of the Savior Clan, they felt that they were bound together for glory. Apart from the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan, the other 2 Supreme Elders of the Dragon Clan were the only ones who were able to remain calm after learning that the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. As the Supreme Elder of the Dragon's Clan and a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was, without a doubt, the pillar of the Dragon's Clan. This kind of existence had a lot of contact with the Dragon Clan leader and naturally knew the cultivation base of the Dragon Clan leader. In other words, both of them, including Di Huan who had just been killed by Duan Ling Tian, knew the clan leader of the dragons was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Is it strange that I can tell you're a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? When Duan Ling Tian saw that the dragon's clan leader was surprised that Duan Ling Tian could see through his cultivation, His expression remained unchanged. Isn't it strange? The clan leader narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. Not only did an eminent celestial manage to kill our supreme elder, a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, but he even managed to see through my cultivation base. Isn't it strange? The clan leader of the dragon's clan leader opened his eyes as he looked at Duan Lingtian. His gaze turned sharp as though it could pierce through anything. Duan Lingtian's expression remained calm when he saw the change in the eyes of the dragon clan's patriarch. However, although Duan Lingtian could still maintain a calm expression, it did not mean that the others present on the scene could do the same. That's right. This Duan Lingtian is only an eminent celestial. How did he see through Lord Patriarch's cultivation base? The divine consciousness of an eminent celestial is weaker than a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial wouldn't be able to detect the cultivation base of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. How did this Duan Lingtian do it? This Duan Lingtian is really strange. Are all the successors of the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, the Fog Rain lineage, so unique? All the dragons present, including the 2 supreme elders, were puzzled by Duan Lingtian's ability to see through the cultivation base of the dragon's patriarch. At the same time, they also vaguely realized Duan Lingtian, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the 7 absolute sect, was most likely a freak that was not inferior to the sword saint Feng Qingyang. Now that you mention it, Dragon Clan leader, it is indeed strange. Duan Lingtian nodded when he heard the patriarch of the Dragon Clan's words. Then, he continued to ask, in that case, what do you intend to do? Do you want to avenge Di Huan and put yourself at risk? Or do you want me to leave and announce that the Dragon's Clan will no longer be enemies with Duan Lingtian and the 7 absolute sect? Duan Lingtian spoke in a neither fast nor slow manner. However, the expressions of the people from the Dragon's Clan changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. What did he mean by putting himself at risk? Duan Lingtian actually said the patriarch of the Dragon's Clan would put himself at risk if he wanted to avenge Di Huan, the supreme elder? He's crazy. Duan Lingtian is crazy. Lord Clan leader is a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. He's at the peak of the mundane realm. I wonder where Duan Lingtian gets his courage from. Does he really think he's invincible just because he killed Elder Di Huan? Most of the dragon clansmen present on the scene thought Duan Lingtian had lost his mind. They thought he had lost his mind for saying such words. Although they were certain Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial after witnessing him killing Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon clan, with just a blow, they were certain Duan Lingtian was as strong as an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they did not believe Duan Lingtian was stronger than their patriarch of the dragon's clan. After all, their patriarch of the dragon's clan was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. A 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was at the peak of the mundane realms. Nobody in the mundane realms was a threat to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. The patriarch of the dragon's clan's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. When Duan Lingtian finished speaking, swoosh, 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 swoosh. The expressions of the people from the dragon's clan, including the patriarch of the dragon's clan and the 2 supreme elders of the dragon's clan, changed drastically when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Who did Duan Lingtian think he was? Not only that, but he also hinted to the dragon clan's clan leader that if the dragon clan's clan leader wanted to avenge their grand elder, Di Huan, he would sacrifice himself. Duan Lingtian had even said he wanted their patriarch of the dragon's clan to announce that they would no longer be enemies with Duan Lingtian and the 7 absolute sect. Did Duan Lingtian think he was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devata realms? Duan Lingtian, although the patriarch of the dragon's clan had lived for tens of thousands of years, he could not suppress his anger at this moment. I'll kill you today to avenge Elder Di Huan. I'd like to see how a mere eminent celestial like you can kill a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial like me. As soon as the patriarch of the dragon's clan finished speaking, a vast and majestic energy surged out of his body and slammed into the void, leaving cracks in the void. These cracks in the void were like dragons that were suspended in the void and intertwined with each other. It was as if they had transformed into a gigantic spider's web. It was extremely terrifying. This is the strength of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? At this moment, the people from the Dragon's clan were shocked by the strength of their patriarch of the Dragon's clan. Even the 2 supreme elders of the Dragon's clan were shocked. Although they knew their patriarch of the Dragon's clan had become a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, they had never seen him fight before. For this reason, they were unfamiliar with the strength of a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Now that they had witnessed it, they realized the gap between them and a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial was like a chasm. Some of the weaker members of the Dragon's clan were sent flying by the shockwaves from the patriarch of the Dragon's clan. They could only watch from afar as their patriarch of the Dragon's clan prepared to attack Duan Lingtian at any time. "It seems like you're interested in fighting me, patriarch of the Dragon's clan?" Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he saw the patriarch of the Dragon's clan's strength surging. The celestial sword that Duan Lingtian had just put away appeared in his hand again. Dazzling sword rays shot out as he channeled his energy into it. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the sword rays shot out, the sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air. As expected, it's a legendary celestial supreme treasure. The patriarch of the Dragon's clan exclaimed excitedly as soon as the celestial sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Greed could be seen in his eyes as he stared at the celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hand. "What? Are you interested in my celestial sword, patriarch of the Dragon's clan?" Duan Lingtian smiled faintly when he saw the greed in the patriarch of the Dragon's clan's eyes. "It's easy if you want my celestial sword, you just have to kill me." "Humph!" The patriarch of the Dragon's clan snorted coldly. "Even if you don't remind me, I'll kill you and take your celestial supreme treasure to avenge Elder Di Huan. I'll wait and see." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes abruptly, and the smile on his face vanished in an instant. Bang! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the patriarch of the Dragon's clan could not help but tremble. Suddenly, the space he was in seemed to have caved in. Chapter 2488. Duan Lingtian, since you're in such a hurry to die, I'll fulfill your wish. The patriarch of the dragons roared and charged toward Duan Lingtian like a hurricane. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. As the patriarch of the dragons charged toward Duan Lingtian, the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand shot out as well. It circled Duan Lingtian's body and continued to split into sword rays. 1 turned into 10, 10 turned into 100, and 100 turned into 1,000. In the end, the sword ray that was hovering around Duan Lingtian rose into the air and formed a mysterious sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. It emitted waves of mysterious aura. 13 green lotus swords. Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to summon the sword ray in the face of the Dragon Clan's patriarch. Not only that, but he had also fused the profundity of the 13 green lotus swords with his sword. In the end, a sword net barrier was formed not far in front of him as a form of defense. Boom! A loud explosion reverberated in the air. The patriarch of the dragons had arrived in front of the sword net barrier. At the same time, he unleashed a thunderous attack on the sword net barrier. Boom! 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 As the sword light barrier swayed and trembled, waves of extremely powerful energy swept out in all directions. For a moment, only the 2 supreme elders of the dragons managed to stop themselves. The rest of the dragons were forced to retreat. Of course, the distance at which the Dragon Clan's members were knocked back also varied. Those who were stronger did not retreat too far. Those who were weaker were even directly sent flying. Impossible! Before the rest of the dragons could recover from their shock, the patriarch of the dragons' voice boomed like thunder. It shocked the dragons so much that their hearts skipped a beat. Then, they turned to look at the patriarch of the Dragon Clan in unison. At a glance, they discovered that the dragon's patriarch's attack just now was unable to break through the sword net barrier in front of Duan Lingtian. At this moment, The sword net barrier had not been broken by the dragon's clan leader. It had only dimmed a little, but in the blink of an eye, it shone with dazzling light again. It was obvious that it would not take long for it to return to its peak state. This. When the dragons saw this scene, they couldn't help but widen their eyes in shock. They were completely frightened. Lord Patriarch was actually unable to break through Duan Lingtian's defenses? Are you kidding me? Lord Patriarch, that's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If that's the case, this Duan Lingtian might not be weaker than the clan leader? If that's the case, it explains why he was so calm from the beginning until the end, even though he knew Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As it turns out, his strength is on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. An eminent celestial has strength on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Does this mean Duan Lingtian's strength is on par with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang? When the group of dragon clansmen saw Duan Lingtian's technique, they were shocked as well. At the same time, they realized something was amiss. At this moment, they knew Duan Lingtian was on par with Sword Saint Feng Qingyang from 100,000 years ago. This was because Feng Qingyang was able to kill an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial and fight a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was just an eminent celestial. His strength was on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Currently, Duan Lingtian's strength was on par with a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. You're just an eminent celestial. How can you be so strong? The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader stared at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. Even Sword Saint Feng Qingyang isn't as strong as him before he ascended to a Devata realm. However, the reason why he's so strong is because he once entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. A hint of disbelief could be heard in the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's voice when he spoke. You know about the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Duan Lingtian was surprised when he heard the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's words. He did not expect the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader would know about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Why wouldn't I know about it? The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader said in a deep voice. When Feng Qingyang, the sword saint of the 7 absolute sect, entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, many ancestors of the dragons and phoenixes entered as well. However, apart from Feng Qingyang, no one else came out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone. A hint of dread could be heard in the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's voice when he spoke about the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Then, do you know the reason I've gone into hiding all these years is because I entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. What? The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's eyes widened in shock when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. After a long while, realization dawned on him as he nodded. I see. In that case, everything makes sense. No wonder you're as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As it turns out, you've also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. Does this mean the celestial supreme treasure in your hand came from the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well? When the patriarch of the dragon clan finished speaking, he shifted his gaze to the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. Flames of greed burned in the depths of his eyes. That's right. Duan Lingtian nodded. As it turns out, Duan Lingtian has also entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone and obtained a fortuitous encounter there. At this moment, the 2 Supreme Dragons clan leader who were also aware of the Beyond Heaven secret zone finally understood. They were no longer surprised by Duan Lingtian's strength. The Beyond Heaven secret zone? What's that? Naturally, unlike the 2 Supreme Elders of the Dragon Clan who knew about the Beyond Heaven secret zone, this was the first time the other members of the Dragon Clan had heard about it. All of them were dumbfounded. Roar! While most of the members of the Dragon Clan were still in a daze, the Dragon Clan leader's body suddenly trembled. At the same time, he let out a roar that sounded like a beast's roar. It spread out, bringing a deafening feeling to everyone present. Many people from the Dragon's Clan leader's clan who were still in a daze regained their senses. Then, in front of everyone's eyes, the clan leader of the dragon tribe shone brightly and transformed into his original form. He was a golden divine dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long. He hovered in the void and covered the sky. An 8-clawed golden dragon? As soon as the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader transformed into his true form, Duan Lingtian noticed there were 8 claws on each of the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's claws. Moreover, it was an 8-clawed golden dragon. Duan Lingtian, I'd like to see if you can withstand the full force of my true form's attack. All of a sudden, the 8-clawed golden dragon that the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader transformed into spoke. As soon as he spoke, his voice reverberated in the air like a deafening bell. In the next instant, the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's huge body seemed to have disappeared into thin air under everyone's watchful eyes. Duan Lingtian was the only one who could clearly see the patriarch of the dragon clan moving at lightning speed. It was as though the patriarch of the dragon clan had transformed into a thick golden whip as he swung it at Duan Lingtian. Wherever the whip passed, it tore the void apart like a piece of paper. The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader charged at Duan Lingtian menacingly, as though he wanted to kill Duan Lingtian. Go! In the face of the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader, Duan Lingtian controlled the sword formation to win. Whoosh! 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 The sound of sword whistling rang in the air. The sword formation under Duan Lingtian's control seemed to have transformed into a divine dragon as it charged fearlessly toward the patriarch of the dragon clan. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, a dazzling light exploded. It was so blinding that they could not help but squint their eyes. The moment they squinted their eyes, bang! A loud noise was heard. Boom! 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 Following that, a series of deafening noises could be heard clearly by everyone's ears. Wah! When the group of dragons opened their eyes, they saw Duan Lingtian being sent flying. When he finally managed to stabilize himself, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. Our patriarch is still better than him. Instantly, many of the dragon's clan leaders' eyes lit up. However, at this moment, biffed! Another noise was heard, attracting the attention of the group of dragons' clan leader. At this moment, they discovered the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader. At some point, their patriarch of the dragon's clan leader had reverted to his human form. He was standing in the distance and had spat out a large mouthful of blood. He looked rather wretched. Our patriarch is injured as well? This is a lose-lose situation. At this moment, the people from the dragon's clan leader finally realized what was going on. Even though their patriarch of the dragon's clan leader had reverted to his true form, the 8-clawed golden dragon, he was still unable to kill Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, I can't kill you, but you're no match for me as well. After a while, the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader who had finally caught his breath said to Duan Lingtian in a deep voice, however, you'll have to give me an explanation for killing Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon's clan leader. Otherwise, when you ascend to the Devata realm, I'll search the entire Saint Province realm and annihilate the entire 7 Absolutes sect. Oh? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader's words. Suppressing the rage in his heart, he asked in a deep voice, then, I'd like to know what kind of explanation you want from me, patriarch of the dragon's clan leader? As long as you leave the celestial supreme treasure in your hands behind, I and the dragon's clan leader will forgive you and the 7 Absolute sect. The patriarch of the dragon's clan leader said. So, you want my celestial sword? Duan Lingtian finally understood. Since you want it, why don't I give it to you? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he raised his hand and threw the celestial sword at the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader, as though it was a piece of trash. Chapter 2489. The patriarch of the dragon clan did not expect Duan Lingtian would obediently hand over the celestial supreme treasure as soon as he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian was so cooperative that he wondered if he was dreaming. He had threatened Duan Lingtian earlier because he was certain Duan Lingtian must have ascended to the heavenly supreme treasure. He was certain Duan Lingtian had ascended to the Devata realm before him. If Duan Ling Tian had ascended to the Devata realm, the Seven Absolute sect would lose Duan Ling Tian's support and would be at the mercy of the Dragon Clan. Although his threat was effective, he did not expect Duan Ling Tian would be so cooperative. He was still in a daze when he caught the celestial sword that Duan Ling Tian had thrown to him. Duan Ling Tian's cooperation was beyond his expectations. Duan Ling Tian, I didn't expect you to be so tactful. The patriarch of the Dragon Clan narrowed his eyes at Duan Ling Tian as he held the celestial sword that Duan Ling Tian had thrown to him. A mocking smile could be seen on his face as he said, "However, haven't you thought about the fact that without this celestial supreme treasure, your strength is equivalent to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial? What, Patriarch of the Dragons, are you going back on your word? You want to attack me after I obediently hand over the immortal supreme treasure as you wish?" Duan Ling Tian asked in a deep voice. He narrowed his eyes when he heard the Patriarch of the Dragon's words. "You're very smart." The eyes of the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan flashed coldly as he said coldly, "Duan Ling Tian, you're a huge threat to the Dragon Clan if you're still alive. For this reason, you must die today. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for being too naive. You only handed over the celestial supreme treasure after I swore on the lightning penalty oath that I wouldn't make a move against you. You're cutting off your own path of retreat by doing this. You can't blame me." The Patriarch of the Dragon's voice was filled with killing intent when he spoke. "Haha, this Duan Ling Tian is simply seeking death." Upon hearing the clan leader of the Dragon Clan's words, many of the clan leaders of the Dragon Clan laughed. He's the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect. How could he be so careless as to hand over the celestial supreme treasure without even asking Lord Clan Leader to swear on the lightning penalty oath? Isn't this a little inappropriate? After all, Lord Patriarch has already said that if he doesn't hand over the celestial supreme treasure, he'll annihilate the Seven Absolute sect. Some of the dragons could not help but frown. They felt the Patriarch of the Dragons was going back on his word. Lord Patriarch said that if Duan Ling Tian doesn't hand over the celestial supreme treasure, he'll annihilate the Seven Absolute sect after he ascends to the Devata realm. However, Lord Patriarch didn't say that he won't kill Duan Ling Tian after obtaining the celestial supreme treasure. That seems to be the case. In that case, Lord Patriarch isn't going back on his word. As long as Lord Patriarch doesn't target the Seven Absolute sect after this, he's not going back on his word. The people from the dragons discussed among themselves. However, they no longer felt the Patriarch of the Dragons was going back on his word. They felt Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect, was too stupid for not allowing their Patriarch to swear on the lightning penalty oath. That was why he was forced into a passive position. Even if Duan Ling Tian died today, he had only himself to blame. Now that Duan Ling Tian has lost the celestial supreme treasure, his strength is definitely weaker than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if Lord Patriarch doesn't use the celestial supreme treasure, it'll be easy for him to kill Duan Ling Tian. That's right. Earlier, Lord Patriarch fought Duan Ling Tian to a draw even without using the celestial supreme treasure. Now that Duan Ling Tian has lost the celestial supreme treasure, he's definitely no match for Lord Patriarch. Today, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute sect will die in the dragon's estate. Most of the people from the dragons looked at Duan Ling Tian as though they were looking at a dead man. After all, they did not think Duan Ling Tian had a chance of surviving after losing the celestial supreme treasure. In the past, the celestial supreme treasure was only a legend to the people from the dragon's estate. Even so, it did not affect their understanding of the celestial supreme treasures. They knew how much a celestial supreme treasure could improve a person's strength. For this reason, they were certain that Duan Ling Tian's strength was not weak. After losing the celestial supreme treasure, it was impossible for Duan Ling Tian to be as strong as he was earlier. Then, does this mean you're going to kill me, clan leader of the dragons? Duan Ling Tian asked calmly with narrowed eyes when he heard the words of the clan leader of the dragons. Even now, he did not panic in the slightest. Of course, the clan leader of the dragons said confidently, You can only blame yourself for being stupid. You didn't make me swear on the lightning penalty oath that I won't attack you after you hand over the celestial supreme treasure. The chief of the dragons was puzzled as to why Duan Lingtian was able to remain calm. However, he did not think that Duan Lingtian would be able to cause any trouble after losing the celestial supreme treasure. In his opinion, right now, Duan Lingtian was like a fish on his chopping board, completely at his mercy. If that's the case, clan leader of the dragons, will you keep your promise and not attack the members of the Seven Absolutes sect after obtaining the celestial supreme treasure? Duan Lingtian suddenly opened his eyes and asked bluntly. The patriarch of the dragons could not help but be stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had never thought that Duan Lingtian would still think of a member of the Seven Absolute sect when he was on the brink of death. You don't have to worry about that, since you've handed over the celestial supreme treasure. I'll, naturally, keep my promise and won't attack anyone from the Seven Absolute sect, the patriarch of the dragons said. As soon as the patriarch of the dragons finished speaking, many of the dragons who were more upright could not help but heave a sigh of relief. They were really worried that the patriarch of the dragons would go back on his word and attack the members of the Seven Absolute sect after this. If that really happened, it would be difficult for them to accept it. After all, they did not want to believe that the patriarch of the dragons would go back on his word. Good, very good. As soon as the patriarch of the dragons finished speaking, a bright smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's calm face. Patriarch of the dragons, based on what you've said, after you die today, I won't touch any member of the dragon clan. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the entire place fell silent. This was because his words were too frightening. At the very least, to the members of the dragons, his words were too frightening. This Duan Lingtian, is he crazy? What kind of nonsense is he spouting? He even handed over the celestial supreme treasure. Does he really think he can kill our patriarch? Even if he didn't hand over the celestial supreme treasure, his strength is only on par with our patriarch. Now that he doesn't even have the celestial supreme treasure, he still dares to say such arrogant words? Is he crazy? I really don't know. Where does he get the courage to say such things at this point? When the members of the dragons regained their senses, they looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. They felt that Duan Lingtian must be dreaming. Ha. When the patriarch of the dragons regained his senses, he could not help but burst into laughter. After a long while, he finally stopped laughing. Duan Lingtian, I really don't know where you get the courage to say such things after you've lost the celestial supreme treasure. After I die, I'd like to see how you're going to kill me without the celestial supreme treasure. After the patriarch of the dragons stopped laughing, he looked at Duan Lingtian with disdain and mocked him. Without the celestial supreme treasure? When Duan Lingtian heard the patriarch of the dragons' words and faced the mocking gazes of the dragons, he smiled faintly. Then he raised his hand and a sword appeared in his hand. Once he infused his energy into it, it shot out streaks of sharp sword rays. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the sword glow swallowed and spat out, an incomparably sharp aura once again spread out. These streaks of aura were comparable to the aura of the celestial sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. This is, when they sensed the sharp aura, the members of the dragons were not the only ones whose expressions changed. Even the expression of the clan leader of the dragon tribe froze at this moment. Another celestial supreme treasure? The two great supreme elders of the dragons looked at each other and saw the shock and disbelief in each other's eyes. They did not expect this at all. After losing a celestial supreme treasure, Duan Lingtian actually managed to retrieve another celestial supreme treasure. Since when did celestial supreme treasures become so worthless? That's a celestial supreme treasure? I think so, right? Oh my god. How many celestial supreme treasures does Duan Lingtian have? Is this still a legendary celestial supreme treasure? Since when did celestial supreme treasures become so worthless? When they realized that the sword Duan Lingtian had taken out was also a celestial supreme treasure, the members of the dragons were dumbfounded. This was something that they had never dreamed of. I didn't expect Duan Lingtian to have a second celestial supreme treasure. At the same time, the Patriarch of the Dragons had also recovered from the shock of seeing Duan Lingtian take out a second celestial supreme sword. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was no hint of fear in his eyes. Instead, a hint of greed could be seen in his eyes as he said, "However, do you think you'll be able to kill me with another celestial supreme treasure? Don't forget, I have a celestial supreme treasure in my hands now. Earlier, when we fought to a draw, I was at a disadvantage because I didn't have a celestial supreme treasure. Now that I have a celestial supreme treasure as well, it won't be difficult for me to kill you." The Patriarch of the Dragons was full of confidence as he spoke. Today, Duan Lingtian is destined to give us, the dragons, a celestial supreme treasure, the Patriarch of the Dragons said. Hearing the Dragon Clan's clan leader's words, the eyes of the two supreme elders of the Dragon Clan lit up at the same time, and their breathing quickened. Chapter 2490. They did not doubt that the Patriarch of the Dragons would be able to snatch the second celestial supreme treasure from Duan Lingtian. It was just as the Patriarch of the Dragons had said. Now that he had a celestial supreme treasure as well, it would not be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, who also had a celestial supreme treasure. After all, the Patriarch of the Dragons was able to fight Duan Lingtian to a draw even without a celestial supreme treasure. Now that he had a celestial supreme treasure, he would definitely be able to defeat Duan Lingtian. Give the dragons a celestial supreme treasure? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the Patriarch of the Dragons' words. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he said, "Go ahead and try." "Of course, I'll try," the Patriarch of the Dragons shouted coldly. Then he activated the celestial sword in his hand and launched a thunderous attack at Duan Lingtian. He did not hold back at all. He wanted to kill Duan Lingtian with a single blow so that Duan Lingtian would not have a chance to turn the tables. The Patriarch of the Dragons was clearly an expert in using swords. When he attacked with the celestial sword, he integrated his techniques perfectly into it and unleashed an attack comparable to an ordinary golden celestial. The sword seemed capable of destroying everything in its path. Submission of 10,000 soldiers. However, in the face of the Patriarch of the Dragon's ferocious attack, Duan Lingtian, who had been waiting for a long time, condensed a sword formation above his head again. Immediately after, a mysterious aura spread out from the sword formation and swept in all directions. When the aura shrouded the Patriarch of the Dragons, he was shocked to discover that the celestial supreme treasure was no longer in his hand. The celestial sword in his hand was no longer under his control. In just a blink of an eye, the celestial sword injured his hand and flew toward the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. In just a blink of an eye, it became a part of the sword formation above Duan Lingtian's head. That was not all. The group of dragon clansmen who were carrying weapons seemed to be drawn out by an invisible force and merged with the sword formation hovering above Duan Lingtian's head, becoming a part of the sword formation. What's going on? This technique. What technique is this? How did he snatch my weapon? All of a sudden, those from the dragon clan who had their weapons stolen started to panic again. Patriarch's Lord's celestial supreme treasure as well? The Patriarch of the Dragons' Patriarch of the Dragons' Patriarch of the Patriarch of the Patriarch of the Dragons' Patriarch of the Patriarch. He Duan Dragon. S Patriarch and Duan Celestial Supreme Treasures right. Duan Celestial Supreme Treasure. A Duan Celestial Supreme Celestial Swords Treasure Celestial Supreme Treasure? Duan Heavens was Duan Dragons? Duan Dragon. It was the celestial sword that had just escaped his control. This is the technique sword Saint Feng Qingyang used to subdue 10,000 soldiers. As the Patriarch of the Dragons' Patriarch, he knew about the history from 100,000 years ago. He knew sword Saint Feng Qingyang had a technique that could subdue all the weapons in the area and make them submit to him. However, that technique can subdue a celestial supreme treasure? Although the Patriarch of the Dragons knew Feng Qingyang had such a technique, He did not know it could subdue a celestial supreme treasure. No wonder Duan Ling Tian was so cooperative when he handed the celestial supreme treasure to me. As it turns out, he had already anticipated this. He knew I wouldn't be able to use the celestial supreme treasure to attack him even if I obtained it. As the patriarch of the dragon's patriarch, he was naturally not a fool. He quickly figured this out. At this moment, the patriarch of the dragon's patriarch felt like he had nowhere to vent his anger. He had been fooled by Duan Lingtian, patriarch of the dragons. Take my sword formation again. Duan Lingtian's cold voice rang in the ears of the patriarch of the dragons. The patriarch of the dragon's patriarch was shocked. He hastily reverted to his true form and exerted all his strength to meet Duan Lingtian's sword formation head-on. Boom! 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 History repeated itself. However, this time, Duan Lingtian had two celestial supreme treasures in his sword formation. Although the strength of the two celestial supreme treasures could not be completely combined, the overall strength was still slightly stronger than before. For this reason, Duan Lingtian had managed to severely injure the patriarch of the dragons at the cost of minor injuries. Although Duan Lingtian managed to injure the patriarch of the dragon clan, the patriarch of the dragon clan was an 8-clawed golden dragon. His recovery ability was much stronger than Duan Lingtian. While Duan Lingtian was recovering from his injuries, the patriarch of the dragon's patriarch had also recovered from his injuries. Duan Lingtian, I have to admit that I won't be able to take you down today. The patriarch of the dragon's 10,000-meter-long body hovered in the air. He stared at Duan Lingtian with his huge eyes as he said in a thunderous voice, "However, it's impossible for you to kill me. I'll take a step back. As long as you hand over a celestial supreme treasure, the dragons and I will no longer be enemies with you and the Seven Absolutes sect. Otherwise, I'll definitely wreak havoc in the Seven Absolutes sect after you've ascended." Even at this moment, the patriarch of the dragons still coveted the celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hands. You should know that as an eminent celestial, you'll be forcefully pulled to the Devata realm by the celestial ascension force in a few years. As a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial who has just passed the 9th bodiless celestial tribulation less than 100 years ago, I can still stay in the mundane realm for more than 900 years. You'd better think about it carefully. The patriarch of the dragons did not forget to remind Duan Lingtian. The patriarch of the dragons would be able to stay in the mundane realm longer than Duan Lingtian. As long as you hand over a celestial supreme treasure, we'll be able to bury the hatchet between the Seven Absolutes sect and the dragons. The patriarch of the dragons said confidently, as though he had Duan Lingtian under his control. You're right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Indeed, it's impossible for me to kill you. If that's the case, you should hand over a celestial supreme treasure. It'll be best for both of us, the Seven Absolute sect and the dragons. The patriarch of the dragons said, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Duan Lingtian's calm expression changed abruptly as a sneer appeared on his face. "I only said it's impossible for me to kill you. However, I didn't say it's impossible for other people to kill you." Duan Lingtian said. "Other people?" The patriarch of the dragons was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then, he sneered and said, "Duan Lingtian, don't try to fool me. Currently, in the mundane realm, unless you can find a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to join forces with you, nobody can kill me." Devil clans? 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? Duan Lingtian cocked an eyebrow in surprise when he heard the patriarch of the dragons' words. The devil clans have a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial as well? Isn't it said that 9-tribulation bodiless celestials don't appear in every era in the Saint Province realm and the land of exile? Why is there a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm? Why is there a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clan? Duan Lingtian was shocked. There's a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans? At the same time, the members of the dragon clan who were present were also shocked when they heard the words of their clan leader. After all, they had just learned that there were 9-tribulation bodiless celestials in the devil clans. No wonder Lord Patriarch didn't manage to defeat the devil clans even though he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. As it turns out, there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans as well. I really didn't expect this. If Lord Patriarch joins forces with the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect, it's not impossible for them to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. The members of the dragons discussed among themselves. They felt the Patriarch of the Dragon Clan should not fight with Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute Sect. Instead, they should work together to defeat the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. If you join forces with that fellow to kill me, Duan Lingtian and the 7 Absolute Sect will be condemned for eternity in this mundane realm. The Patriarch of the Dragons sneered as he looked at Duan Lingtian. It was as though he was certain Duan Lingtian would not join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to kill him. Perhaps, Duan Lingtian would join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to annihilate the dragon's clan. However, after he died, the minor-major mirror image talisman on him would immediately shatter. At the same time, the mirror image would be transmitted to the corresponding mirror image talisman and displayed to the owner of the mirror image talisman. The owner of the mirror image talisman was none other than the Patriarch of the Phoenix clan. In other words, if Duan Lingtian joined forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to kill him, he would be condemned for eternity. Sect leader Duan. At this moment, one of the supreme elders of the Dragon's clan stepped forward and said to Duan Lingtian, "Our Patriarch is the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the upper province. If you give our Patriarch a celestial supreme treasure, not only will it resolve the enmity between you and our Patriarch, but it'll also give you a chance to join forces with our Patriarch to kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and defeat the devil clans. Why don't you do it?" The supreme elder of the Dragon's clan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian in a friendly manner. That's right. The other supreme elder of the Dragon's clan stepped forward and said, "Sect leader Duan, if you join forces with our Patriarch, you'll definitely be able to defeat the devil clans. From today onward, your name will go down in history along with our Patriarch. This is a great thing for you. All you have to do is give us a celestial supreme treasure." The 2 supreme elders of the Dragon's clan tried to persuade Duan Lingtian. "Humph!" Duan Lingtian scoffed disdainfully. "Naturally, I'll kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans and defeat the devil clans. However, there's no need for me to join forces with your Patriarch. I don't need to join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans to kill you." Chapter 2491. I'd like to see how you're going to kill me without the help of a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Patriarch of the Dragons felt he had been underestimated and insulted. He could not help but laugh out loud. "I'm afraid you won't be able to kill me with the techniques you've used earlier." Most of the people from the Dragons shook their heads when they heard Duan Lingtian's words. Does Duan Lingtian really think our Patriarch is a pushover? Even if our Patriarch doesn't have a celestial supreme treasure, he's still a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. How can an eminent celestial like him kill him? Based on the situation earlier, it's obvious Duan Lingtian has used his full strength. However, he's only evenly matched with our Patriarch. With his strength, it's impossible for him to kill our Patriarch if he doesn't join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it's obvious he doesn't intend to join forces with the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans. However, why is he so confident that he can kill Lord Patriarch? The people from the Dragons were stunned by Duan Lingtian's confidence. After all, based on Duan Lingtian's strength, it was impossible for him to kill the Patriarch of the Dragons. However, they were confused by Duan Lingtian's confidence. The Patriarch of the Dragons looked at Duan Lingtian with a disdainful expression on his face. "Ker." Duan Lingtian suddenly raised his head and looked at the sky. It was as though there was something behind the clouds. "Ker?" The people from the dragons were stunned by Duan Lingtian's gentle call. Someone's there? Immediately afterward, they also raised their heads and looked in the direction of Duan Lingtian's gaze. Their divine senses also whizzed out immediately. However, he didn't find anything. There's no one? Is there really someone there? Why didn't I notice? That Duan Lingtian is deliberately mystifying things, right? Many of the dragons thought that Duan Lingtian was deliberately mystifying things. Who are you? The leader of the dragons vaguely sensed that there was a person standing behind the clouds. After Duan Lingtian finished speaking, that person made a move and dove down. Is there really someone? All the dragons present, including the two supreme elders, couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts when they heard the chief's words. Then he stared at the clouds in the sky, trying to see if there was really someone behind the clouds. Whoosh! Under everyone's watchful eyes, the clouds that they were staring at suddenly dispersed. Then, there was a flash in front of their eyes. Before they could react, they saw another figure. They didn't know when, but a slim figure had appeared next to Duan Lingtian. It was obvious that it was a woman. Who is she? She's so fast. The expressions of the two Dragon Clan Grand Elders changed the moment their gazes landed on the woman. This was because the woman was too fast. They didn't know how the woman appeared. They didn't even see any trace of the woman's figure when she appeared next to Duan Lingtian. This meant that the woman's speed was beyond the range of what they could see with their naked eyes. Naturally, they knew very well what this meant. Even when Lord Clan Leader moved, we were still able to catch some traces of Lord Clan Leader's movements. However, how did this woman appear there? I didn't even notice her at all. The same goes for me. The two supreme elders of the dragon's expression was one of shock after they spoke through voice transmission. In that case, there are only two possibilities. The first possibility is that this woman is stronger than a 9 bodiless celestial. The second possibility is that this woman appeared so suddenly that we didn't notice her. That's true. I hope it's the latter. If it's the former, it'd be unbelievable. Even if it's the latter, she's definitely not weak. As the two Dragon Clan Grand Elders continued to communicate via voice transmission, they looked at the woman standing beside the purple-robed young man again, and their eyes were filled with wariness. Who's she? At the same time, the group of people from the dragon's eyes shifted to the woman who suddenly appeared next to Duan Lingtian. The peerless face of the woman that could be said to be devastatingly beautiful caused their eyes to light up. Her graceful figure even caused their eyes to be filled with extraordinary splendor. However, most of the people from the dragons had a solemn expression on their faces. This was because they did not see how the woman appeared. Who's this woman? She's so fast. I'm a 5 bodiless celestial, but I didn't see how she appeared. However, I'm certain she came from the sky. She's the cur that Duan Lingtian mentioned. Duan Lingtian was so confident he could kill Lord Patriarch. Moreover, he said there was no need for him to join forces with the 9 bodiless celestial from the devil clans. Could it be that his confidence came from this woman? Could it be that this woman is also a 9 bodiless celestial? The people from the Dragon Clan whispered among themselves as they looked at the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian with a hint of dread in their eyes. Many of them speculated. This woman was most likely a 9 bodiless celestial. Otherwise, why would Duan Lingtian be so confident earlier? Who are you? The patriarch of the dragon's eyes was filled with fear as he looked at the woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. Although his divine sense had detected the existence of the woman in front of him, the feedback given to him by his divine sense allowed him to clearly sense that this woman was not simple. In particular, when the woman descended from the sky and appeared in front of Duan Lingtian in a flash, her speed was so fast that even he could only vaguely catch a glimpse of her afterimage. This meant the woman was not weak at all. She was even faster than him. He was certain the woman was not weak at all. She was most likely a 9 bodiless celestial like him. As for why her speed was so fast, it must be because she had obtained a movement celestial supreme treasure that could increase her speed. However, the patriarch of the dragon's question was met with silence. The woman who appeared next to Duan Lingtian was none other than Duan Lingtian's wife, Kerr. When Duan Lingtian tossed the celestial sword in his hand to the patriarch of the dragons as though it was a piece of trash, he had already contacted his wife, Kerr, who was far away in the northern region, through a communication jade token. This was because it was very difficult for him to kill the dragon's clan leader with his own strength. It did not cross his mind that the leader of the dragons would be a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Even when he found out that the leader of the dragon's clan was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he did not intend to make an enemy out of the dragon's clan. That was because he had already taken his revenge and done what he had to do. As long as the dragons did not make him and the 7 absolutes sect their enemy in the future, he could let bygones be bygones. However, what he did not expect was that the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader was determined to kill him to avenge Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragon's clan. Moreover, the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader coveted the celestial sword in his hand and wanted to kill him to take it away. However, that was not all. What Duan Lingtian could not accept was the fact that the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader had attacked him. When the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader realized it was impossible for him to take the celestial sword away, the patriarch of the dragon's clan had threatened him. If he did not hand over the celestial sword, he would annihilate the entire 7 Absolutes sect after he ascended to the Devata realm. At that time, Duan Lingtian had already sentenced the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader to death. For this reason, he had decided to ask Kerr to come and inform Kerr about it. Then, he handed the celestial sword to the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader. He wanted to see what would happen if the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader did not return. Would the clan leader of the dragons go back on his word after obtaining the immortal supreme treasure and say that he would annihilate the 7 invincible sect? If the clan leader of the dragons went back on his word, he wouldn't mind wiping out the entire clan of the dragons after the death of the clan leader. The chief of the dragons would never have dreamed that Duan Lingtian cooperated and gave him an immortal sword, not to tease him, but to test his integrity. If he didn't keep his word, all the dragons would be buried with him. Brother Tian, are we just going to kill him alone? After Kerr appeared, she glanced at the patriarch of the dragon clan before she looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to her. Her emotionless eyes were filled with gentleness at this moment. At this moment, in Kerr's eyes, it was as if Duan Lingtian was the only person left in the world. At least he kept his word. After I gave him the celestial sword, he promised not to harm the members of the 7 Absolute sect. So, it's enough to kill him alone. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, Duan Lingtian looked at the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader and said calmly, "You should be thankful that you didn't go back on your word, otherwise not only would you die today, but all the dragons would be buried with you." Duan Lingtian's words revealed something. Earlier, he cooperated and gave the celestial sword to the patriarch of the dragon's clan leader not to tease him, but to test if he would keep his word. This Duan Lingtian, he didn't cooperate and give the celestial supreme treasure to the patriarch because he thinks he has the ability to take it back. I originally thought that Duan Lingtian did that to tease the patriarch. However, after hearing what he said, it seems like he was testing the patriarch's integrity. From the beginning, he was certain that the patriarch would die today. Chapter 2492. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the expression of the patriarch of the dragons changed drastically. If he had heard Duan Lingtian's words before the appearance of the woman next to Duan Lingtian, he would not have believed Duan Lingtian's words. In fact, he might have even mocked Duan Lingtian. However, now that he knew the woman next to Duan Lingtian was most likely a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, he was certain Duan Lingtian was telling the truth. "Sir, I don't know you, and there's no enmity between us. I hope you won't interfere in the matter between me and Duan Lingtian," the patriarch of the dragons said politely as he looked at Kerr, who was standing next to Duan Lingtian. However, Kerr ignored the patriarch of the dragons again. Upon seeing this, the patriarch of the dragons' expression darkened slightly. However, he did not lose his temper. After all, he knew the woman was not weak at all. Apart from being a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, she also possessed a movement celestial supreme treasure that could raise her speed to the level of a golden celestial in the Devata realms. This, based on Lord Patriarch's words, it seems like this woman is a threat to him? It seems like Lord Patriarch is wary of this woman joining forces with Duan Lingtian. This woman is most likely a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial as well. Otherwise, Lord Patriarch wouldn't be so wary of her. The members of the dragons could not help but whisper among themselves when they heard the Patriarch's words to the woman next to Duan Lingtian. Initially, they were skeptical when they heard Duan Lingtian's words to test the sincerity of their Patriarch. However, after seeing their Patriarch's reaction, they began to suspect something. What Duan Lingtian said was most likely true. If Duan Lingtian and this woman can really kill the clan leader together, then once they make a move on us dragons, we dragons will definitely be annihilated. Today, if Duan Lingtian and this woman had joined forces to kill Lord Clan Leader and not attack us dragons, we would be thankful that Lord Clan Leader did not go back on his words. After obtaining the immortal supreme treasure, he still said that he would deal with the 7 Absolutes sect. Indeed, many of the dragons whispered to each other again and brought up this matter. Some people were already secretly rejoicing in their hearts. Although they didn't know if Duan Lingtian and the woman beside him could kill the clan leader of the dragons. However, at the very least, when the clan leader of the dragons was tested by Duan Lingtian, he did not leave any hidden danger for them to annihilate their clan. At this moment, even the 2 grand supreme elders of the dragons could not help but rejoice in their hearts. Clan leader of the dragons, do you know? Who is she to me? When Duan Lingtian heard the words of the clan leader of the dragons to Kerr, he could not help but look at the clan leader of the dragons with narrowed eyes. When the clan leader of the dragons heard Duan Lingtian's words, he finally noticed that the woman whom he feared the most. When Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Lingtian, her expression was as gentle as water. It was as though she was looking at her ideal husband. For a moment, the clan leader of the dragon's expression changed. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. She's my wife. At this moment, Duan Lingtian spoke again, revealing his relationship with Kerr, who was standing next to him. The members of the dragon clan shifted their gazes back and forth between Duan Lingtian and Kerr before Duan Lingtian spoke again. Boom! Duan Lingtian's words were like a bolt from the blue to the members of the dragon clan, including the patriarch of the dragon clan. They were stunned for a long time before they regained their senses. Duan Lingtian said, "Duan Lingtian, you're right." The beautiful woman next to him, who seemed to be a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, was his wife. Just as the group of dragon clan members were still in a daze, and before they could recover from their shock, a voice rang out. Whoosh! Kerr, who was originally standing next to Duan Lingtian, moved to the space between Duan Lingtian and the clan leader of the dragons in just a blink of an eye. She stood between Duan Lingtian and the clan leader of the dragons. Currently, she was staring coldly at the clan leader of the dragons. Moreover, she lifted her right hand slightly at this moment. Her jade-like slender hand slowly stretched out from under her sleeve. In an instant, her beautiful and alluring hand was clearly reflected in the eyes of everyone present. Whoosh! 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 As soon as Kerr raised her hand, the sound of wind whistling in the air rang in the air, causing the space around her to tremble. The surrounding space shook violently, and countless ferocious and terrifying spatial cracks appeared. They were densely packed together. Kerr, who was standing in the middle of the cracks, remained motionless. She was not affected at all. No. The clan leader of the dragons, who had just regained his senses, seemed to have sensed something, and his expression changed drastically. His originally dignified face also flushed red at this moment, and he was so anxious that his eyeballs were darting around. However, his body remained motionless as though he was a statue. Naturally, it was not because he did not want to move. It was because he discovered he could not move at all. It was as though his body was filled with lead. At this moment, The clan leader of the dragons felt his huge body was bound by an invisible force. No matter how hard he tried, he could not move at all. He could only watch helplessly as the woman not far away stretched out her right hand and slowly clenched it together at this moment. The peerlessly beautiful woman in front of him was like the god of death in his eyes. She brought him endless fear. Although he had reverted to his true form, the 8-clawed golden dragon, he still could not break free from the invisible force that bound him. Why, you're a celestial from a Devata realm. Soon after, the clan leader of the dragon's eyes widened as though he had just recalled something. Then he opened his mouth and shouted, completely losing his dignity as the clan leader of the dragons. It was to the extent that his body, which was more than 10,000 meters long, was like a bag of skin that was pleasing to the eye but useless to the eye. A celestial? Upon hearing the clan leader of the dragon's words and sensing the fear in his voice, the dragons present on the scene could not help but tremble in fear. When they looked at Kerr again, their eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. If they did not see it with their own eyes, they would not have believed it. Their clan leader of the dragons, who had reverted to his true form, was in such a passive position in front of a terrifyingly young woman. A celestial? Lord Clan Leader said she's a celestial? Isn't a celestial from a Devata realm? Why would she be here? Just as the group of people from the Dragon Clan heard the Dragon Clan's clan leaders yelling, they were confused and puzzled. Kerr extended her right hand and clenched it into a fist. Boom! 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 An earth-shattering boom suddenly rang out in the space around the Dragon Patriarch's body, causing the entire area to tremble violently. The entire Dragon Clan's territory quaked and swayed. Following that, under everyone's watchful eyes, a huge palm appeared around the clan leader of the dragons. The palm was extremely slender. Upon closer inspection, one could see that it was similar to the clan leader of the dragons. The shape of this palm was almost exactly the same as Kerr's palm, but the difference in size was like heaven and earth. The palm that appeared out of thin air around the clan leader of the dragons was tens of thousands of meters long. As soon as it appeared, it covered the sky. The people from the dragons were so shocked that they could not regain their senses for a long time. Even Duan Lingtian was shocked by this scene. What is Kerr doing? Also, what form this palm seems to be? That rift in space. At the same time, the sharp-eyed Duan Lingtian noticed something else. The palm that appeared around the dragon's patriarch's huge body was tens of thousands of meters long. It was completely formed by the void cracks. The moment the hand appeared, it began to close again, causing half of the sky to seem to have paused. No. Following that, Duan Lingtian heard the heart-wrenching roar of the dragon's clan leader. But before that, he had already seen. When the palm, which was completely formed by the cracks in the void, closed into a fist, it had already squeezed the dragon's clan leader's huge body in its hand and crushed it to death. In that instant, the aura of the Dragon Clan's clan chief vanished like smoke. The clan leader of the Dragon Clan had fallen just like that, his body and Tao vanishing. In front of the slender palm that was tens of thousands of meters long, the body of the dragon's clan leader, an 8-clawed golden dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long, was like a slightly larger earthworm. The palm easily crushed it to death. Now, it was not just Duan Lingtian. Even the people of the dragons present only heard the roar of the dragon's clan leader before it died after seeing the dragon's clan leader being crushed to death. And the reason why this happened was because the speed of light was much faster than the speed of sound. Silence. The scene was dead silent. No one made a sound for a long time. Even Duan Lingtian was completely stunned at this moment. Although he knew that Kerr had the ability to easily kill the dragon's clan leader, he did not expect that Kerr would use such a method to crush the body of the dragon's clan leader that was more than 10,000 meters long. This is too exaggerated. The two supreme elders of the dragon tribe secretly inhaled a breath of cold air. After recovering from their shock, they looked at each other and saw the incomparable horror in each other's eyes for a moment. Chapter 2493. After the two supreme elders regained their senses, the members of the dragon clan began to regain their senses as well. Gasp! 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 After they regained their senses, they couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. At this moment, they witnessed the scene with their own eyes. After being crushed to death by the gigantic hand, the dragon clan leader's body, which was more than 10,000 meters long, disappeared along with the hand. They knew very well that not only had their patriarch been killed, but there was not even a trace of him left behind in this world. The scene before them caused them to suck in a breath of cold air, and at the same time it also caused them to tremble in fear. Their patriarch was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength was even stronger than ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Even so, the leader of the dragon clan was still dead. He was killed by a terrifyingly young woman. Is she really a celestial from a Devata realm, as Lord Patriarch said? One of the supreme elders from the dragon clan looked at the beautiful figure hovering in the air with a hint of fear on his face. Apart from a celestial from a Devata realm, who else in the mundane realm can kill our patriarch so easily? The other supreme elder of the dragon clan could not help but smile bitterly when he heard the words of the supreme elder of the dragon clan. From the beginning until the end, she didn't even use any celestial supreme treasures. She just casually crushed the clan leader with her bare hands. She had crushed his patriarch to death. If the two supreme elders from the dragon clan did not see it with their own eyes, they would never have imagined that their patriarch would be able to kill their patriarch. The clan leader of the dragon clan, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, was killed by someone with just a wave of his hand. How could a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial be killed so easily in the mundane realm? Who would believe this if they heard about it? However, now that the truth was laid out before their eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. Is she really Duan Lingtian's wife? Duan Lingtian's wife is so powerful that she defies the natural order? His wife is a celestial from a Devata realm? In that case, the reason why he is so strong is most likely because of his wife. Isn't that obvious? When the gazes of the dragon clan members landed on Ku-Er once again, their eyes were filled with fear and dread. When they recalled the words of the dragon's patriarch before his death, they unanimously agreed. Duan Lingtian's wife was a celestial from a Devata realm. Moreover, he was a powerful immortal who was even stronger than a 9 tribulation loose immortal and could easily kill a 9 tribulation loose immortal. At the same time, they also guessed the reason Duan Lingtian was so strong was most likely not only because of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, but also because of his wife. Kerr merely raised her hand and made a grabbing motion in the air, killing the patriarch of the dragon's patriarch, a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian was so shocked that he only regained his senses after a long time. However, Ku-Er, who was directly involved in this matter, had a calm expression on her face. It was as though killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was nothing to her. Brother Tian. Soon after, Kerr's calm gaze swept across the group of people from the dragon tribe. All the members of the dragon clan who were targeted by Kerr changed their expressions as they trembled in fear. Didn't Duan Lingtian say he won't kill the dragons? According to Duan Lingtian's words, as long as our patriarch doesn't go back on his word, he won't kill the dragons. He won't go back on his word, right? Duan Lingtian won't take advantage of this opportunity to kill the dragons, right? At this moment, the dragon's patriarch, including the two supreme dragons, were in a state of panic. They were afraid Duan Lingtian and his wife would kill the dragon's patriarch. Not to mention Duan Lingtian and his wife attacking together. Even if it was just Duan Lingtian's wife, it would be easy for her to kill the dragons. After all, after the death of their patriarch, the strongest people among the dragon's patriarch were the two supreme elders and 2 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. It would be easier for a person who could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to kill the dragons than to kill an ant. At this moment, the dragon's patriarch looked at Duan Lingtian anxiously. They were worried that Duan Lingtian would go back on his word. They could see that Duan Lingtian's wife was not an ordinary person. It was obvious Duan Ling Tian's wife obeyed Duan Ling Tian's orders. If Duan Ling Tian said he wanted to annihilate the dragon clan, she would not show any mercy. If I can have a wife like her, I'll be content even if I can only live for a year or so. What ability does Duan Ling Tian possess to be able to find such a wife? A celestial wife. Duan Ling Tian found a real celestial wife. While the dragon's patriarch were worried that Duan Ling Tian would go back on his word, most of the male dragons could not help but envy Duan Ling Tian for having such a powerful and obedient wife. They felt that Duan Ling Tian's luck was heaven-defying. Ignore them. They won't be able to cause any trouble. Upon hearing Ker's words, Duan Ling Tian, naturally, knew Ker was asking him if he wanted to kill the dragon's patriarch. Let's go back. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he and his wife disappeared from the sight of the dragon's patriarch. In just a blink of an eye, they had left the dragon's patriarch's residence and the 100,000 mountains. Only the group of dragon clan members were left standing there in a daze, unable to come to their senses for a long time. When they came back to their senses, they let out a sigh of relief at the same time. Most of them realized that the clothes on their backs had been soaked in cold sweat at some point in time. Duan Ling Tian is too terrifying. His wife is even more terrifying. With Duan Ling Tian and his wife around, no one will dare to say a word about the 7 Absolutes sect in our mundane realm. When the members of the Dragon's Patriarch thought about how powerful Duan Ling Tian and his wife were, they shuddered in fear. No wonder Duan Ling Tian said he could kill the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial and drive the devil clans back to the land of exile even without joining forces with Lord Patriarch. As it turns out, he's really capable of doing so. He doesn't even have to do it himself. His wife only has to do it, and the devil clans will have no choice but to return to the land of exile. After witnessing the strength of Duan Ling Tian's wife, the members of the Dragon's Patriarch realized something. The good days of the devil clans had come to an end. The 7 Absolute sect is going to rise to prominence. Many of the members of the Dragon's Patriarch said enviously. Duan Ling Tian was the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect. Naturally, his wife was considered a member of the 7 Absolute sect as well. If Duan Ling Tian and his wife managed to drive the devil clans back to the land of exile and annihilate the devil clans, they would become the saviors of the Saint Province realm and would be revered by the people in the Saint Province realm. At the same time, the 7 Absolute sect would rise in status and become a transcendent force in the Saint Province realm. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of the members of the Dragon's Patriarch's thoughts. Currently, he was making his way to the northern region with Ku'er. They were preparing to return to the nameless snow-capped mountain where the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate was located. Ker, it seems like your strength has improved again? On the way, Duan Ling Tian looked at Ku'er and couldn't help but ask. Yes. Ker nodded slightly. I've improved a little during this time. Upon hearing Ker's confirmation, Duan Ling Tian realized he was right. The method Ker used to kill the patriarch of the Dragon's Patriarch was much stronger than the method she used to kill the 2-9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Are there any side effects? Duan Ling Tian asked with a solemn expression on his face. What he was most worried about was this. While Ku'er was improving her strength, there would be some kind of sequela left on her body. The loss outweighed the gain. No. Hearing Duan Ling Tian's words of concern, Ku'er lightly shook her head and smiled sweetly, as gentle as water. That's good. Duan Ling Tian heaved a sigh of relief. After we return, let's make a trip to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land to investigate the whereabouts of father and mother. After we find them, we'll make a move and send the devil clans back to where they came from. Duan Ling Tian looked at Ku'er and spoke of the plan in his heart. I'll listen to you, brother Tian, Ker said with a smile. Duan Ling Tian's face instantly bloomed into a brilliant smile as he extended his hand to gently stroke Ku'er's beautiful hair. His eyes were filled with tenderness. With a wife like this, what more could he ask for? With Duan Ling Tian and Ker's speed, it did not take long for them to return to the northern region and the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate. Both of them returned to the nameless snowy peak and stayed there for a few days to prepare to head to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Brother Tian, little black, little white, and little gold will be fine, right? Before they set off, Kerr could not help but think about the three little fellows who were still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. She looked at Duan Lingtian worriedly. When they were still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Kerr had learned from her sister that the three little fellows had entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone as well. However, even after some time had passed, the three little fellows were still nowhere to be seen. For this reason, she could not help but feel worried. Don't worry. Although Duan Lingtian was also worried about the safety of the three little fellows, he could not help but comfort his wife when he saw how worried she was. Didn't you hear them say that little black, little white, and little gold strength is much stronger than before? Chapter 2494. With their quick wits and their extraordinary cultivation base, I'm sure they'll be fine. Who knows, they might have already left the Beyond Heaven secret zone by the time we return from the lower province. At that time, I'm afraid we'll have found father and mother in the lower province. Duan Lingtian patted his wife's back and comforted her with a smile on his face. Although Duan Lingtian comforted his wife, a hint of worry could be seen in the depths of his eyes. In fact, he was also worried about the safety of the three little fellows. Although the three little fellows were not weak, there were many powerhouses in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. There were even many 7 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although the three little fellows were comparable to ordinary bodiless celestials, it would be difficult for them to fight against those powerful bodiless celestials. Yes, Kerr did not know Duan Lingtian's words were insincere. After listening to Duan Lingtian's words, she was no longer as worried as before. Duan Lingtian had achieved his goal. This time, Duan Lingtian and Kerr were the only ones returning to the lower province of the Tao Martial Saint Land. Even Feng Tianwu was not tagging along. Feng Tianwu had been in closed-door cultivation recently. Due to this reason, Duan Lingtian did not bring her along when they returned to the lower province. He was afraid it would affect her cultivation. When Duan Lingtian and Kerr were leaving the upper province of the Tao Martial Saint Land, the dragon's residence in the 10,000 mountains of the eastern province was not peaceful. Although the 2 supreme elders of the dragons had ordered the members of the dragons present on the scene not to spread the news about what had happened a few days ago, the news was leaked. However, in the end, the matter was still leaked out, causing the entire dragon tribe to be shaken. It was as if an earth-shattering earthquake had occurred. Everyone in the dragons knew about Duan Lingtian's appearance in the dragon's residence that day. They also knew that Duan Lingtian was here. Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, had personally gone to meet Duan Lingtian. However, the people who didn't join in the fun didn't know what happened in the end. Now, as the news spread, everything that happened that day was completely revealed in front of every member of the dragon tribe. At the same time, it also shocked all the members of the dragon clan who didn't know about this before. Elder Di Huan was killed by Duan Lingtian? Heavens! Duan Lingtian is capable of killing Elder Di Huan? Elder Di Huan is a powerful 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial was easily killed by Duan Lingtian. His strength must be comparable to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, right? Duan Lingtian is just an eminent celestial, but he's so heaven-defying. How can such a monster appear in the mundane realm? When the news of Di Huan being killed by Duan Lingtian spread to the dragons were shocked. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. They did not expect Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolute sect, to be so powerful. No wonder Duan Lingtian dared to barge into the dragons and demanded that we hand over Elder Di Huan. As it turns out, he's so powerful. Although he's powerful, he's still arrogant when he threatened to annihilate the dragons if we don't hand over Elder Di Huan. Right? This was the reaction of the members of the dragon clan who did not know what was going to happen later. Although they knew Duan Lingtian had killed Di Huan, the supreme elder of the dragons, and his strength was not inferior to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, they did not think Duan Lingtian was strong enough to annihilate the dragons. After Elder Di Huan's death, Duan Lingtian was preparing to leave as well. At that critical moment, Lord Patriarch showed up. The eyes of the people from the dragons brightened when they learned that Lord Patriarch had shown up after Di Huan's death. Lord Patriarch is the strongest person in the dragons. He's at least an 8th tribulation bodiless celestial. What happened after Lord Patriarch showed up? The people from the dragons who were unaware of what had happened were curious about what had happened. The truth from that day was gradually revealed before their eyes, and it caused all of them to be dumbstruck like wooden chickens and be constantly lost in thought. Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial? Since Lord Patriarch is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, wouldn't it be easy for him to kill Duan Lingtian to avenge Elder Di Huan? You're wrong. I was there at that time and I thought so as well. However, the final outcome was beyond my expectations. Duan Lingtian's strength is not inferior to Lord Patriarch. Duan Lingtian's strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, he even knows a technique to snatch celestial supreme treasures. Since they're evenly matched, what happened in the end? Since Lord Patriarch can't do anything to Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian can't do anything to Lord Patriarch as well, right? You're thinking too much. In the end, Duan Lingtian's wife showed up. Duan Lingtian's wife? What kind of storm can a woman stir up? What happened that day quickly spread throughout the entire dragon clan through the mouths of those who were present at the time, and it also introduced the dragon clan to a woman. She was Duan Lingtian's wife. Duan Lingtian's wife just casually raised her hand and killed Lord Patriarch, who had transformed into an 8-clawed golden dragon that was more than 10,000 meters long? Is this true? Why do I feel like I'm listening to the heavenly book? Lord Patriarch. That's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. How could he be killed by a woman? Moreover, he didn't even have the strength to fight back when he was killed by a woman. When the dragons learned about Duan Lingtian's wife's terrifying strength, the people in the dragon city fell silent. Before Lord Patriarch died, he said Duan Lingtian's wife is a celestial from a Devata realm. I'm afraid only a celestial from a Devata realm would have such strength. After news of what happened a few days ago spread in the Dragon City's estate, it quickly spread to the Dragon's estate and the 100,000 mountains. The news spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land at an extremely fast speed. The Patriarch of the Dragons is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were shocked when they found out the Patriarch of the Dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. After the initial shock, they were pleasantly surprised. We have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial here. It's only a matter of time before we defeat the devil clans and send them back to the land of exile. Many people were filled with confidence when they found out there was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It was as though they could already see the scene of the devil clans being chased back to the land of exile. However, the news that spread next caused them to be dumbfounded. The Patriarch of the Dragons is dead? Moreover, he was killed by someone? The people from the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land had just learned that they had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial when they heard this news. For a moment, they were all scared silly and stunned. That's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Who's capable of killing him? Moreover, he was killed by someone. As time passed, the people in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land quickly learned about the matter. While they were learning about the ins and outs of the matter, a statement was released from the Dragon Clan's encampment. From today onward, the dragons will no longer be enemies with the 7 Absolutes sect. As soon as the announcement was made, those who did not believe the news about the death of the Dragon Clan's clan leader had no choice but to believe that the rumors were not groundless. They were certain the news was true. Heavens, that 7 Absolute sect is really amazing when they don't do anything. For the past few years, there was no news from the 7 Absolutes sect at all. I thought the members of the 7 Absolutes sect had turned into cowards. I didn't expect the 7 Absolutes sect to appear again after a few years and do such a shocking thing. Initially, I thought it was shocking enough that the current sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect, Duan Ling Tian, is as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. I didn't expect his wife to be even more terrifying. She can kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand. The current 7 Absolutes sect seems to be even more monstrous and heaven-defying compared to the 7 Absolutes sect from 100,000 years ago, when Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was still alive. The 7 Absolutes sect is really heaven-defying. Not long after, the news of Duan Ling Tian's arrival in the Dragon Clan and how his wife, Ker, casually killed the clan leader of the Dragon Clan spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. It shocked the entire upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. When the news spread to the snow-capped peak where the 7 Absolute sect's temporary estate was located, Nangong and Nangong Wuk, who had not been in closed-door cultivation, were shocked. Her strength is so terrifying. Nangong and Nangong Wuk were shocked when they thought about the gentlewoman by Duan Lingtian's side. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. Duan Ling Tian's wife actually possessed such a powerful, terrifying, and heaven-defying strength. Nangong Wuk and Nangong Wuk were shocked because of this. Ever since they had reunited with Duan Ling Tian and the others in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, no one had told them about Duan Ling Tian's wife, Ker's strength. Therefore, when they found out about Ku Er's actions in the Dragon Clan's encampment, they were shocked to the point of being dumbfounded. There's actually someone among the humans who can kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of her hand? When the news spread in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, it naturally reached the ears of the Devil Clans as well. The entire Devil Clans were shocked. Chapter 2495. The fact that the Devil Clans occupied half of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land was enough to prove how powerful they were. There was no lack of bodiless celestials in the Devil Clans. When the Devil Clans invaded the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, most of these bodiless celestials stayed in the land of exile and did not follow the Devil Clans to the WCI subterranean. Later on, when some bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans left the land of exile and entered the WCI subterranean, more and more bodiless celestials followed them to the WCI subterranean. Those bodiless celestials who belonged to forces also returned to their own forces. Compared to the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans, the Devil Clans Duan Ling Tian had encountered in the human Devil Saint City in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were just ordinary devils. Now that all the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans had appeared, the bodiless celestials were in charge of the Devil Clans. Moreover, with the appearance of the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans, the number of conflicts between the Devil Clans had decreased. Instead, the Devil Clans had joined forces to deal with the people from the Dao Martial Saint Land. For this reason, it was not an exaggeration to say that the Devil Clans were united. In the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the northern and southern regions that were occupied by the Devil Clans were not divided into territories like the Devil Clans in the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Everywhere one went, one could see various Devil Clans. Moreover, these Devil Clans were living peacefully with each other. There's someone among the humans who can kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial with just a wave of his hand? The patriarch of the dragons was killed by the wife of Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the 7 Absolutes sect. When this news spread to the northern and southern regions of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, the Devil Clans were shocked. Many of the demons were scared out of their wits. There's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm? In the exiled realm, it takes a few eras for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to appear, but there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm now. The patriarch of the dragons is a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. When they heard that the leader of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, many of them were shocked. They did not expect a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial to exist in this era. Moreover, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial was in the Saint Province realm. Because of this, many of the demon clan members couldn't help but tremble in fear. However, they soon learned something else. In this era, the Devil Clans also had a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. According to the news from the dragons, the leader of the dragons said that unless Duan Ling Tian, the sect leader of the seven absolute sect, joined forces with a nine-tribulation bodiless celestial from the Devil clan, it would be impossible to kill him. Based on your words, it's obvious the Devil clans have 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in this era as well. I was wondering why the clan leader of the dragons didn't send us back to the exiled realm since he's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. I didn't expect there's a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the Devil clans as well. Based on the news from the dragons, the members of the Devil clans realized that there was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the exiled realm. The members of the Devil clans also had 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. They could not help but feel excited. However, it did not take long before they recalled something. It was as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over their heads. Although Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, is only an eminent celestial, his strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In other words, there are 2 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Saint Province realm. The members of the Devil clans were shocked when they learned that Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, was as strong as a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. They did not expect the young sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect to be so strong. After they had invaded the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, they had more or less heard about the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. However, ever since they had invaded the upper province, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect had disappeared completely. Initially, they thought something must have happened to the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. Who would have thought, after a few years, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect had reappeared. Moreover, his strength was even stronger than before. Initially, Duan Lingtian, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, was only suspected to be a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, now, his strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. It's said that a heaven-defying genius appeared in the Saint Province realm 100,000 years ago. He was only an eminent celestial, but he was strong enough to kill 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fight against 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. That heaven-defying genius was known as the Sword Saint in the Saint Province realm. It said that the Sword Saint Feng Qingyang was the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect at that time. The current sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect, Duan Lingtian, is also his successor. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial when he was only an eminent celestial. That was why the Devil clans knew about him. If he was just an ordinary 6 tribulation bodiless celestial, no one would pay any attention to him. The most terrifying thing is Duan Lingtian's wife, the sect leader of the Seven Absolute Sect. If the news is true, his wife's strength is much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Since she could kill a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial so easily, his wife's strength must be much stronger than a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Of course, that's only if the news is true. It doesn't matter if you believe it or not. I don't believe there's such a person among the humans. I don't believe it as well. When the Devil clans heard that Duan Lingtian's wife, Kerr, had easily killed the patriarch of the dragons who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, most of them refused to believe it. They thought it was fake news spread by the humans. As for the purpose of spreading fake news, it must be to intimidate the Devil clans. If there's such a powerhouse among the humans, why didn't the Devil clans chase us out of the Saint Province realm when we invaded the upper province? That's right. If there's such a powerhouse among the humans, why would they allow the Devil clans to occupy half of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? Humph! Foolish humans. Do they think we're so easily fooled? More and more Devil clans began to think the news was fake. As time passed, some of the Devil clans even began to think that the rumors were true. Even the news that Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, that the patriarch of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, and that the patriarch of the dragons was killed by Duan Lingtian's wife was fake. This news, is it true, or is it fake? In a city in the southern region, a young man flew up into the air with a shocked expression on his face. His strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Moreover, His wife is capable of killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. If Duan Ling Tian was here, he would have recognized this young man immediately. This young man was none other than Huang Qiling, a disciple of the Wandering Saint Palace whom he had met outside the Human Devil Saint City in the lower province. He was also one of Duan Lingtian's only 2 friends in the Wandering Saint Palace, Sister Wenjing. Soon after, Huang Qiling arrived at a mansion and greeted the person inside respectfully. "Come in." A cold voice rang in the air and beckoned Huang Qiling to enter. Huang Qiling entered the mansion and came to the front yard. He looked at the back of a beautiful figure and asked softly, "Sister Wenjing, have you heard?" The person who had her back facing Huang Qiling was a woman. This was a woman in a robe whiter than snow. She stood there, her long hair like a waterfall. Although only her back was visible, she emitted waves of cold aura, as if she was 1,000 miles away from others. After hearing Huang Qiling's question, the woman's graceful figure trembled involuntarily. Then, she nodded her head gently. At the same time, she slowly turned around, revealing a face that was out of this world. However, this peerlessly beautiful face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost at this moment, and the cold air was oppressive. This woman was one of Duan Ling Tian's friends from the Human Devil Clan after he returned to the lower province after the Devil Clans invaded the lower province. She was the most beautiful woman in the Human Devil Clan, Huang Wenjing. After the Devil Clans invaded the upper province, the Human Devil Clan had followed them to the upper province. As members of the Wandering Saint Palace, one of the top forces in the Human Devil Clan, Huang Wenjing and Huang Qiling, naturally, had followed the Human Devil Clan to the upper province. Due to this, the Wandering Saint Palace had a place to stay in the southern region of the upper province. Now that the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans had appeared, even the high-ranking officials of the Wandering Saint Palace and Yuan Hao Chun paled in comparison to the bodiless celestials from the Devil Clans, let alone the 2 of them. "Sister Wenjing, do you think the news is true? Did he really have such powerful strength? What about his?" Huang Qiling asked again. However, in the end, he remembered that the woman in front of him was interested in that man, so he didn't continue, because he knew that if he continued to speak, he would touch a nerve of the woman before him. Is his wife really capable of killing a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial so easily? However, before Huang Qiling could finish his sentence, Huang Wenjing helped him finish his sentence. Huang Qiling smiled wryly and said apologetically, "I'm sorry, Sister Wenjing. There's nothing to be sorry about." Huang Wenjing said indifferently, "There's nothing between us. There's nothing between us in the past. There's nothing between us now, and there's nothing between us in the future." In the end, Huang Wenjing didn't say the word "there's" in the sentence "there's." This was because a hint of hope could be seen in the depths of her eyes, even though she felt that Duan Lingtian was not a man. Chapter 2496. Some women in the beginning might have thought that they would never fall in love with a man in this lifetime. However, when they met a man who could move them, they would realize that they would never fall in love with a man. Their hearts would be completely taken over by that man. In this lifetime, their hearts would not be able to hold a second man. Huang Wenjing happened to be this kind of woman. When Duan Lingtian had killed Liao Naijiang, a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial, the master of the patriarch of the Human Devil Clan, and left the Wandering Saint Palace, Huang Wenjing knew it was impossible for her and that man to end up together. But even so, she still couldn't forget that man all these years. He's so strong now? When she first arrived in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, she was shocked and proud when she heard that man's strength was comparable to a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. After all, he was the man she had taken a liking to. The stronger he was, the better Huang Wenjing's judgment was. Is he all right? Did the dragons? Huang Wenjing thought to herself. It had been a few years since she came to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. She did not hear any news about that man at all. She was constantly worried about his safety. She was afraid he had been killed by the people from the Dragon Clan. After a few years, when the news of that man came again, she breathed a sigh of relief and became even more proud. That man's cultivation base was still at the level of an eminent celestial, but his strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. This proved that Huang Wenjing's strength was not bad. Huang Wenjing's taste was indeed extraordinary. I believe the news about him isn't baseless, Huang Wenjing replied. Faced with Huang Qiling's question, Huang Wenjing finally responded. As for the news about his wife, it shouldn't be fake. A hint of envy could be seen in the depths of her eyes when she spoke. She was not envious of that woman's strength. She was envious of that woman for being able to stay by his side. I think so too. Huang Qiling nodded in agreement. Although this news sounds a little exaggerated, I feel that these things are not exaggerated at all when it comes to him. Master, there's news. Yuan Haochen, the palace master of Wandering St. Palace, had sworn on the lightning penalty oath to acknowledge Duanling Tian as his master before Duanling Tian left the Wandering St. Palace. Now that he learned about Duanling Tian, he could not help but smile wryly. Regardless of whether the news about Master is true or not, Master should have appeared. Master has already appeared, but I still have no clue about the matter that Master entrusted to me. How am I supposed to explain it to him? Before Duanling Tian left the Wandering St. Palace, he had ordered Yuan Haochen to search for his parents. Over the years, Yuan Haochen had tried his best to find her, but to no avail. Impossible. Impossible. That Duanling Tian. It's impossible for him to be that strong. Fake news. It must be fake news. Somewhere in the northern region, Yang Zhenxing, the former patriarch of the Human Devil clan, had a grim expression on his face when he heard about Duanling Tian and his wife. He shook his head, unwilling to believe the news. Back then, his master had been killed by Duanling Tian in front of him. He had only managed to escape by using the fiery blood escape talisman. After escaping, he had returned to the exiled realm to look for the bodiless celestials of the Human Devil clan. However, although he had led the bodiless celestials of the Human Devil clan back to the Wandering Saint Palace, he had failed to find them. Duanling Tian had long since left, and his whereabouts were unknown. After arriving in the upper province, Yang Zhenxing thought Duanling Tian must have been killed by the Dragon Clan. Otherwise, he would not have suddenly disappeared without a trace. He was happy for a while because someone had helped him to avenge his master. However, he did not expect that. After a few years, there was news about Duanling Tian again. Moreover, according to the rumors, Duanling Tian's current strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. How could Yang Zhenxing believe this? In the northern region, a glacier that had not melted for 10,000 years was originally calm. However, all of a sudden, the tranquility of the glacier was broken. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of wind whistling in the air broke the calm on the glacier. It was a few swift figures, whizzing out from different directions at an extremely fast speed. Wherever they passed, a hideous and terrifying void crack appeared in the void. These figures were like space rippers. As long as they passed through the void, there was not a single place that was left intact. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A moment later, a total of 7 figures appeared in the sky above a corner of the glacier. They paused in the same space as if they had discussed this beforehand. Gentlemen, have you heard about the news as well? One of the black-clad middle-aged men asked coldly as he looked at the other 6 people. It was not that he wanted to look cold, but he had always been like this. Usually, he would have a stern expression on his face that made him seem unapproachable. Yes, yes. The other 6 people nodded one after another when they heard the black-clad middle-aged man's words. Bang! Not long after the 7 of them appeared in the sky above the glacier, a loud noise rang from the glacier beneath their feet. Following that, the glacier beneath their feet seemed to have suffered a heavy blow from the inside, and a series of hideous and terrifying cracks appeared on it. In the end, the cracks intertwined like a spider web on the glacier. Boom! When the spider web had expanded to a certain extent, another loud noise rang in the air. This time, the glacier where the spider web appeared was directly shattered by an extremely powerful force, turning into ice shards and fragments that filled the sky. They then fell down, falling into the ice water that appeared in the gap on the glacier. Is there a reason you're looking for me? The ice shards that filled the sky continued to fall into the ice water. As the water splashed, an indifferent voice rang out. His voice wasn't loud, but when it reached the ears of the 7 people, it caused their bodies to tremble. Master Wu Ji! Master Wu Ji! After the 7 of them were shocked, they quickly regained their senses and bowed respectfully to the old man who seemed to have appeared out of thin air not far away. If there were people who recognized these 7 people here, they would definitely be shocked to see them like this. After all, each of these 7 people was a powerhouse in the devil clans. All of them were 8 tribulation bodiless celestials. The 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans bowed respectfully at the old man. The old man had a medium build and an ordinary appearance. He was the kind of person who would not stand out in a crowd. However, since the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clans were so respectful to him, it was obvious who he was. He was none other than the only 9 tribulation bodiless celestial in the devil clans. The patriarch of the dragons is dead? Are you sure? The expression of the old man, Wu Ji, who was addressed as Wu Ji by the group of 8 tribulation bodiless celestial venerates from the devil clans, turned slightly gloomy when he heard the news that had spread like wildfire in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had learned that the patriarch of the dragons was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial not long after he arrived in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. He had even fought the patriarch of the dragons before. They were evenly matched, and neither of them could defeat the other. Now that he knew that the clan leader of the dragon tribe was dead, he immediately felt a strong sense of danger. Since that person was able to kill the patriarch of the dragons, it was only natural that the person would be able to kill him as well. After that, the dragons announced that they would no longer be enemies with the 7 Absolutes sect. This news is most likely true. One of the 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from the devil clan said, I'm afraid this news isn't baseless. Another 8 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clan said. Duan Lingtian was unaware of this. At this moment, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans had learned about how his wife had easily killed the clan leader of the dragon clan, causing him to tremble in fear. We can't find them at all? Don't tell me father, mother, and the others have followed the devil clans to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land? After Duan Lingtian and Kerr returned to the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land, they began a thorough search in the lower province in hopes of finding his parents, wife, and friends. However, 2 months had passed, and they were nowhere to be found. Duan Lingtian could not help but speculate. Brother Tian, since we can't find them in the lower province, why don't we return to the upper province to look for them? Kerr suggested when she heard Duan Lingtian's speculation. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he said gently to Kerr, Kerr, thank you for your hard work. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to search the entire lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in just 2 months. If it were not for the help of Kerr's powerful divine consciousness, he would not have been able to search the entire Debussy subterranean so quickly. Brother Tian, there's no need to say such things between us. Kerr shook her head gently. Her eyes were filled with infatuation as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to return to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land with Kerr, a voice suddenly rang out. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard a voice that seemed to come from all directions. Kerr's expression changed drastically, and a hint of panic could be seen in her eyes. Cousin. This was the voice of a man who was full of vigor, and his voice was mixed with anger. Duan Lingtian was stunned when he heard the voice. At this moment, he felt an extremely powerful force pressing down on him without any warning. It felt as though a heavy hammer had hit his chest, causing his internal organs to tremble. Barf. Chapter 2497. As soon as Duan Lingtian was injured and coughed up a mouthful of blood, a voice rang out. Yun Qing Yen, stop. The gentleness on Ker's face was gone, replaced by anger. As soon as she looked away from Duan Lingtian, the gentleness in her eyes disappeared and was replaced by a cold glint. Ker? Duan Lingtian didn't even have time to react to the owner of the voice, nor did he have time to react to the identity of the person who had injured him. He didn't even have time to think about why the person possessed such terrifying strength when he heard Ker's extremely cold voice that sent chills down one's spine. This was his first time seeing Ker so angry. Of course, he also knew that the reason why Ker was so angry was entirely because of him. He could not help but feel warmth in his heart. The owner of the voice seemed to have called me cousin earlier. Could it be? Could it be? Duan Lingtian, who felt warmth in his heart due to Ker's anger, suddenly recalled something. His expression changed drastically, and his eyes widened in shock. All this while, Duan Lingtian had been avoiding one thing in the depths of his heart, and that matter was related to the fact that Ker was the reincarnation of the goddess. According to Tang Xian, the former sect leader of the Zoroastrianism, not only was Ker the reincarnation of a goddess, but she also had a cousin who harbored ill intentions toward her. Moreover, Ker's cousin in her past life was most likely a powerhouse from the Devata realms. Although Duan Lingtian possessed extraordinary strength, he knew very well that he was nothing compared to the Devata realms. He was nothing compared to the powerful celestials from the Devata realms. Any golden celestial or stronger from the Devata realms could easily kill him. Moreover, based on Tang Xian's description, Ker's cousin in her past life was not an ordinary celestial. Earlier, Ker seemed to have called out that person's name. It's very likely that person is him. When Duan Lingtian recalled Ker calling out a man's name earlier, he was even more certain of his guess. His expression turned even more unsightly. At the same time, he also realized Ker must have recovered her memories of her cousin in her past life, but she did not tell him about it. Otherwise, how would Ker know the man's name? Duan Lingtian, naturally, knew Ker did not want him to worry. He was certain Ker did not want him to worry. It seems like you've recovered your memories, cousin. At the very least, you remember me. The voices that seemed to come from all directions were once again transmitted over. At the same time, it caused Ker's eyes to focus as she stared straight ahead. At this moment, a figure could be seen looming in front of her. In the end, the figure was revealed. It was a young man dressed in green robes. He was tall and handsome. His long, dark green hair was draped over his shoulders, but it was not tied up with a hairband. The corners of his mouth were clearly curved upwards, as if he was revealing an evil smile all the time. This evil smile, coupled with the handsome appearance of this green-clothed young man, was absolutely lethal to some young girls who were experiencing the first awakening of love. As soon as the green-clad young man appeared, he turned to look at Ker. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically when he saw the green-clad young man looking at Ker. Whoosh! Following that, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate and stepped forward to protect Ker. His expression was gloomy as he stared coldly at the green-clad young man standing not far away. It was as though he was afraid the green-clad young man would hurt Ker. At this moment, Duan Lingtian instinctively wanted to protect his wife, Ker. However, he seemed to have completely forgotten. The green-clad young man in front of him was so strong that he was no match for him. When Duan Lingtian heard Ker's words to the green-clad young man, his eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. At the same time, he felt for the first time how useless he was. He had the strength that could be considered top-notch in the mundane realms, but he was powerless in front of this green-clad young man. At this moment, Duan Lingtian did not feel happy at all, even though the green-clad young man's energy had suddenly paused around him and did not continue to charge toward him to kill him. The green-clad young man, Yun Qingyan, Ker's cousin in her past life, had a grave expression on his face at this moment. His expression was hideous and ferocious. Cousin, you You're willing to give up your life for a mortal ant like him? At this moment, Yun Qing Yen no longer bothered to look at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with jealousy and hatred as he looked at Kuer. Behind the jealousy in the depths of his eyes, waves of terrifying killing intent rose one step further. Naturally, the killing intent was not directed at Kuer. It was directed at Duan Ling Tian. He's not a mortal ant. He's my husband, Kuer said coldly when she heard Yun Qing Yan's words. Your husband? Upon hearing Kuer's words, Yun Qing Yan's eyes narrowed in anger. His expression turned even more unsightly. His robe fluttered in the absence of wind, emitting waves of murderous intent that sent chills down one's spine. Cousin, don't forget that there's an engagement between us, and he's just a husband you found before you recovered your memories of your previous life. Yun Qing Yan looked at Kuer grimly and said, as long as he dies today, I'll let bygones be bygones. After all, there's no need for me to be so calculative with a dead man. He did not expect this would happen. He had plotted for so many years, but he did not expect this to happen. Engagement? Kuer sneered. Yun Qing Yan, if I'm not mistaken, from the moment I died in my past life, the engagement between us is no longer valid. In this life of mine, other than being related to you by blood, I have nothing else to do with you. Cousin, do you hate me so much that you're unwilling to be with me? Yun Qing Yan asked in a deep voice. In my past life, I've told you that I only treated you as an elder brother. However, you were so overbearing that you didn't hesitate to destroy our relationship as siblings. You forced me to cancel the engagement at the cost of my life. After I reincarnated, you even arranged for me to stay in this mundane realm. You even arranged for someone to keep an eye on me. Unfortunately, I'm afraid you didn't expect that after all your painstaking arrangements, you still won't be able to have me. After listening to Kuer's words, Duan Ling Tian began to realize something. Kuer's death in her past life was closely related to the green-clad young man, Yun Qing Yan. She had even died because she wanted to ruin their engagement. After Kuer reincarnated, Yun Qing Yan arranged for Kuer to stay in this mundane realm and arranged for someone to keep an eye on her. Chapter 2498. Upon hearing Kuer's words, Yun Qing Yan's expression darkened immediately. Back then, he had gone to great lengths to arrange for the reincarnation of the woman before him to be reborn in this remote mundane realm. His intention was to prevent her from interacting with her family for the time being so that he would have more opportunities to interact with her. Before she regained her memories, he wanted to develop a relationship with her, win her heart, and conquer her. However, he did not expect this. When he returned, not only did his cousin's reincarnation have a man, but she had even given birth to a child with him. Damn it! If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have left back then. Back then, Yun Qing Yan had left the mundane realm after arranging for his cousin's reincarnation because he had some matters to attend to. He had been gone for many years. Naturally, Yun Qing Yan did not think he had been gone for long. Moreover, he had arranged for someone to keep an eye on the mundane realm, so he was not worried. However, when he returned, not only were the people he had arranged for killed, but his cousin's reincarnation had also fallen in love with someone before he returned. He could not accept this. Cousin, you should know that uncle and aunt would never allow you to marry such a lowly mortal ant. Even if they're here today, they'll still kill him if they find out he has defiled you. Yun Qing Yan said in a deep voice. This is the Xia clan's business. It has nothing to do with you. Kuer said coldly. Cousin, don't forget that my mother, your aunt, is also a member of the Xia clan. As her son, I'm considered half a member of the Xia clan. Therefore, I'm responsible for the Xia clan's business. After Yun Qing Yan finished speaking, he looked at Duan Ling Tian with killing intent surging in his eyes. He could not wait to tear Duan Ling Tian into pieces. That's easy for you to say, Kuer sneered. Do you dare say you have no ulterior motives for doing this? Yun Qing Yan, I advise you to give up and stop wasting your time on me. Whether it's my past life or my current life, I'm not interested in you at all. I'll never become your cultivation partner. The marriage contract between you and me in my previous life has also disappeared along with the death of my previous life. Ker's words were resolute and decisive. Yun Qingyan's expression darkened immediately. Putting aside the fact that we're engaged, you must return with me today. Both uncle and aunt have asked me many times about your reincarnation. Can be seen that they are very concerned about you. Ridiculous. Kur could not help but laugh when she heard Yun Qingyan's words. If you cared about my parents, you wouldn't have placed me in this secluded mundane realm. If I'm not mistaken, you didn't tell them that I was reincarnated in this mundane realm, right? Yun Qingyan's eyes widened when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. When she reached the end of her sentence, her gaze turned sharp as she looked at Yun Qingyan. It was as though she could see through everything. Ker sneered when she saw Yun Qingyan's expression darkening. It seems like I'm right. So what if you're right? Yun Qingyan's brows relaxed. The gloomy expression on his face disappeared in an instant. He said nonchalantly, "No matter what, you must come back with me today. She's my wife. Who do you think you are? Who are you to ask her to return with you?" Duan Ling Tian, who had remained silent all this while, could not help but feel anxious when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. His expression turned even more unsightly. Previously, when they were in the WCI subterranean, he could only watch helplessly as Gan Ruyen took Ker away. However, it seemed like the same thing was happening again today. This time, no matter what, he would not allow Ku'er to be taken away without doing anything. He had promised Ker that he would not let her go. As long as he still had a breath left in him, he would not be separated from her. Who do I think I am? Yun Qingyan's expression did not change when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, when he looked at Duan Lingtian, his eyes were filled with disdain. A contemptuous smile appeared on his face. To you, I'm invincible. In fact, I don't even need to lift a finger. With a single thought, I can make you wish you were dead, or even turn you into ashes. Yun Qingyan's eyes turned cold when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In the next moment, boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions rang in the air as the space around Duan Ling Tian that had returned to normal began to shatter again. Bang, 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 bang. Following that, a powerful force slammed into Duan Lingtian's body, shattering the force that he had gathered through his 99 saint veins. The force that appeared out of thin air when the void shattered was extremely powerful. However, when it landed on Duan Lingtian, it was just right. Apart from not attacking his vital points, it covered almost every part of his body. Barf, barf. Duan Lingtian could not mobilize his own energy at all in the face of the energy that swept toward him. He could not cast any technique at all. It was as though he had transformed into a puppet as he allowed the waves of hostile energy to land on his body. Mouthfuls of blood gushed out of Duan Lingtian's mouth as though they were free. With every mouthful of blood he spat out, Duan Lingtian's aura weakened a little. In the end, Duan Lingtian was on the verge of death. He did not even have the ability to fly. He fell from the sky and landed heavily on the top of a mountain. His aura weakened even further. Yun Qingyan. Upon seeing this, Ker's eyes widened in anger. Her body trembled violently, and her beautiful face was filled with coldness. When she looked at Duan Lingtian, her eyes were filled with pain. However, when she looked at Yun Qingyan, her eyes were filled with killing intent. It was as though she wanted to tear Yun Qingyan into pieces. From the beginning until the end, Ker did not move at all. When Yun Qingyan attacked Duan Lingtian, he had also attacked Ker. Naturally, he did not attack Ker. He merely restrained Ker so she would not be able to save Duan Lingtian. Whether it was Duan Lingtian or Ker, from the beginning until the end, Yun Qingyan did not move at all. Not only did he injure Duan Lingtian, but he even restrained Ker, whose strength was comparable to a golden celestial in the Devata realms. Based on this, one could see how strong Yun Qingyan was. However, Yun Qingyan ignored Ker's heart-wrenching cry as he descended from the sky. In just a blink of an eye, He arrived at the peak of the mountain where Duan Lingtian was. He landed next to the heavily injured Duan Lingtian. What did you say earlier? Who do you think I am? What right do I have to take your wife away? Yun Qing Yen squatted down and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was glaring at him mockingly. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you still think so? A piece of trash like you doesn't deserve to be so arrogant in front of me. I think you're tired of living." Yun Qing Yan's voice turned colder and colder as he spoke. Even if Duan Lingtian was heavily injured and could not move his body in the slightest, Duan Lingtian did not make a sound. Upon hearing Yun Qing Yan's words, Duan Lingtian gritted his teeth and said in a hoarse voice, "Yun Qing Yan, kill me now if you dare. Otherwise, I'll make sure you regret it in the future." Slap! As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Yun Qing Yan raised his hand and slapped him. Then he said disdainfully, "A piece of trash like you dares to say that if I don't kill you today, I'll make sure you regret it in the future? However, since you want to die, I'll fulfill your wish." Yun Qing Yan sneered as he made up his mind to end Duan Lingtian's life. If it were not for his cousin's reincarnation, he would have killed the purple-clad young man before him. Not only did a mere mortal from the mundane realm defile his cousin's reincarnation, but he even had a child with her. He could not tolerate this. If he could, he would tear Duan Lingtian into pieces. Yun Qing Yan. Just as Yun Qing Yan was about to kill Duan Lingtian, Ker's cold voice rang in his ears. "If you dare to kill Brother Tian, I'll kill myself and follow him." Swoosh! Upon hearing Ker's words, Yun Qing Yan's expression turned unsightly. He looked at Ker and said in a deep voice, "Cousin, you're a noble, and yet, you're willing to kill yourself for a mere mortal? Is he even worthy?" Yun Qing Yan's emotions began to fluctuate as he spoke. His cousin was a cold beauty in her previous life. No matter what he did, she would keep him at arm's length. Even if they were engaged, she would rather die than marry him. However, it was this cousin of his who was willing to give up her life for a man after reincarnating. At this moment, his heart was filled with jealousy. Why? What right did he have to give up her life for another man when the woman he couldn't get no matter how hard he tried? If that man was stronger than him in all aspects, he would have accepted it. However, the problem was that this man was not weak at all. However, the man in front of him was just a mortal ant from a mundane plane. He could easily kill him without even lifting a finger. He's the man I, Xianing Shui, have chosen. No matter how many lifetimes it takes, I, Xianing Shui, will live and die with him. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. Chapter 2499. If he lives, I live. If he dies, I die. Ker's tone was firm and unwavering. Yun Qing Yan's expression changed drastically when he heard her words. "Cousin sister, you?" Yun Qing Yan stared at Ker. He was so angry that he could not even speak properly. "Brother Tian." Ker turned to look at Duan Lingtian. A hint of heartache flashed in her eyes as she said gently, "Ker has said that she doesn't want to be separated from you again. Even if she dies, Ker is willing to die with you." Ker. Cough? Duan Lingtian was slightly agitated when he coughed out another mouthful of blood. His face turned even paler, and there was no trace of blood at all. "I've also promised you that unless I die, I won't let what happened that year happen again. Unless I die, no one will be able to take you away from me," Duan Lingtian said in a hoarse voice. His voice was filled with urgency when he spoke. "If you die, Ker won't live either." Ker's eyes were filled with determination. She was not afraid of dying. Good, good. Very good. What a touching scene. Yun Qing Yan's expression darkened when he saw how affectionate his cousin was with this ant from the mundane realm whom he looked down on. He was so infuriated that he began to laugh. "However, do you think I'd appear before you if I wasn't prepared?" Yun Qing Yan's tone suddenly changed. His tone was cold, but at the same time, it seemed to exude a strong sense of confidence. Duan Lingtian only frowned slightly when he heard Yun Qingyan's words. However, Ker's expression changed drastically. This was because she was very clear about her cousin's character. He was definitely the kind of person who would stop at nothing to achieve his goal. For a moment, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Duan Lingtian, take a good look. Who are they? Yun Qingyan glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he raised his hand and swiped at the air in front of him. Immediately, the void trembled and wavered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After the void vibrated for a while, a constantly changing image appeared in front of Yun Qingyan, Duan Lingtian, and Ker. Shwa, shwa. The moment Duan Lingtian and Ker saw the mirror image, their expressions changed. Despicable. Ker glared at Yun Qingyan. Yun Qingyan, you're not only embarrassing yourself by doing this, but you're also embarrassing the entire Yun family. Yun Qingyan ignored Ker. He lowered his head and looked at Duan Lingtian, who was lying at his feet. He smiled faintly and said, "What do you think? Do you like the big gift I gave you?" Father, mother, little Feier, Nian Tian. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to hear Yun Qingyan's words. His attention was completely focused on the mirror image in front of him. Apart from his parents, his wife, Li Fei, and his son, Duan Tian, were also in the mirror image. Apart from that, his senior brother, Bai Lihong, his father-in-law, Feng Wudao, and other close friends were also in the mirror image. Currently, the mirror image that appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes was an ice-cold prison. His parents, his wife, and his son were all locked up in small rooms in this prison. Moreover, they all had desolate expressions on their faces as if they had lost their souls. No matter how much Duan Lingtian shouted, his family and friends in the mirror image did not respond at all. Senior Uncle Prophet? Tian Wu. Si Ling. Soon after, the mirror image changed again. Another group of people who were locked in small rooms appeared in front of Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically again. This was because the people locked in this prison were the members of the Seven Absolute sect and his family who were supposed to be in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. In other words, Duan Lingtian was in a hurry. Apart from Zhang Yi, who came from Yanhuang realm, all his family and friends who were staying in the Seven Absolute sect's temporary estate in the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land were locked up in the cold prison in front of him. Si Ling. Ker's expression turned even more unsightly when she saw her daughter, Duan Si Ling, had been locked up as well. Yun Qingyan, if you dare to touch my daughter, I'll definitely kill you. The killing intent in Ker's eyes intensified when she looked at Yun Qingyan again. It was as though she could not wait to tear him into pieces. Yun Qingyan's expression darkened when he heard Ker's words. However, he ignored Ker. His gaze descended onto Duan Lingtian, who was heavily injured and sprawled by his feet, and he said indifferently, "Duan Lingtian, do you know where they are? I'm afraid you won't believe me, but they're in my hands." As soon as Yun Qingyan finished speaking, he raised his hand. Duan Lingtian looked at Yun Qingyan's hand with a cold glint in his eyes. At this moment, something appeared in Yun Qingyan's hand. Duan Lingtian's eyes widened when he saw the item. This was because the thing in Yun Qingyan's hand looked exactly the same as the prison that imprisoned his family and friends in the mirror image. The prison in Yun Qingyan's hand was a pocket-sized prison. This is a top celestial weapon I obtained many years ago when I was traveling in the Devata realms. This celestial weapon is a spatial celestial weapon. Can contain all kinds of living beings. I created it on a whim, but I didn't expect it to come in handy. Yun Qingyan waved the celestial weapon in his hand, as though he was talking about something insignificant. My family, my friends, are all locked up in their bayou? Duan Lingtian asked in a hoarse voice as he stared at Yun Qingyan coldly. That's right. Yun Qingyan said indifferently. I've locked them up in this spatial celestial weapon. If I want to, I can annihilate them with just a thought. Swoosh. Duan Lingtian's expression changed drastically. Despicable. Duan Lingtian did not expect Yun Qingyan to be so powerful. He was certain Yun Qingyan was a powerhouse from a Devata realm. Moreover, he was certain Yun Qingyan was as strong as a great overarching golden celestial. However, such a person had not hesitated to lock up his family and friends and threaten him in order to deal with him, a person from the mundane realms. Yun Qingyan. At this moment, Kerr glared at Yun Qingyan and said coldly, as the saying goes, "Don't you think you've crossed the line by acting like this?" Cousin. Yun Qingyan finally paid attention to Kerr. He looked at Kerr and said with a smile, "I don't think I've crossed the line. Didn't you say you didn't want to leave with me? Didn't you say you wanted to die with him? I won't let you die. If he dies, you'll end your own life as well. For this reason, I don't dare to kill him. And if he doesn't die, you won't leave with me obediently. Since that's the case, I'll let him live as you wish." Yun Qingyan's smile widened as he looked at the spatial celestial weapon in his hand. "However, I plan to take everyone in this spatial celestial weapon with me. I can't guarantee what will happen to them after I take them away. After all, I won't have you by my side to remind me not to hurt them." When he reached the end of his sentence, he looked at Kerr meaningfully and said, "Don't worry, Ku-er." Swoosh, swoosh. No matter if it was Duan Ling Tian or Ku-er, their expressions changed once again. It was extremely unsightly. "Yun Qingyan, you're a celestial from a Devata realm. If you want to kill me, come at me. You're so despicable. In order to deal with mortal ants from the mundane plane, you didn't hesitate to use his family to threaten him. Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens?" Duan Lingtian said in a hoarse voice. "Punished by the heavens?" Yun Qingyan was taken aback when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he burst out laughing. "Duan Lingtian, today, I'll show you that I, Yun Qingyan, am the heavens in front of ants like you. If the heavens want all of you dead, none of you will be able to escape." Almost as soon as Yun Qingyan finished speaking, a person who was also locked in a small cell in the mirror exploded into a cloud of blood without any warning. The small room was instantly dyed red with blood. Gold Thug. Upon seeing this, Duan Lingtian's eyes widened, and his expression changed drastically. The person who was killed by Yun Qingyan with just a thought was his servant, the golden hellhound Gold Thug. Later on, he had sent Gold Thug to the Azure Cloud Mansion to serve his father, Duan Ruffing, the mansion master of Azure Cloud Mansion. Although Duan Lingtian had not met Gold Thug for a long time, he had always treated Gold Thug as one of his own due to Gold Thug's loyalty to him. Now that Gold Thug had died in front of him, he was infuriated. His gaze was so cold that it seemed as though it could freeze everything. In the next moment, the mirror image changed again. "I've said that I'm the heavens in front of ants like you." Duan Lingtian's expression changed again when he heard Yun Qingyan's voice. This was because the body of another person who was locked in a small cell exploded and turned into a cloud of blood mist, staining the ground with his blood. Xiong Quan. Chapter 2500. Whether it was Xiong Quan or Gold Thug, both of them were Duan Ling Tian's people and considered themselves as his servants. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian did not treat them as servants. Although they were both people by Duan Ling Tian's side, there was still a difference in their positions in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Xiong Quan had been by Duan Ling Tian's side since he was a teenager. He had selflessly sacrificed a lot for Duan Ling Tian and his family. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian did not despise Xiong Quan even though Xiong Quan was no longer of any help to him. Instead, he treated Xiong Quan as his family. However, at this moment, Duan Ling Tian could only watch as Xiong Quan, whom he had long regarded as family, died in front of him. Yun Qingyan. Duan Ling Tian glared at Yun Qingyan. His eyes looked as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. One could see how furious he was. "Enough," Kerr said coldly. Her voice was so cold that it sent chills down one's spine. Naturally, she knew Xiong Quan's position in her man's heart. For this reason, she could completely understand how her man felt. She could empathize with his feelings. Therefore, she quickly stopped Yun Qingyan from leaving. He was afraid that Yun Qingyan would come up with the idea of killing the people he had imprisoned in the spatial immortal tool. Let them go, and I'll go with you. When Ku'er spoke again, her voice was weak and feeble. It was obvious that she had made such a huge decision with great difficulty. Cousin, you've finally made up your mind. Yun Qingyan raised an eyebrow as he looked at Kerr with a victorious smile on his face. Wasn't it all for this result that he had done so much? Kerr! Duan Ling Tian's face that was already extremely pale turned even paler at this moment. His eyes were filled with anxiety. Although he did not want anything to happen to his family and friends, he did not want them to die. He did not want Kerr to leave either. Let them go. Kerr urged Yun Qingyan as she stared at him coldly. Yun Qingyan's captives were important to Duan Ling Tian, but they were also important to him. They were also her family and friends. She would not let anything happen to them. I'll let them go, but not now, Yun Qingyan said. If you don't let them go, I won't go with you, Kerr said coldly. Cousin, Yun Qingyan said indifferently. Initially, I planned to imprison Duan Ling Tian as well and use him to threaten you. Now, Duan Ling Tian, I'll let them go, but I won't let the others go for now. If you dare imprison Brother Tian, I won't go with you, Yun Qingyan said. Yun Qingyan's eyes narrowed his eyes. Cousin, there's a limit to my patience. Yun Qingyan frowned and said impatiently, I'll give you one last chance. I won't do anything to Duan Ling Tian, and I won't imprison him. However, you must come with me. I'll give you 10 breaths to think about it. If you still haven't made up your mind after 10 breaths, I'll kill everyone imprisoned in this celestial weapon. Yun Qingyan's voice was filled with murderous intent as he spoke. Swoosh! Swoosh! Upon hearing Yun Qingyan's words, Duan Ling Tian and Kerr's expressions changed drastically. If Yun Qingyan only wanted to kill Duan Ling Tian or take Kerr away, both of them would not allow it. If Duan Ling Tian was killed, Kerr would not be able to live. If Yun Qingyan wanted to take Kerr away, Duan Ling Tian would protect Kerr with his life. He would not allow Kerr to be taken away, and he would fight until his last drop of blood. If Duan Ling Tian died, Kerr would not be able to live as well. Therefore, for Yun Qingyan, who did not want Kerr to die, it was difficult for him to break out of this situation. However, there was no doubt Yun Qingyan had found a way out. If Kerr refused to cooperate, he would kill Duan Rufeng, Li Rou, Feng Tianwu, Han Xuanai, and the others who were imprisoned. This was not something Kerr wanted to see, and it was the same for Duan Ling Tian as well. Brother Tian. After the time of around 3 breaths, Ku'er looked at Duan Ling Tian, and her eyes flashed with a wisp of pain. Kerr! When Duan Ling Tian saw the pain in Kerr's eyes and the determination on Kerr's face, he knew Kerr had made up her mind. His expression changed again, and his eyes were filled with reluctance. At this moment, he wanted to stop Kerr from leaving with Yun Qingyan. He wanted to stop Kerr from leaving with Yun Qingyan. However, the moment he did that, he would be indirectly sending his family and friends to a dead end. He was extremely conflicted. What should I do? What should I do? At this moment, Duan Ling Tian did not know what to do. On one hand, he could abandon his wife, Kerr, and allow Kerr to leave. On the other hand, he could ignore the deaths of his family and friends. Brother Tian, don't worry. I'll be fine. Ku'er, of course, knew the struggle and pain in Duan Ling Tian's heart. Therefore, when Duan Ling Tian called out her name, she had already opened her mouth to console him. I'm only going back home. Even if I don't go back now, I'll have to go back sooner or later. Now, I'm just going back earlier. It's just that I'm not going back with you. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Kerr said. Kerr? Although Duan Ling Tian had guessed Kerr's decision, he could not help but feel a twinge of pain in his heart when he heard Kerr say it herself. He was going back on his word. He had said that even if he died, he would not allow anyone to take Kerr away from him. However, he was going back on his word today. Yun Qingyan. Kerr could no longer bear to look at Duan Ling Tian's pained expression. She turned to look at Yun Qingyan. The tenderness in her eyes was replaced by coldness. I have Brother Tian's soul pearl with me. If something happens to him, I won't live as well. Although Yun Qingyan had guessed this would happen, he did not intend to kill Duan Lingtian even though Duan Lingtian had snatched the woman he wanted. However, when he heard Ker's words, he could not help but feel furious. His eyes gleamed coldly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. He's just an ant from the mundane realm. As long as you don't come looking for him without permission, I won't bother to make a move on him, Yun Qingyan said nonchalantly. His tone was filled with disdain and contempt for Duan Lingtian. Without waiting for Ker's reply, he looked at Duan Lingtian and sneered. Brat, didn't you say earlier that as long as I don't kill you today, you'll make me regret it in the future? Today, I, Yun Qingyan, will tell you that I, Yun Qingyan, have never regretted anything in my life. Yun Qingyan paused for a moment before he raised his hand and slapped Duan Lingtian, leaving a burning palm print on Duan Lingtian's face. Yun Qingyan. Since when had Duan Lingtian ever suffered such humiliation? His eyes widened, and his heavily injured body began to tremble violently due to his anger. Today, I'll take your wife, your family, and your friends with me. I'd like to see if you're capable of making me regret it, Duan Lingtian. A bright smile appeared on Yun Qingyan's face when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression was distorted by the humiliation. Oh, that's right. Yun Qingyan seemed to have recalled something. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said indifferently, "There's something I have to tell you. Feng Qingyang, the person who left the legacy to you, is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. He's one of the strongest Devata realms." HM? Upon hearing Yun Qingyan's words, the furious Duan Lingtian was slightly taken aback. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? In the past, Duan Lingtian's knowledge of Feng Qingyang was limited to the Saint Province realm. Feng Qingyang was the sword saint from 100,000 years ago, the successor of the Fog Rain progeny, the first absolute of the Seven Absolutes sect, and the sect leader of the Seven Absolutes sect. He had killed 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and fought 9 tribulation bodiless celestials when he was just an eminent celestial. After that, he had ascended to a Devata realm. Based on Feng Qingyang's achievements in the Devata realms, there was no doubt that he would be extraordinary after he ascended to a Devata realm. At the very least, that was what Duan Lingtian thought. However, Duan Lingtian did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. He did not expect Feng Qingyang to be the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Although the solitary destructive heaven was only one of the 81 Devata realms, the fact that Feng Qingyang was able to become the heavenly emperor of one of the 81 Devata realms was enough to prove that he was one of the strongest Devata realms. Senior Feng Qingyang has become the heavenly emperor of one of the Devata realms in just 100,000 years? Duan Lingtian found it hard to believe. At this moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have forgotten about his current predicament. This was because Yun Qingyan's words had shocked him so much that he did not even dare to think about it in the past. Why are you telling me this? After a while, Duan Lingtian finally calmed down and looked at Yun Qingyan. He could not help but tremble inwardly. Yun Qingyan knew Feng Qingyang was his master, and he knew Feng Qingyang was the heavenly emperor of one of the Devata realms, the solitary destructive heaven. Yet, he still dared to speak to him in such a manner. Was he not afraid of Feng Qingyang? I'm telling you this because, Yun Qingyan said indifferently. Yun Qingyan said nonchalantly, even Feng Qingyang is nothing to me. Chapter 2501. Boom! Yun Qingyan's words were like a bolt from the blue to Duan Lingtian. Feng Qingyang was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, one of the Devata realms. Not only was Yun Qingyan not afraid of him, but he had even sent someone to look for Feng Qingyang. Then he added, there was no longer a heavenly emperor in solitary destructive heaven. Naturally, he understood what Yun Qingyan meant. It was nothing more than the people he sent to find Feng Qingyang. They had already solved the problem of Feng Qingyang and might even have taken Feng Qingyang's life. Is Ker's men really strong enough to kill a heavenly emperor from a Devata realm? Although Duan Lingtian understood what Yun Qingyan was implying, he did not believe him completely. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Kerr. In his opinion, although he did not know if Yun Qingyan's men were strong enough to kill a heavenly emperor, he was certain Kerr knew. Brother Tian, if he really intends to kill the heavenly emperors of the Devata realms, apart from the strongest heavenly emperors, it'll be difficult for the remaining heavenly emperors to escape unscathed. Kerr replied in a timely manner. Currently, she had regained most of her memories from her past life. Therefore, she knew Yun Qingyan was capable of sending such a powerful expert to deal with the celestial race. I've never met Senior Feng Qingyang before. Why are you venting your anger on him because of me? Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Kuer's words. He glared at Yun Qingyan angrily and said in a low voice, "What are you talking about? Why did you vent your anger on him?" Yun Qingyan said indifferently, "If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for obtaining his legacy. Naturally, it's also because Feng Qingyang's innate talent is extraordinary that I can't tolerate him. You are not a threat to me, but if I give that Feng Qingyang some more time, he might be able to pose a threat to me." Of course, there were many things that Yun Qingyan did not say. The reason why he killed Feng Qingyang was because he was worried that Feng Qingyang would stand up for Duan Lingtian once he had the strength to threaten him. Also because he was worried that with Feng Qingyang's help, Duan Lingtian would be able to catch up to Feng Qingyang and become a threat to him. That was something he could not tolerate. In fact, before he made his appearance today, he had already expected such an outcome. This was because, before this, besides spending a lot of effort to investigate his cousin's reincarnation and Duan Lingtian thoroughly, he had also thought about the various possibilities after his appearance. That included the ending they were facing now. He had imprisoned Duan Lingtian's family and friends, and his cousin was willing to return with him. However, due to his cousin's threat, he could not kill Duan Lingtian, so he could only let him grow. Although he was certain Duan Lingtian would not be a threat to him in the future even with Feng Qingyang's help, Yun Qingyan was certain he would not be a threat to him in the future. However, to be on the safe side, he decided to get rid of Feng Qingyang, who was an unstable factor. With this, he would not have to worry about Duan Lingtian turning the tables on him. You deserve to die." Duan Lingtian glared at Yun Qingyan furiously. His body trembled violently as he regained some of his strength. "Even if I deserve to die, you have to be strong enough to take my life first." Yun Qingyan glanced at Duan Lingtian disdainfully. He smiled condescendingly before he rose into the air and looked at Kerr, who was standing nearby. "Cousin, it's time for us to return." As soon as Yun Qingyan finished speaking, he waved his hand again. In just a blink of an eye, not only did Yun Qingyan's body transform into an afterimage, but Kerr's figure also disappeared after transforming into an afterimage. Kerr! Duan Lingtian could not help but feel heartache when he saw Kerr disappear before his eyes, even though he had mentally prepared himself for this. His heart felt empty, and he felt as though he had lost his soul. Brother Tian. While Duan Lingtian was in a daze, the voice transmission Kerr left behind before she left entered Duan Lingtian's ears. "Don't worry. I'll protect father, mother, Sister Fei'er, Sister Tianwu, and the others. I won't let anything happen to them. Apart from that, my name in my past life was Xia Ningshui. The Xia clan I was from was one of the 10 great clans in the Divine Offering Land. The Divine Offering Land is..." The voice transmission paused for a moment. She did not have time to introduce the Divine Offering Land to Duan Lingtian. It was clear Kerr was taken away by Yun Qingyan before she could finish her voice transmission. Xia Ningshui, the Divine Offering Land. Through the incomplete voice transmission left behind by Kerr and the conversation between Kerr and Yun Qingyan, Duan Lingtian obtained an important piece of information. In her past life, Kerr was a member of the Xia clan, one of the 10 great clans in the Divine Offering Land. The Divine Offering Land. I'll remember it. At this moment, Duan Lingtian remembered the Divine Offering Land. It was a place he had never heard of before. After Yun Qingyan left, the restraining force on Duan Lingtian's body disappeared as well. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could finally mobilize the energy in his body and began to heal his injured body. At the same time, He took out some healing medicinal pills from his spatial ring and consumed them, allowing his injuries to heal even faster. Due to the severity of his injuries, Duan Lingtian could barely move his body after half an hour. An hour later, Duan Lingtian turned over and laid on the mountaintop. He stared at the boundless sky in a daze. It was as though he had lost his soul. He did not move for a long time. If someone who did not know better saw this from afar, they would have thought he was a corpse. This was, without a doubt, a dark day for Duan Lingtian. His wife Kerr had left him. Apart from that, his family and friends had also left him. He could only watch as Yun Qing Yen took Kerr, his family, and his friends away. There was nothing he could do. Trash. I'm trash. I'm trash. For the first time in his life, Duan Lingtian began to belittle himself. Compared to Yun Qing Yan's strength, Duan Lingtian, who was considered one of the strongest in the mundane realms, was nothing at all. He was as insignificant as an ant in front of Yun Qing Yen. Yun Qing Yen could easily kill him with a stomp. Even if Yun Qing Yen stood there motionless, Yun Qing Yen could easily kill him with just a thought. Who's that Yun Qing Yen? How can he kill a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm just by sending someone out? And that world of divine remains, what is that place? While Duan Lingtian was belittling himself, he could not help but feel perplexed. Initially, he had thought Yun Qing Yen was just a powerful celestial in a Devata realm. Although he was strong, he was not as strong as a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm. He did not expect Yun Qing Yen to be so strong. Yun Qing Yen could easily kill a heavenly emperor in a Devata realm just by sending someone out. Even if Yun Qing Yen himself did not have the strength to kill a heavenly emperor, his background was powerful enough to shock people. Senior Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian could not help but feel guilty when he thought about how that senior whom he had never met had met with a calamity because of him, even though he had obtained the senior's legacy. Took him a long time before he could calm down. If it was not for Senior Feng Qingyang's legacy, it would not have been so smooth sailing for him. In fact, he might have died along the way. However, Senior Feng Qingyang might have died because of him. How could he not feel guilty? Senior Feng Qingyang, don't worry. One day, I'll avenge you. As time passed, Duan Lingtian's gaze became more determined. Although Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the gap between him and Yun Qing Yen was like heaven and earth, it was not a reason for him to feel discouraged and dejected. He had to stand up and cross the distance between them to avenge Senior Feng Qingyang. Based on Yun Qing Yan's words to Kerr, Duan Lingtian realized there was a problem. Kerr came from an extraordinary family in her past life. If he wanted to gain her family's approval, he would have to be strong. Father, mother, Little Fei Tian Wu, Nian Tian, Si Ling, wait for me. I'll save all of you from that cold prison as soon as I can. When Duan Lingtian thought about his family and friends who were imprisoned by Yun Qing Yen, he felt guilty. After all, if it were not for his relationship with them, Yun Qing Yen would not have targeted them and imprisoned them. Strength? My current strength is still too weak after all. Before today, Duan Lingtian had been proud of himself for possessing strength comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, after meeting Yun Qing Yen, he realized he was still weak. After all, he was still very weak. That bit of strength of his was nothing in front of a true powerhouse. 3 days. Duan Lingtian had been lying in bed for 3 days. During these 3 days, he thought about many things as he lay in bed. There were times when he was filled with despair and disappointment. However, in the end, he managed to calm himself down and pull himself together. My injuries. I'm afraid I'll need another 10 days to half a month to fully recover. After calming himself down, Duan Lingtian's eyes were calm. His expression was calm as though nothing had happened. He did not look like someone who had just lost his family and friends. Naturally, for someone like Duan Lingtian who valued relationships, this was just a facade. Chapter 2502. During these 3 days, Duan Lingtian had thought about everything that he should and should not think about. The fact that Kerr was forced to leave, and his family and friends were taken away was undoubtedly a huge blow to Duan Lingtian. However, he knew that no matter how pained and sorrowful he felt, it was useless when faced with such a situation. The only thing he could do was to calm himself down and raise his strength as soon as possible so that he could head to the divine offering land that Kerr had mentioned. He wanted to rescue his family and friends from Yunqing Yen and bring Kerr away from the divine offering land. Kerr, I won't let you wait too long, Duan Lingtian muttered to himself as he looked up at the sky. After a while, Duan Lingtian regained his senses. He rose into the air and left the lower province of the Dao Martial Saint Land as though nothing had happened. He returned to the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only acted as though nothing had happened. In his heart, he still felt very uncomfortable. Zhang Yi. Yunqing Yen did not imprison Zhang Yi and bring him away. Duan Lingtian was not surprised by this. After all, Yunqing Yen did not imprison anyone from the Azure Cloud Mansion. It was clear Yunqing Yen was selective in who he imprisoned. Most of them were people who were close to him. Zhang Yi, on the other hand, was someone who had followed him from the Beyond Heaven secret zone to the Saint Province realm. He did not leave any traces behind in the Saint Province realm. For this reason, it was not strange that Yunqing Yen did not imprison him at a nameless snow-capped peak in the northern region. This was also the temporary estate of the Seven Absolute sect. Zhang Yi. When Duan Lingtian returned, he saw the figure standing on the stone platform halfway up the mountain. In just a blink of an eye, he appeared next to the figure. Duan Lingtian? When Zhang Yi heard Duan Lingtian's voice and saw Duan Lingtian, he finally snapped out of his daze and said anxiously, Duan Lingtian, they were taken away by force. That person is very strong. It feels like he's not any weaker than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi could not help but feel terrified when he recalled the green-robed young man he had met a few days ago. The scenes at that time were still vivid in his mind. He felt like an ant before the green-clad young man. The other party didn't even specifically target him. Just the residual power of the energy released from his body was enough to suppress the energy in his body, turning it into a pool of stagnant water, unable to cause any more ripples. Yes, I know. Duan Lingtian naturally knew who Zhang Yi was referring to. His eyes widened slightly as he nodded. Then, without waiting for Zhang Yi's reply, Duan Lingtian said, Let's return to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. We'll head to Yen Huang realm. Then Zhang Yi was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He could not understand Duan Lingtian's reaction. After all, even Duan Lingtian's daughter had been taken away. However, based on Duan Lingtian's reaction, it seemed as though he did not understand what Zhang Yi had just said. However, Duan Lingtian had clearly said that he knew. Duan Lingtian, your daughter and Miss Tianwu were also taken away by force. Zhang Yi could not help but add, I know. Duan Lingtian nodded again before he continued to say, Let's go to the Beyond Heaven secret zone. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, he did not wait for Zhang Yi's reply before he raised his hand and brought Zhang Yi to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone in the northern region of the upper province of the Dao Martial Saint Land in the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian, Zhang Yi muttered under his breath. Along the way, Zhang Yi discovered that something was amiss. Although he wanted to ascend to a Devata realm, he could not find a way to raise his strength in the Saint Province realm. However, it was not up to him to decide whether he would ascend to a Devata realm or not. He could only wait for the appearance of the Celestial Ascension Force. After all, he would only be able to ascend to the Devata realm and become a Celestial when the Celestial Ascension Force appeared. However, he did not want to waste his time waiting for the Celestial Ascension Force to ascend to a Devata realm. Due to Yunqing Yan's actions, Duan Lingtian was eager to raise his strength. He did not want to waste even a second. I can't find a way to raise my strength in the Saint Province realm. However, in a large mundane realm like the Yen Huang realm, I might be able to find a way to improve my strength. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian decided to head to Yanhuang realm as soon as possible. Apart from finding a way to raise his strength before he ascended to a Devata realm, he could also find a way to return to Earth in Yanhuang realm. If it were not for Earth, Duan Lingtian would not have only set his sights on Yanhuang realm. After all, apart from the people from Yanhuang realm, there were also people from 3 large mundane realms in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. The 3 large mundane realms were no smaller than the Yanhuang realm. They must have something that Yanhuang realm had as well. Duan Lingtian had chosen Yanhuang realm because of Earth. After all, it was Duan Lingtian's hometown. The powerhouses from the devil clans who invaded the Saint Province realm, including the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the devil clans, must be afraid of Kerr for killing the patriarch of the dragons who was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. They must be afraid of Kerr. Under such circumstances, even if they don't leave the Saint Province realm and return to the land of exile, they won't dare to act recklessly. Unless they're certain that Kerr has left the Saint Province realm, they won't dare to act recklessly in the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian had thought of this before he left the Saint Province realm. After all, the Saint Province realm was his hometown in this life. If possible, he did not want the Saint Province realm to be plunged into misery and suffering because of the devil clans. Duan Lingtian did not make a move to expel the devil clans because he knew there were 9 tribulation bodiless celestials among the devil clans who were not weaker than him. With Kerr's current strength, he was not strong enough to force the devil clans to retreat. In fact, it was just as Duan Lingtian had expected. After the powerhouses from the devil clans confirmed what had happened in the dragon's residence, they ordered their subordinates to behave themselves and stop killing the humans in the Saint Province realm. Peace was restored in the Saint Province realm. The humans and the devil clans coexisted peacefully overnight. However, this was only the calm before the storm. If the powerhouses from the devil clans could confirm that the human powerhouse who could threaten them was no longer in the Saint Province realm, they would not hesitate. Chapter 2503. The Beyond Heaven Secret Zone. When Duan Lingtian entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone again, he was no longer in the mood to hunt for celestial supreme treasures. He was no longer in the mood to search for treasures. Along the way, he began to look for people from the Yanhuang realm. Although Duan Lingtian had entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, since he was separated from Zhang Yi, there was no one to guide him to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone to Yanhuang realm. For this reason, he could only find someone from Yanhuang realm to lead the way. After all, he was not from Yanhuang realm, so he could not sense the location of the exit that led to Yanhuang realm. Someone from Skyline realm, people from Vast Cloud Plain, someone from Muro realm. In about half a month, Duan Lingtian had met people from the other 3 large mundane realms. However, he did not meet anyone from Yanhuang realm. For a moment, he couldn't help but feel anxious. It has already been half a month. I'm sure Zhang Yi should have arrived at the entrance of the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone to Yanhuang realm by now, right? Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Since Zhang Yi was from Yanhuang realm, as soon as he entered the Beyond Heaven Secret Zone, he would be able to locate the exit that led to Yanhuang realm and make his way to that place. For this reason, as long as Zhang Yi was close to the exit, he would definitely be there by now. Whoosh! With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian became even more anxious. He began to search for people. There seems to be someone over there. I should go and see if there's anyone from Yanhuang realm there. With this thought in mind, Duan Lingtian made his way to the valley where the commotion was coming from and entered it. As he entered the valley, the voices that entered Duan Lingtian's ears grew louder and louder. At this moment, there was a group of people surrounding a person in the valley. The person who was surrounded was a woman who was completely covered in black. No matter if it was her body or her face, everything was covered in black. She looked very much like the assassins from the ancient dramas in Duan Lingtian's previous life. The reason why he could tell that she was a woman was because of the black clothes she was wearing, which showed the outline of her figure. Although this black outfit wasn't considered tight, the woman's figure was too good, so it still showed her silhouette. There was nothing better than a devilish figure. Hand over the celestial supreme treasure, or die. Someone from the group of people that surrounded the woman quickly shouted out. His voice was filled with killing intent, as if he would directly attack and kill the black-clothed woman at the slightest disagreement. Take off the black cloth on your face. As long as you look good and give me the immortal supreme treasure, I don't mind taking you in as a concubine. A sloppy-looking young man looked at the black-clothed woman and said, "When we came in, didn't we agree? Everything in this heaven-rank treasure vault is to be obtained by one's own ability? Why are you going back on your word now that I've obtained the immortal supreme treasure?" The black-clothed woman asked in a deep voice as she stared at the group of people surrounding her coldly. Although her voice was slightly gloomy, it was still very pleasant to the ears. "Humph." Upon hearing the woman's response, some of the people around her had a change of expression as though they were in the wrong. However, there were even more people who snorted coldly and stared at her coldly. Who did not want a celestial supreme treasure? Perhaps, before the celestial supreme treasure appeared, the group of people could have a discussion. In this heaven-rank treasure vault, everything would belong to whoever had the ability to obtain it. However, if the celestial supreme treasure was really obtained by someone, the others would definitely be unwilling to accept it. Under such circumstances, verbal promises were undoubtedly weak and powerless. She seems to be very confident. Although Duan Lingtian had just arrived, he could clearly feel that the black-clothed woman was very calm. This woman, who was completely shrouded in black, did not seem to show any fear or anxiety even though she was surrounded by a group of people. She was still able to maintain her composure. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, this was a sign of confidence. Duan Lingtian's arrival naturally attracted the attention of everyone, including the black-clothed woman. However, after they glanced at Duan Lingtian, they quickly retracted their gazes. The group of people surrounding the black-clothed woman continued to stare at her. Meanwhile, the black-clothed woman continued to stare coldly at the people who were surrounding her. Everyone, just as the atmosphere between the black-clothed woman and the group of people surrounding her was about to explode, Duan Lingtian spoke in a timely manner. "Among all of you, is there anyone from Yen Huang realm?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the group of people present on the scene looked at Duan Lingtian again before they withdrew their gazes. Nobody paid any attention to Duan Lingtian. In their opinion, Duan Lingtian was someone who had just entered the heaven-rank treasure vault. Moreover, he was not even 100 years old like them. He was, at most, an eminent celestial. They could not be bothered with such a person since he was not a threat to them at all. Perhaps most of them were not eminent celestials, but there were still 3 eminent celestials among them. Even if a mere eminent celestial was angry at them for ignoring him, could he really do anything to them? Duan Lingtian was not surprised by the group of people ignoring him. However, when he asked the question earlier, he had been observing the expressions of the group of people in front of him. In the end, he was certain one of them was from Yen Huang realm. After all, one's eyes could not lie. Kill her. Kill her. Take the celestial supreme treasure from her. While Duan Lingtian was looking at the person from Yen Huang realm again, the group of people in front of him had already begun to attack the black-clad woman. 5-colored energy surged out and formed a net that shrouded the black-clad woman. For a time, the black-clad woman was like a trapped beast that was firmly trapped. Humph! Just as the surrounding people made their moves, the black-clothed woman's exposed eyes suddenly surged with waves of coldness. With a raise of her hand, a dagger appeared in her hand. As soon as the dagger appeared, Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. With just a glance, he could tell the dagger was a celestial supreme treasure. The dagger was a celestial supreme treasure. Whoosh! 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 Under Duan Lingtian's gaze, the black-clad woman who seemed to have become a trapped beast waved her hand that was holding the dagger, and it seemed as if she had the help of the gods. She easily blocked the waves of vast energy that enveloped her. Strands of powerful aura rose from the woman in black and spread out. Oh no! As soon as the black-clad woman's aura surged out, The expressions of the three eminent celestials changed drastically when they sensed the danger they were in. As eminent celestials, their senses were much sharper than the others. After sensing the crisis, they also realized one thing. The black-clad woman might be an eminent celestial like them, but she was definitely stronger than a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. After obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, her strength has risen to such a level. In other words, before obtaining the celestial supreme treasure, her strength is already comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. Among the three eminent celestials who were attacking the black-clad woman, two of them had strength comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial. However, they could not help but tremble in fear when they saw the black-clad woman's strength. At the same time, they began to think about retreating. During this time, the two eminent celestials whose strength was comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial looked at the black-clad woman with a hint of jealousy and fear in their eyes. If both of them had celestial supreme treasures as well, their strength would not be any weaker than the black-clad woman. She's hiding her strength? At this moment, Duan Lingtian, who was watching from afar, raised an eyebrow as though he had sensed something. As soon as Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow, boom! An even more powerful aura erupted from the black-clad woman who was being attacked by the group of eminent celestials. At the same time, the dagger in her hand moved even faster as it left streaks of light in the air. When these sharp lights passed by each other, it was as if they had the help of the gods, and they easily defeated the vast and mighty multicolored power. Boom! 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 A series of explosions rang in the air, stirring up a strong wind. After the black-clad woman's strength had increased, she had completely destroyed the group of people who were attacking her. The group of people's attacks were completely destroyed by the dagger in her hand. This is bad. We've underestimated her. Her strength is comparable to a five-tribulation bodiless celestial at least. When the black-clad woman defeated the group of people, the two eminent celestials whose strength was comparable to a three-tribulation bodiless celestial were horrified. This was because they did not expect the black-clad woman to be so powerful. The black-clad woman before them had concealed her strength so well. If they had known the black-clad woman's strength was comparable to a four-tribulation bodiless celestial before she obtained the celestial supreme treasure, they would not have dared to covet the celestial supreme treasure. Run! When the three eminent celestials discovered the black-clad woman's strength, they immediately turned and fled. However, would they be able to escape? In just a blink of an eye, the black-clad woman had killed the three eminent celestials and the group of people who were attacking her before they could even react. At this moment, only the black-clad woman and Duan Lingtian were left in the valley. You're from Yen Huang realm? Chapter 2504. You want my celestial supreme treasure as well? The black-clad woman, whose entire body was shrouded in black, revealing only her eyes and beautiful hair that cascaded like a waterfall. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a vigilant gaze as she asked coldly. Duan Lingtian, who was already anxious because he could not find anyone from Yen Huang realm, became impatient when he saw the black-clad woman did not answer his question. He said in a deep voice, "If I want your celestial supreme treasure, why would I wait until now?" As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, a wave of majestic energy surged out of his body. It was like a ball of flames that emitted a terrifying aura. At the same time, streaks of sword light rapidly condensed and took shape around his body. Then they continuously revolved around him. At first, there were only a few sword rays. However, as time passed, more and more sword rays appeared. Whoosh! 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 A series of ear-piercing sword cries resonated in the air. The tens of thousands of sword rays around Duan Lingtian whistled and gathered in the air above his head. They combined in a very mysterious way. It was a sword formation. As soon as the sword formation appeared, it emitted a mysterious aura that spread out from the top of Duan Lingtian's head like ripples. It swept across a large area, not leaving a single corner untouched. When the mysterious aura enveloped the woman in black, Her expression changed with a swoosh. Of course, because her face was blocked, it was impossible to see it at all. However, from the shock in her eyes, one could clearly see that she was not calm at all. Whoosh! Under the horrified gaze of the black-clad woman, the dagger in her hand actually injured her hand before it flew out swiftly as though it was being summoned by something. It flashed toward the sword formation that hovered above Duan Tian and became a part of the sword formation. You? Just as the black-clad woman was looking at Duan Tian in shock, Duan Tian's expression changed. With just a thought in Duan Tian's mind, the dagger that was attracted by the sword formation earlier was now in his hand. He allowed him to hold and examine it. Now, do you still think I want the immortal supreme treasure in your hands? Duan Tian asked as he looked at the black-clothed woman with an indifferent gaze. You're Duan Tian. However, the black-clad woman did not respond to Duan Tian's question. Instead, she exclaimed in shock. At this moment, the horror in her eyes grew even more intense. You know me? Duan Tian raised an eyebrow. You're really Duan Tian? The black-clad woman exclaimed in surprise when she heard Duan Tian's words. Then she asked, Are you really as strong as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm who possessed a celestial supreme treasure when you're just an eminent celestial? Are you sure you're as strong as a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial? I'll never change my name, Duan Tian replied. Based on the black-clad woman's words, Duan Tian finally understood why the black-clad woman was able to call out his name. As it turned out, she had heard about his actions outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. It's really you. After obtaining further confirmation from Duan Tian, the black-clad woman heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, the dread in her eyes when she looked at Duan Tian disappeared and was replaced by a strong sense of curiosity. If the person in front of her was Duan Tian, he might not be interested in the celestial supreme treasure in her possession. Even if he was interested in the celestial supreme treasure, he could have just killed her and taken it away. There was no need for him to waste time talking to her. Earlier, when I asked if any of you were from Yanhuang realm, your gaze told me that you're from Yanhuang realm, right? Duan Tian asked the black-clad woman. Earlier, when he asked the question, the black-clad woman's gaze was different from the others. To a certain extent, it revealed that she was from the Yanhuang realm. Yes. This time, the black-clothed woman replied in time to Duan Tian. Earlier, she had ignored Duan Tian's question and asked Duan Tian if he wanted to take her celestial supreme treasure. That was why Duan Tian took her celestial supreme treasure away. After replying to Duan Tian, her gaze fell on the dagger in Duan Tian's hand. The dagger was the celestial supreme treasure she had obtained from the heaven rank treasure vault. Do you still want to take back this celestial supreme treasure? Duan Tian's eyes lit up when he heard the black-clad woman's reply. He did not forget to weigh the dagger in his hand as he asked the question. Are you willing to return it to me? The black-clad woman's eyes lit up when she heard Duan Tian's words. In fact, when the celestial supreme treasure was in Duan Tian's hands, she was already mentally prepared to lose it. She did not expect Duan Tian to be willing to return the celestial supreme treasure to her. If Duan Tian was willing to return the celestial supreme treasure to her, she would naturally want it. After all, it was a celestial supreme treasure. As long as you bring me to the exit that leads to Yanhuang realm in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, I'm willing to return the celestial supreme treasure to you. Duan Tian stated his condition. It was not easy for him to meet someone from Yanhuang realm. Naturally, Duan Tian did not want to miss this opportunity. Therefore, he wanted her to lead him to the exit that led to Yanhuang realm in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. You want to go to Yanhuang realm? Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, the black-clad woman finally understood why Duan Tian had asked them if they were from Yanhuang realm. As it turned out, Duan Tian wanted to go to Yanhuang realm. Yes, Duan Tian nodded. Don't you have a disciple from the Celestial Master's sect with you? Why don't you just ask him to bring you there? The black-clad woman asked curiously. She had heard about what Duan Lingtian had done outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Not only did she hear about how Duan Lingtian had managed to kill the strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm with his strength that was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, but she had also heard about how Duan Lingtian had a disciple from the Celestial Masters sect with him. You know about this as well? Duan Lingtian was slightly surprised. However, he did not conceal anything and continued to say, I brought him back to the Saint Province realm. Now that we've entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone again, we're separated again. I see. The black-clad woman nodded. Then, a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown when he saw the hint of cunning in the black-clad woman's eyes. An ominous feeling rose in his heart. You want me to bring you to the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that leads to Yanhuang realm? That's not a problem at all. However, before that, apart from returning the celestial supreme treasure to me, you have to help me clear the remaining obstacles in the heaven rank treasure vault. I want the divine ability at the back. As for the incomplete legacy, I'm not interested in it, so there's no need for you to help me clear all the trials in the heaven rank treasure vault. The black-clad woman said as she looked at Duan Lingtian. Don't push your luck. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened. Returning your celestial supreme treasure is the best I can do. Now, you want me to help you obtain the divine ability in the heaven rank treasure vault? I'm not pushing my luck. The slyness in the black-clad woman's eyes intensified. It shouldn't be difficult for you to help me clear the remaining trials, right? Naturally, it would not be difficult for Duan Lingtian to clear the remaining trials in the heaven rank treasure vault. In fact, it would not be difficult for him to clear all the trials in the heaven rank treasure vault. However, he did not want to waste too much time here. After all, it took time to comprehend and memorize the divine ability. Only by memorizing everything would he have a chance to master the divine ability in the future. My patience is limited. If you're unwilling, I'll look for someone else. Duan Lingtian said impatiently. If you want to find someone else, you can go now. It's not like I can't clear the next few stages myself. It'll just take me a little more time. It'll take some time, the black-clad woman said indifferently. Her words seemed to have caught Duan Lingtian by surprise. Aren't you worried I'll kill you? Duan Lingtian asked coldly as he stared at the black-clad woman. Will you? The black-clad woman asked. The slyness in her eyes did not diminish at all when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Humph! In the end, Duan Lingtian snorted coldly. However, he compromised in the end. It was not easy for him to find someone from the Yanhuang realm. If he missed this opportunity, he did not know when he would be able to find another one. The black-clad woman's eyes shone with a hint of smugness. Following her request, Duan Lingtian helped her clear the remaining trials. It took him 3 days and 3 nights. It was not that Duan Lingtian was not efficient, it was just that the trials were limited by the rules. Assist-type divine ability? Soon after, the divine ability in the heavenly secret treasure vault appeared before Duan Lingtian. It was an assist-type divine ability from a Devata realm. It's an assist-type divine ability. The black-clad woman was excited as she began to comprehend and memorize the assist-type divine ability. As long as she memorized the assist-type divine ability within a certain period of time, it meant she had obtained the divine ability. This was similar to how Duan Lingtian obtained the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. While the black-clad woman was comprehending and memorizing the assist-type divine ability, Duan Lingtian did not follow her. This was because Chapter 2505. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not interested in comprehending and memorizing an assist-type divine ability that was far inferior to the elementary devouring tactic. Even if he managed to memorize the assist-type divine ability, he would not waste his time comprehending and mastering it. After all, even if he managed to master it, it was far inferior to the assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. For this reason, there was no need for him to memorize and comprehend the divine ability. While she's comprehending and memorizing the assist-type divine ability, I'll continue to comprehend the 13 green lotus swords. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he immersed himself in comprehending the divine ability. However, the divine ability he comprehended was the 13 green lotus swords. The 13 green lotus swords was an extremely powerful divine ability from the Devata realm. Although he had mastered it to a certain level, it was only comparable to ordinary divine abilities in the Devata realms at best. If he wanted to fully explore the 13 green lotus swords, he would have to further comprehend it. Duan Ling Tian was immersed in comprehending the 13 green lotus swords. He seemed to have forgotten about time. It was only when the black-clad woman woke him up that he discovered the stone tablet that recorded the assist-type divine ability from the Devata realm had disappeared without a trace. "Have you memorized it?" Duan Ling Tian asked as he looked at the black-clad woman. "Yes." The black-clad woman nodded. Although only her eyes were exposed, Duan Ling Tian could see the joy in her eyes. "After I memorized it and opened my eyes, the stone tablet that recorded it disappeared after a few breaths." Upon hearing the black-clad woman's words, Duan Ling Tian realized the joy in her eyes. As it turned out, she had almost missed out on the assist-type divine ability from the Devata realm. "Can you bring me to the secret realm now?" Duan Ling Tian asked when he learned the black-clad woman had memorized the assist-type divine ability. To him, that was proper business. "Let's go." The black-clad woman nodded and prepared to lead the way to the exit of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to Yen Huang realm. Whoosh! However, just as the black-clad woman was about to leave the canyon and head east, Duan Ling Tian suddenly raised his hand. A vast energy shrouded the black-clad woman and brought her along as though she had transformed into a bolt of lightning as she flew east. So fast! The black-clothed woman, who was being led by Duan Ling Tian, also realized at this moment that Duan Ling Tian was leading her. Duan Ling Tian's speed was so fast that it was not something her speed could compare to. However, a moment later, she realized something else. Duan Ling Tian's speed became even faster. All of this was because Duan Ling Tian had withdrawn a sword and executed the sword formation again. Moreover, he had even stepped on the sword formation as he moved. "Take it." Just as the woman in black was still in shock over Duan Ling Tian's ridiculous speed, Duan Ling Tian's voice rang in her ears. In the next moment, she saw Duan Ling Tian raising his hand and tossing the dagger to her as though it was a piece of trash. "It's a celestial supreme treasure. You?" The black-clothed woman was speechless when she saw Duan Ling Tian casually tossing her celestial supreme treasure to her. The rest of the journey was extremely calm. In the end, the black-clothed woman broke the silence and broke the silence. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Tang Xiao Xiao, and I'm a disciple of the Tang sect in Yen Huang realm." Not only did she introduce herself, but she also introduced the force behind her. Tang sect? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes when he heard Tang Xiao Xiao's words. He could not help but ask, "The Tang sect you're from, does it originate from planet Yen Huang?" "Yes." Tang Xiao Xiao nodded. Like the Celestial Master sect, our Tang sect originates from planet Yen Huang. However, compared to the Celestial Master sect, our Tang sect is slightly weaker since we don't have any 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. Although our Tang sect is inferior to the Celestial Master sect, even the Celestial Master sect won't dare to make a move on us. Perhaps the Celestial Master's sect might be able to destroy our Tang sect, but as long as they don't kill all of us, the Celestial Master sect won't be able to rest in peace. A hint of pride could be seen in Tang Xiao Xiao's eyes as she spoke. "Is the Tang sect good at using hidden weapons?" Duan Ling Tian asked. When he was on Earth in his previous life, he had heard of the existence of the Tang sect. He had even met an old man from the Tang sect. The old man had taught him a flying knife skill, which had helped him escape from several dangerous situations. During those times, he had used up all his ammunition. If he did not have the flying dagger technique, he would have been shot full of holes by his opponents. For this reason, he could not help but feel a sense of familiarity when he heard Tang Xiao Xiao said she was from the Tang sect. Apart from that, he was also slightly shocked. As far as he could remember, The Tang sect was just a mundane sect that only knew how to use inner energy. However, Tang Xiaoxiao's appearance made him realize that the Tang sect was not simple at all. It was highly likely that the Tang sect had declined in the past. That was why he had such an impression of the Tang sect. How do you know about this? Tang Xiaoxiao was slightly surprised by Duan Lingtian's question. She asked again, "Did the disciple of the Celestial Masters sect tell you about this?" No. Duan Lingtian shook his head. While he was shaking his head, he raised his hand and formed a flying dagger in front of Tang Xiaoxiao. Then, with a very rough technique, he threw out the flying knife in his hand. This is the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique. Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes were filled with shock. Although Duan Lingtian's throwing technique was crude, Tang Xiaoxiao could still see traces of her Tang sect's hidden weapon technique from his crude technique. How do you know the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique? Tang Xiaoxiao asked in shock as she looked at Duan Lingtian. I met a senior from the Tang sect by chance in the past. He taught me. Duan Lingtian smiled. How dare he teach someone with his mediocre skills? He's a disgrace to the Tang sect. If I wasn't familiar with the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique, I wouldn't have been able to see the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique in your throwing technique. Tang Xiaoxiao said with a frown. Based on her words, she felt that the person who taught Duan Lingtian the flying dagger technique was a disgrace to the Tang sect. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. In his previous life, during the Age of Chaos, it was already very rare for the Tang sect's old man to be able to use the Tang sect's hidden weapon technique. How could he be compared to Tang Xiaoxiao, who was the successor of the Tang sect? It's right up ahead. With Duan Lingtian's full speed, it did not take long for them to arrive at the entrance of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone that led to Yan Huang realm. Tang Xiaoxiao reminded Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. We're here. After a while, Tang Xiaoxiao's voice rang in Duan Lingtian's ears. Duan Lingtian noticed something. In the distance, a small black dot appeared in his field of vision. As he got closer, the little black dot started to grow bigger and bigger. Finally, it turned into a huge black hole. It was like the bloody mouth of a spatial behemoth that wanted to swallow everyone who got close. Zhang Yi isn't here yet? After a while, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao arrived at the entrance of the Beyond Heaven secret zone that led to Yan Huang realm. They looked around for a while, but Zhang Yi was nowhere to be seen. It seems like he was sent to a place far away from here when he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure this out. As it turned out, Duan Lingtian's guess was correct. After waiting for a day and a night, Zhang Yi finally arrived. Duan Lingtian, I didn't expect you to arrive before me. Zhang Yi, who had just arrived, said in surprise when he saw Duan Lingtian was already waiting for him. Who is she? Zhang Yi's attention was attracted by the black-clad woman standing next to Duan Lingtian. The black-clad woman stood next to Duan Lingtian. Her eyes were cold and calm, and it seemed as though she was constantly emitting a cold aura. She's Tang Xiaoxiao. She's also from Yan Huang realm. Duan Lingtian said. Tang Xiaoxiao, Zhang Yi exclaimed when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. His eyes were filled with shock when he looked at the black-clad woman again. Why, you're the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect? Tang Xiaoxiao? That's me. Tang Xiaoxiao seemed to enjoy Zhang Yi's shock. She looked at Duan Lingtian with a smug expression on her face as though she was telling Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, you're the strongest person among the younger generation. I, Tang Xiaoxiao, am considered a celebrity in Yan Huang realm. The strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect. Duan Lingtian looked at Tang Xiaoxiao in surprise when he heard Zhang Yi's words. Although he knew Tang Xiaoxiao was not weak, he did not expect Tang Xiaoxiao to be so strong. He did not expect Tang Xiaoxiao to be the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect. After Duan Lingtian introduced Zhang Yi to Tang Xiaoxiao, he prepared to return to Yan Huang realm with Zhang Yi. I'll go with you. Tang Xiaoxiao bade farewell to Duan Lingtian and Zhang Yi before she disappeared into the black hole in front of them. Meanwhile, At this moment, Duan Ling Tian and his two companions appeared at the entrance to the Beyond Heaven secret zone in Yanhuang realm. "We're back." Zhang Yi smiled, almost at the same time as Duan Ling Tian and the other two appeared. Zhang Yi. Chapter 2506. Swoosh. The expression of Zhang Yi, who was unprepared, immediately changed when the sudden angry cry entered Zhang Yi's ears. Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao, on the other hand, turned to look at the source of the voice. An old figure could be vaguely seen in the distance. A few moments later, as the elderly figure approached, an old man appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes. Duan Ling Tian found the old man familiar. This old man, where have I seen him before? When Duan Ling Tian looked at the old man's face, he felt a sense of familiarity as though he had seen him somewhere before. Apart from that, Duan Ling Tian discovered the old man had spoken to him before. Although the old man had called out Zhang Yi's name earlier, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Yi as soon as he appeared. His eyes were filled with rage and murderous intent. It was as though he wanted to tear Zhang Yi into pieces. "He seems to hate me?" Duan Ling Tian was taken aback when he saw the old man's expression. Although he felt that the old man in front of him looked familiar, he could not recall where he had seen this old man before. Lord Left Guardian of Dharma. While Duan Ling Tian was wondering why the old man was glaring at him, Zhang Yi, who was standing next to him, exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? The Left Guardian of Dharma?" Duan Ling Tian raised an eyebrow when he heard Zhang Yi's words. "It's him." Duan Ling Tian knew who the old man was when he heard Zhang Yi's words. The old man was none other than Zhang Chu He, the Left Guardian of Dharma in Celestial Master's sect. No wonder he looks familiar. As it turns out, he's Zhang Yunfei's grandfather. After killing Zhang Yunfei in the Heaven-Rank treasure vault left behind by Li Bai, the Green Lotus Sword Celestial, in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Duan Ling Tian learned from Zhang Yi that the Celestial Master's sect's Zhang Yunfei was a celestial. Zhang Yunfei's grandfather was an 8th Tribulation bodiless celestial in the Celestial Master's sect. Zhang Yunfei's strength was on par with the other two 8th Tribulation bodiless celestials in the Celestial Master's sect. Free Cloud Taoist. However, this Zhang Chuha is quite similar to that Zhang Yunfei. After learning that the old man in front of him was Zhang Yunfei's grandfather, Zhang Chu He, the Left Guardian of Dharma of the Celestial Master sect, Duan Ling Tian could not help but take a few more glances at him. From the beginning to the end, Zhang Chuha's appearance had not aroused even the slightest bit of fear. This was actually quite normal. After all, Duan Ling Tian was currently as strong as a 9 Tribulation bodiless celestial. Why would he be afraid of an 8 Tribulation bodiless celestial? Zhang Yi, you colluded with an outsider to kill your fellow disciple. Today, I'll execute you according to the sect's rules. Zhang Chu He stepped through the air with a mighty aura as his cold eyes landed on Zhang Yi. As he spoke, it was as if the Grim Reaper had descended. The Grim Reaper's scythe whistled through the air, intending to kill Zhang Yi. Shua! Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically. Zhang Chuha seemed to be walking slowly in the air, but as he flew over, Zhang Yi found that the space around him was sealed by an extremely powerful invisible force, causing him to be unable to move his body even if he tried his best. Humph! Duan Ling Tian snorted coldly when he saw Zhang Chu He charging toward Zhang Yi and attempting to restrain him. Zhang Yi's expression changed drastically when he saw this. In the next moment, elementary devouring tactic. In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian cast the elementary devouring tactic, causing his strength to rise by 2 levels. Sword formation. At the same time, the celestial sword that appeared out of thin air in Duan Ling Tian's hand began to revolve around him. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sword rays appeared and formed a sword formation above his head. This sword formation was a technique granted to Duan Ling Tian by the 5th stage of the Supreme Sword Tao mental cultivation method, the heart and sword amalgamation. With just a thought, tens of thousands of soldiers would submit to him. Apart from having the ability to make tens of thousands of soldiers submit to him, the sword formation also contained a powerful offensive strength. It was much more powerful than the body and sword amalgamation. Break! Duan Lingtian's eyes turned cold. The sword formation above his head suddenly shot out and circled around Zhang Yi. Instantly, boom, 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 boom. A series of thunderous explosions reverberated in the air. Around where Zhang Yi stood, in the void, a number of long and ferocious void cracks appeared out of thin air. They were like black pythons that constantly swayed their bodies, causing those who saw them to feel their hair stand on end. Barf! As for Zhang Chuhe, who had come with a ferocious momentum and wanted to kill Zhang Yi, he was caught off guard and suffered a backlash from the force that had imprisoned Zhang Yi. As his body came to a halt midway, he could not help but spit out a large mouthful of blood. He had suffered a backlash because he had not unleashed his full strength earlier. When Duan Lingtian's sword formation shot out, its strength was comparable to the full strength of an ordinary 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, Zhang Chuhe, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial who had not unleashed his full strength, would not be able to withstand it. For this reason, he was injured by the backlash since he was caught off guard. How can you be so strong? At the same time that Zhang Chuhe extended his hand to wipe off the bloodstains on the corners of his mouth, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a gaze filled with astonishment and disbelief. The purple-clad young man standing before him was the person who had killed his grandson, Zhang Yunfei. He wanted to kill Zhang Yunfei as soon as possible. The reason he was waiting here was to wait for Zhang Yi to reveal the identity of the person who killed his grandson. Then, he would go to the mundane realm where the person who killed his grandson was and avenge his grandson. However, what he did not expect was that while he was waiting for Zhang Yi to show up, the person who killed his grandson also showed up. He did not need to get information from Zhang Yi anymore. Therefore, he planned to kill Zhang Yi directly, and then kill the people around Zhang Yi to avenge his grandson. However, he did not expect Zhang Yi to be so strong. He did not expect the person who had killed his grandson to be so strong. Based on the strength Zhang Yi had displayed earlier, it was not inferior to his full strength. Are you surprised? Duan Lingtian said as he glanced at Zhang Chuhe indifferently. You're only an eminent celestial. Don't tell me you've obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Zhang Chuhe asked in disbelief. Does it have anything to do with you? Duan Lingtian said indifferently. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Zhang Chuhe was furious when he saw how arrogant an eminent celestial was. Although he knew Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to his, he could not help but feel enraged. Arrogant? Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes as they flashed coldly. It seems like you're the one who's blocking our way, right? Do you think I'm the one who's arrogant? Humph! Zhang Chuhe snorted coldly. I'm not blocking you. I'm blocking Zhang Yi. He colluded with outsiders to kill his fellow disciple. I'm just executing him according to the rules of the Celestial Master's sect. I hope you won't interfere. Ha ha! Upon hearing Zhang Chuhe's words, Duan Lingtian could not help but laugh. It was as though he had heard the funniest joke in the world. What are you laughing at? Zhang Chuhe's eyes were burning with rage. It was as though he could burn everything in his sight. I'm laughing at how you don't dare to say it out loud even though you know I'm the one who killed your grandson. Are you trying to stall for time and wait for your reinforcements to arrive before attacking me together? Earlier, when Zhang Chuhe sent out the message, Duan Lingtian had naturally noticed it. For this reason, it was not difficult for him to guess Zhang Chuhe's intentions. Zhang Chuhe must have thought Duan Lingtian's strength was not inferior to an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. That was why he was not confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. What a joke! Do you think you're worthy of me looking for reinforcements? Zhang Chuhe's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, his words were unyielding. Is that so? Duan Lingtian smiled brightly. However, there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. However, since you're so interested, I'll wait here for your reinforcements. However, my patience is limited. I'll only wait for 15 minutes at most. If your reinforcements don't arrive after 15 minutes, don't blame me for being merciless. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. His gaze turned cold when he looked at Zhang Chuhe. Zhang Chuhe felt as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. How arrogant! Zhang Chuhe was livid when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. In his opinion, this person who had killed his grandson was only comparable to an 8-tribulation bodiless celestial. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult for him to kill Duan Lingtian, and it would be difficult for Duan Lingtian to kill him as well. However, Duan Lingtian had said he would not show him any mercy. Did Duan Lingtian think he was a pushover? Left guardian of Dharma. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi looked at Zhang Chuhe and said anxiously, "That day, Zhang Yunfei died purely because he coveted the celestial supreme treasure in my friend's possession. If it wasn't for that, my friend wouldn't have killed him. Left guardian of Dharma, you must have notified the right guardian to come over, right? Left guardian of Dharma, I hope you'll reconsider. It's fine if you want to get involved, but don't drag the right guardian into this as well." Zhang Yi's tone turned slightly gloomy when he spoke. "What did you say?" Zhang Chuhe was furious when he heard Zhang Yi's words. "Based on what you're saying, even if the right guardian comes, both of us together won't be a match for this brat? What a joke. Do you really think he's Feng Qingyang who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the Beyond Heaven secret zone?" Chapter 2507. The Left Guardian of Dharma. Duan Lingtian killed Wuxia, the strongest 8-tribulation bodiless celestial in Muro realm. His strength is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Zhang Yi said in a deep voice, "Let alone the right guardian. Even Lord Sect Leader and the Free Cloud Ancestor wouldn't be able to stop Duan Lingtian from leaving." Zhang Yi was well aware of Duan Lingtian's strength. The reason why he was telling Zhang Chuhe this was to remind him not to involve the Celestial Master sect in his personal grudges. It would only drag the Celestial Master's sect down. In Yen Huang realm, the Celestial Master sect was a powerful sect, but Duan Lingtian was all alone. If they became enemies, it would be a disaster for the Celestial Master's sect. As a disciple of the Celestial Master's sect, naturally, he did not want to see the Celestial Master's sect and Duan Lingtian become enemies. For this reason, he did not hesitate to warn Zhang Chu. When he learned Zhang Chu, he had sent a message to look for help. Duan Lingtian? As it turns out, he's Duan Lingtian. He killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. When Zhang Chu was in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he had heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial with just a blow. He had even heard that Duan Lingtian had killed a 7-tribulation bodiless celestial who possessed a celestial supreme treasure. However, the reason the 7-tribulation bodiless celestial was killed was because Duan Lingtian had used a technique to snatch a celestial supreme treasure. In other words, although the 7-tribulation bodiless celestial possessed a celestial supreme treasure, it was useless. Naturally, this was the extent of Zhang Chuhe's knowledge. He knew nothing about what had happened to Duan Lingtian outside the location of the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. For this reason, he did not believe Zhang Yi's words. He thought that Zhang Yi was purposely mystifying him and wanted him to back off so that he could escape. If Zhang Yi was not deliberately mystifying things, and if Duan Lingtian was really that powerful, why would he waste so much time talking to him? Wouldn't it be easier to just kill him? However, Zhang Chu would never have dreamed that this would happen. The reason why Duan Lingtian was acting so normally was because of Zhang Yi. "Protector Chu, you sent a message for me to come over. Did you encounter something troublesome?" Just as 15 minutes were about to pass, a bell-like voice rang out from afar. Subsequently, an old man with a short yet extraordinarily robust figure appeared before the eyes of Duan Lingtian and the others. Moreover, in the blink of an eye, he arrived by Zhang Chuhe's side and stared fiercely at Duan Lingtian and the others. Zhang Yi. The short and sturdy old man was stunned when he saw Zhang Yi standing next to Duan Lingtian. "Duan Lingtian, this is Guardian Shi Zhong. the right guardian of our Celestial Master's sect. My master is indebted to him. If it's possible, please have mercy on him." Zhang Yi sighed inwardly when he saw the old man. He could not help but send a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian to plead for Shi Zhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Master's sect. "Don't worry." Duan Lingtian gave Zhang Yi a reassuring look before he replied through voice transmission. "Apart from Zhang Chu He, I won't kill anyone else in the Celestial Master's sect. After all, I know you want to stay in the Celestial Master's sect. My roots are still there after all." Zhang Yi sighed. "Guardian Shi Zhong, Zhang Yi colluded with outsiders to kill fellow disciples and my grandson, Zhang Yunfei. He deserves to die." "Zhang Chu," he said in a deep voice. Swoosh! As soon as Zhang Chu he finished speaking, the expression of the right guardian of the Celestial Master's sect, Shi Zhong, changed. He stared at Zhang Yi fiercely and asked, "What are you talking about?" He glared at Zhang Yi and asked, "Zhang Yi, is what Guardian Chu he said true? You colluded with outsiders to kill Zhang Yunfei?" Although Zhang Yi's master was one of the juniors he liked, Zhang Yunfei was one of the most outstanding juniors in the Celestial Master sect. However, Zhang Yunfei was one of the best in the younger generation of the Sage sect, second only to his twin brother, Zhang Yunting. He was of great significance to the Sage sect. Therefore, he was furious when he heard Zhang Yi colluded with outsiders to kill Zhang Yunfei. "Right guardian, Facing Shi Zhong's questioning, Zhang Yi was just about to explain when he was interrupted by Zhang Chu He's cold snort. "Zhang Yi, what else do you want to say? I saw it with my own eyes through the mirror image. How dare you refute me? Today I will first kill the person who killed my grandson, and then I will settle the score with you." After leaving these words behind, Zhang Chu He's figure flashed out and drew out a long ray of light in the sky that flashed towards Duan Lingtian like a jade rainbow piercing through the sun. Moreover, he did not hold back at all when he attacked. At this moment, he could no longer hold back. After all, Zhang Chu was not any weaker than him. "You overestimate yourself." Duan Lingtian lowered his eyes when he saw Zhang Chu He charging at him menacingly. He extended his hands as though he was giving an order. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The moment Duan Lingtian extended his arms, the sword formation above his head seemed to have eyes as it whistled out to meet Zhang Chu He, who was charging at him menacingly. Bang, 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 bang. Faced with Duan Lingtian's sword formation that was as powerful as an 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial's full-powered attack, Zhang Chu He immediately unleashed all his strength. He did not dare to hold back at all as he chose to meet Duan Lingtian's sword formation head-on. Chi, 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 chi. A series of noises rang in the air as though something was being torn apart. It was the voice that came from the space where Zhang Chuha was. When Zhang Chu He took Duan Lingtian's sword formation head-on, the space in front of him seemed to have collapsed and caved in. Moreover, countless dense cracks appeared in the space like countless spider webs that were intertwined together. How powerful! Tang Xiaozhao's eyes lit up when she saw this. She was standing next to Duan Lingtian. Although she had heard about Duan Lingtian's strength, hearing about it and seeing it with her own eyes were two completely different things. She knew Zhang Chu, he was a bona fide 8 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Wow! Although Zhang Chuha managed to block most of the power of the sword array, in the end, his strength was still slightly inferior, and he was directly blasted away by the power of the sword array. Once again, he spat out a large mouthful of blood, his figure in a sorry state. Seeing this, Shi Zhong's pupils suddenly constricted. At the same time, he began to seriously size up the purple-clothed young man in front of him. When he first arrived, the divine consciousness he extended out told him, the purple-clad young man was only an eminent celestial. However, this eminent celestial had actually defeated Zhang Chu He, the left guardian of the Celestial Master sect, in a head-on battle. Although it was a narrow victory, a victory was a victory. No wonder Zhang Chu, he sent me a message to come over, so he's a ruthless character. Looking at the purple-clothed young man in front of him, Shi Zhong's eyes suddenly narrowed. There was a faint trace of fear in his heart, but he was not afraid at all. After all, based on the strength the purple-clothed young man had displayed, he and Zhang Chu he could easily deal with him if they joined forces. Sir, are you the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial in the beyond heaven's secret zone? Shi Zhong looked at Duan Lingtian and asked bluntly, May I know which force you're from? Guardian Shi Zhong, he's not from Yan Huang realm. At this moment, Zhang Chu he who had just recovered from his injuries said in a deep voice, He's from the Saint Province realm, a small mundane realm. There's a sword-type celestial supreme treasure in his sword array. A celestial sword. Upon hearing Zhang Chu he's words, Shi Zhong looked at the sword array above Duan Lingtian's head. Indeed, there was a celestial sword in it. Immediately, his eyes burned with passion. Do people from the Celestial Master's sect have so much to say? Duan Lingtian said impatiently as he looked at Zhang Chu he and Shi Zhong indifferently. He had waited for Shi Zhong to come over to pave the way for Zhang Yi. However, since Shi Zhong was here, he did not want to waste any more time. How arrogant! Zhang Chu he's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's impatient words. Shi Zhong's expression darkened immediately. He felt that this purple-clad young man was too arrogant. Humph! Right when Zhang Chu he grunted coldly and pounced towards Duan Lingtian, once more like a cockroach that refused to be killed. Shi Zhong, you're the right guardian of the Celestial Master's sect, right? I waited for you to come because I wanted you to watch a good show. Now that you're here, it's time for a good show to begin. Duan Lingtian did not even look at Zhang Chu he who was charging at him again. Instead, he looked at Shi Zhong and said nonchalantly, A good show? Shi Zhong, who was about to join forces with Zhang Chu, he was stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. He saw another scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, the sword formation in the air above his head whistled as it shot out again. However, this time it wasn't just one sword formation that was whistling out. Instead, it was more than 5 or 6 sword formations. The sword formations that shot out from the back quickly merged with the first sword formation, causing it to emit a terrifying destructive aura. Duan Lingtian had unleashed his divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords, with all his might. This aura, Shi Zhong was familiar with this aura. No! Impossible! No! Zhang Chu he's panicked voice rang in the air. This time, he was annihilated by the sword formation in the blink of an eye. He did not even have time to finish his sentence. 9. Tribulation bodiless celestial. His strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. The scene before him made Shi Zhong tremble in fear, and it also made Shi Zhong realize that the purple-clad young man's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even Feng Qingyang from the Saint Province realm, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the Beyond Heaven secret zone, was only this strong before he ascended. Right? Chapter 2508. Zhang Chu he was the left guardian of Dharma, an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. He was killed by Duan Lingtian in just a single blow. It was as though Duan Lingtian was a completely different person compared to before. Because in the previous exchange, Duan Lingtian wasn't much stronger than Zhang Chu he, however, at this moment even Shi Zhong, the right guardian of Celestial Master's sect, could tell Duan Lingtian was not weak at all. He was certain Duan Lingtian had held back during the previous exchange. He was certain Duan Lingtian had only used his full strength at this moment and killed Zhang Chu he, who was on par with him, in just a single blow. This purple-clad young man is another Feng Qingyang. Shi Zhong felt a chill run down his spine when he thought of this. At the same time, he was glad he did not make a move in time. Otherwise, Zhang Chu he would not be the only one who would be killed. He knew his limits. With the strength Duan Lingtian displayed now that he could kill Zhang Chu he as easily as killing a chicken. Even if he was facing the joint forces of Zhang Chu he and him, Duan Lingtian would not feel any pressure at all. In the entire Celestial Masters sect, I'm afraid only Ancestor Xian Yun is a match for him, Shi Zhong thought to himself. Soon after, Shi Zhong's expression tensed up as he clenched his fists tightly. His palms were sweating profusely. All of this was because he discovered that the purple-clad young man who killed Zhang Chu, he was looking at him indifferently. Although there was no killing intent in the purple-clad young man's eyes, he could not help but feel frightened, because he knew, if the purple-clad young man wanted to kill him, it would only take him a blink of an eye. Guardian Shi Zhong, right? Duan Lingtian looked at Shi Zhong and said indifferently, I'm Duan Lingtian from the Saint Province realm. Zhang Yi is a friend I made in the Beyond Heaven secret zone. Zhang Yunfei from the Celestial Masters sect tried to steal my Celestial Supreme Treasure and was killed by me. This has nothing to do with Zhang Yi. Whether it was killing Zhang Yunfei in the Beyond Heaven mystery zone or killing Zhang Chuhe just now, I, Duan Lingtian, have a clear conscience. If your Celestial Masters sect has a grudge against me, feel free to seek revenge on me. I'm always ready. However, if you vent your anger on Zhang Yi because of this, don't blame me for going to the Celestial Masters sect and making a scene. When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his gaze turned sharp and piercing as he spoke. Hiss! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Shi Zhong couldn't help but gasp. With Duan Lingtian's strength, if he really went to the Celestial Masters sect and made a ruckus, the Celestial Masters sect would definitely be in chaos. After all, with the strength that Duan Lingtian had shown so far, even the strongest person in the Celestial Master sect could only fight to a draw with Duan Lingtian at most. Most importantly, the strongest person in the Celestial Master sect would not be able to protect everyone in the Celestial Masters sect at all times. Apart from that, not only does Zhang Yi possess the Celestial Supreme Treasure I gave him, but he also possesses an offensive divine ability from a Devata realm. If the Celestial Master sect nurtures him well and passes on the assist-type divine ability and celestial method from the Devata realm to him, he'll definitely surpass Zhang Yunfei in the future. After threatening the Celestial Masters sect in front of Shi Zhong, Duan Lingtian began to think about the Celestial Masters sect. As long as the Celestial Masters sect nurtured Zhang Yi with all their might, Zhang Yi would definitely surpass Zhang Yi. Celestial Supreme Treasure? An offensive divine ability from a Devata realm? Shi Zhong gasped again when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He turned to look at Zhang Yi with a puzzled expression on his face. It was as though he wanted to verify Duan Lingtian's words with Zhang Yi. When he saw Zhang Yi nodding, he was certain Duan Lingtian was right. Duan Lingtian was not lying. Apart from that, I'm friends with Brother Xian Yuanji from the Yellow the Arch Mansion. I heard from Brother Xian Yuanji that he's close to the Free Cloud Celestial Masters sect. Please tell the Free Cloud Celestial Masters sect that I'll visit the Celestial Masters sect if I have the chance. Duan Lingtian continued to say as he looked at Shi Zhong. After he finished speaking, he looked at Zhang Yi, who was standing next to him, and said bluntly, Zhang Yi, this is all I can do for you? That's enough. Zhang Yi replied gratefully. That's enough, Zhang Yi replied gratefully. Based on Duan Lingtian's words, it was enough to guarantee his safety in the Celestial Masters sect. In fact, he had already heaved a sigh of relief when Zhang Chu he was killed by Duan Lingtian. After all, he had said Zhang Chu he was the biggest obstacle to his return to the Celestial Masters sect. Now that Zhang Chu he was dead, coupled with Duan Lingtian's help, his life in the Celestial Masters sect would only be better than before. Xian Yuanji? Shi Zhong was stunned when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Then he looked at Duan Lingtian in shock. You're friends with Senior Xian Yuanji? Xian Yuanji was one of the 2-9 Tribulation bodiless celestials in the Yellow the Arch Mansion. He was also a close friend of the Free Cloud Celestial in the Celestial Masters sect. Shi Zhong was aware of this. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he raised his hand and a purple gold order token appeared in his hand. As soon as he sent his energy into it, a purple gold light shot out of the order token and pointed to the north. The Yellow the Arch Mansion is in the north? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, he did not plan to go to the Yellow the Arch Mansion immediately. Even if he went to the Yellow the Arch Mansion now, Xian Yuanji might not have returned. If I have time after returning from Earth, I'll pay a visit to the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Duan Lingtian made up his mind. Now that he had returned to Yanhuang realm, his first thought was to return to Earth. Earth was his hometown in his past life. Moreover, his obsession was there as well. In the past, Duan Lingtian did not know he would be able to return to Earth. After all, he did not care much about his past life. However, now that he knew there was a chance for him to return to Earth, he could not help but recall how he was betrayed by his manager in his past life. His heart burned with anger. I'd like to ask him why he betrayed me back then. Duan Lingtian still could not let go of the fact that his manager had betrayed him and killed him in his past life. After all, he had always regarded his manager as a brother and the only family he had in his past life. He had never thought he would die in his manager's hands. Now, a few decades have passed. Calculating the time, he's already old. I hope he's still alive. It had been a few decades since Duan Lingtian had transmigrated to this world. For this reason, Duan Lingtian's manager in his past life must be in his 70s or 80s now. In fact, he might have died of old age. It doesn't matter if he's still on Earth or not, I'm going back. Even if it's just a glance and stay for a while. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. This is the violet gold order of the Yellow the Arch Mansion. While Duan Lingtian was playing with the violet gold order token, Shi Zhong, the right guardian of the Celestial Master sect, narrowed his eyes when he saw the violet gold order token in Duan Lingtian's hand. This was because the violet gold token in Duan Lingtian's hand was no ordinary token. As far as Shi Zhong knew, apart from the older generation powerhouses who had ascended to the Devata realms, there were only a handful of people who possessed the purple gold token. Without exception, all of them were top experts in Yanhuang realm. To the people of the Shenyuan mansion, to outsiders, those who held the purple gold token were all friends of the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Making an enemy out of them was equivalent to making an enemy out of the Yellow the Arch Mansion. To those who held the purple gold token, it was equivalent to meeting the mansion master of Yellow the Arch Mansion. I almost forgot. Although he's only an eminent celestial, his strength is comparable to a 9 bodiless celestial. It's not surprising that he possesses the violet gold order from the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Shi Zhong felt relieved when he thought about this. Zhang Yi, if I have time before I ascend, I'll look for you in the Celestial Master's sect. If I don't have time, let's meet in the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian looked at Zhang Yi with a smile on his face. He did not have many friends in his life, but he cherished each and every one of them. All right. Zhang Yi nodded solemnly. To him, apart from being a friend, Duan Lingtian was also his benefactor. He really wanted to tell Duan Lingtian that he would not return to the Celestial Master sect for the time being. He would return after Duan Lingtian had ascended. However, on second thought, with his strength, he would only be a burden even if he stayed by Duan Lingtian's side. Therefore, he did not say those words in the end. Let's go. Duan Lingtian called out to Tang Xiao and the two of them left. Their figures disappeared from Zhang Yi and Shi Zhong's sight in the blink of an eye. Zhang Yi, you've made an amazing friend. When Duan Lingtian's figure disappeared, Shi Zhong retracted his gaze. At the same time, he looked at Zhang Yi and sighed. I know. Zhang Yi nodded. He had also retracted his gaze, but there was a hint of reluctance in the depths of his eyes. He knew clearly in his heart. This time, he was separated from Duan Lingtian. If Duan Lingtian did not have the time to see him before he ascended, it would be difficult for them to meet again in the future. The Devata realms were vast and boundless. If one Devata realm was already like this, let alone the 81 Devata realms. Zhang, did Duan Lingtian obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial during the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone? Shi Zhong could not help but ask as he looked at Zhang Yi. Although he was certain Duan Lingtian had obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, His strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, even though he was only an eminent celestial. However, even though he felt that way, he couldn't help but want to confirm it. He was certain Zhang Yi had the right to say this. No. However, Shi Zhong did not expect Zhang Yi to shake his head in response to his question. Chapter 2509. Duan Ling Tian did not obtain the inheritance from a great, overarching golden celestial? Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, Shi Zhong froze on the spot with an expression of shock and disbelief on his face. Actually, when he asked Zhang Yi about this, he was just asking casually. After all, he was certain that Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. Duan Ling Tian must have obtained the inheritance from a great, overarching golden celestial. However, Zhang Yi was telling him that Duan Ling Tian was not weak at all. He was certain that Duan Ling Tian did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. He's so strong without obtaining the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Is he even human? Shi Zhong muttered to himself when he regained his senses. Although Duan Ling Tian did not obtain the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial, he's the successor of Senior Feng Qingyang, who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial the last time the Beyond Heaven secret zone opened. Zhang Yi explained. No wonder. Upon hearing Zhang Yi's words, realization dawned on Shi Zhong. If that's the case, it makes sense. However, I didn't expect the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial would pass it on to his successor. Doesn't this mean if the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is willing to share it with someone else, that person will have a chance to obtain the inheritance as well? Shi Zhong's eyes lit up when he thought of this. He turned to look at Zhang Yi and asked, Zhang Yi, you said the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial is Duan Lingtian's friend? Lord Right Protector, don't even think about that person's idea. Zhang Yi seemed to know what Shi Zhong was thinking. That person is currently with Senior Xian Yuanji from the Yellow the Arch Mansion. Moreover, he's now a guest elder of the Yellow the Arch Mansion. In another 2 years, he'll leave the Beyond Heaven secret zone with Senior Xian Yuanji and return to the Yellow the Arch Mansion. The Yellow the Arch Mansion actually beat us to it. Shi Zhong smiled wryly. At the same time, he dismissed the idea of recruiting the person who obtained the inheritance from a great overarching golden celestial. Since that person had gone to the Yellow the Arch Mansion, the Celestial Masters sect no longer had anything to do with him. Let's go back. Shi Zhong looked at Zhang Yi with a complicated expression on his face before he continued to say, I didn't expect the opening of the Beyond Heaven secret zone would bring you so much success. If you work hard when you return, you might even be able to defeat Zhang Yunting. I can already imagine. When your master learns of all this, he will definitely be grinning from ear to ear, Shi Zhong said. Hee hee. When Zhang Yi heard Shi Zhong's words, he smiled shyly in embarrassment. Meanwhile, Zhang Yi followed Shi Zhong back to the Celestial Master sect. Meanwhile, under Tang Xiaoxiao's lead, Duan Ling Tian had arrived at one of the transporting formations on the planet that led to the Beyond Heaven secret zone in Yanhuang realm. Is that a teleportation array? Duan Ling Tian felt his scalp go numb as he looked at the huge complex pattern on the ground in front of him. This was the first time he had seen such an exaggerated teleportation array. Yes. Tang Xiaoxiao, who was standing next to Duan Ling Tian, nodded. This is the interstellar transportation formation. The mother formation is divided into 81 subformations. Come with me. Under Tang Xiaoxiao's lead, Duan Ling Tian arrived at a subformation of the interstellar transportation formation. Although the area of this subarray was far smaller than the main array, it was enough to accommodate 7 or 8 people, and there was a stone tablet beside it. On top of the stone tablet there was a large notch. You just need to put the holy stone in and then click on the galaxy you want to go to. It will then send you to the mother planet of that galaxy. Look, this teleportation array is connected to the mother planets of 9 galaxies. Tang Xiao Xiao said as she pointed to the stone tablet beside her. Duan Lingtian glanced over and realized. On one side of the stone tablet, there were some words engraved, and he recognized these words: Cloud Mist Galaxy, Boulder Galaxy, Lucy Galaxy. There was a mechanical button in each of the places marked with the words Mother Planet. It looked very flexible. Come with me to the galaxy where the Tang sect is located first, Tang Xiao Xiao said as she took out a pile of holy stones and filled the notch on the stone tablet. At the same time, she pressed the mechanical button corresponding to the Cloud Mist Galaxy. If you want to go to the galaxy where the Tang sect is located from here, you'll need to make 3 transits. As soon as Tang Xiao Xiao's voice entered Duan Lingtian's ears, Duan Lingtian discovered something. When Tang Xiao Xiao pressed the mechanical button, the pile of holy stones that she had just put into the notch was swallowed by an invisible force that extended from the notch. Following that, the subformation of the interstellar transportation formation that he and Tang Xiao Xiao were in began to emit a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, he and Tang Xiao Xiao were enveloped by the light that extended from the teleportation array. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's vision turned dark. However, this situation only lasted for a while. After a while, his eyes lit up again. At this time, he discovered that he was in another place. He had already arrived at another place, and this place was also the location of an interstellar transportation formation. He and Tang Xiao Xiao happened to be in the middle of a subformation. Whoosh! Whoosh! After 2 more transits, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao Xiao finally arrived at the galaxy where the Tang sect was located. This is the mother planet of the Tang sect's galaxy, Planet Shu Tang. Tang Xiao Xiao introduced Duan Lingtian to Duan Lingtian. Planet Shu Tang? Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, he guessed that this planet was named by the ancestors of the Tang sect. It was on Earth where he lived in his previous life. The Tang sect was known as the Tang sect of Shu. If I want to go to planet Yanhuang, how do I get there? Duan Lingtian asked. This was what he wanted to do the most at the moment. Because there's no teleportation array on planet Yanhuang, if you want to go to planet Yanhuang, you'll have to teleport to a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Then you'll have to cross the galaxy with your physical body to reach planet Yanhuang, Tang Xiao Xiao said. Duan Lingtian nodded. When they were still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Tang Xiao Xiao had learned from Duan Lingtian that Duan Lingtian had come to Yanhuang realm to go to planet Yanhuang. For this reason, she had brought Duan Lingtian here to make it easier for Duan Lingtian to return to planet Yanhuang. Then send me to a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up as he spoke impatiently. It's not that simple. However, Tang Xiao Xiao shook her head in response to Duan Lingtian's eagerness. What's wrong? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat, and his brows furrowed. It's easy to teleport you to a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. However, once you're in a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located, you'll have to confirm the direction and location of planet Yanhuang before you can reach the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located, right? Tang Xiao Xiao said. Can't the people nearby show me the way? Duan Lingtian asked. In his opinion, when he arrived at a galaxy near the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, he could just ask a random person for the location of planet Yanhuang. As long as he arrived at the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, it would not be difficult for him to find planet Yanhuang. It's not that simple. Tang Xiao Xiao shook her head and said, as far as I know, with the passage of time, fewer and fewer people pay attention to planet Yanhuang. Unless you can obtain the star map of the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located, it'll be difficult for you to find the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located even if you teleport to a nearby galaxy. Star map? Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of this term. After Tang Xiao Xiao explained, he learned that a star map was a star map. After all, a star map was similar to a map. As long as he got the star map of a star area, he would have a clear direction in that star area. He wouldn't be confused and disoriented. Then, do you have a way to obtain the star map? Duan Lingtian's breathing quickened as he looked at Tang Xiao Xiao. After all, as long as he obtained the star map of the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, he would be able to find the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located and return to planet Yanhuang. At that time, he would have achieved his goal of coming to Yanhuang realm. Currently, the star map of the star region around the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located is considered a rare item in Yanhuang realm. Tang Xiao said. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's expression changed when he heard Tang Xiao's words. Based on Tang Xiao's words, it seemed like it would be difficult for him to obtain the star map. What are you doing? Tang Xiao could not help but laugh when she saw the change in Duan Lingtian's expression. However, her face was blocked so he could not see her smile. I said the star map is rare, but I didn't say I don't know where to find it. My ancestor has a hobby of collecting all kinds of star maps. As far as I know, he has the star map of the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Tang Xiao said. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, Duan Lingtian glared at her. Why didn't you say so earlier? You're too impatient. Tang Xiao continued to say with a smile. All right, let's return to the Tangsex estate. I'll take you to see the ancestor. However, whether or not you'll be able to obtain the star atlas from the ancestor will depend on your own ability. Isn't he your ancestor? Can't you just ask him for it? Duan Lingtian said with a frown. It's not that simple. Tang Xiao shook her head and said, My ancestor has a strange temper. Usually, he'll give it to me if I ask him for it. However, he cherishes the star atlases in his possession as much as his life. Even I find it difficult to borrow the star atlases from him. Take me to him first. Duan Lingtian could tell from Tang Xiao's words that her ancestor was difficult to deal with. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to meet her ancestor. Chapter 25:10. All right. Tang Xiao waved her hand and removed the veil on her face, attracting Duan Lingtian's attention. Along the way, Tang Xiao was dressed in black, and her face was covered by a black veil. She had never revealed her true appearance. However, she took the initiative to remove the black veil on her face. It did not cross Duan Lingtian's mind that Tang Xiao's face was peerless under the black veil. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting, her nose was straight, her eyes were big and watery, and her lips were pink and delicate. Most importantly, when Tang Xiao looked at him with a smile, 2 shallow dimples appeared on her cheeks. Duan Lingtian was in a daze when he saw her. Duan Lingtian had seen many beautiful women in the past. Amongst them, his 2 wives, Ku Er, Li Fei, and his close female friend, Feng Tianwu, were the best amongst them. However, Tang Xiao was not inferior to Ke, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu. It was to the extent that because she was a different type of beauty from Ku Er, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu, it gave her a different feeling. Everyone had a love for beauty. Duan Lingtian was no exception. However, after being stunned for a moment, Duan Lingtian withdrew his gaze, and his heart was like a rock, standing firm and unmoved. What's wrong? Did I scare you because I'm too ugly? Tang Xiao asked teasingly when she saw Duan Lingtian regaining his senses after a brief moment. In the depths of her eyes, there was a hint of mockery mixed in. If you're considered ugly, how are most of the women in this world going to live? Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. I didn't know you were so good with words. Tang Xiao looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully and said, I'm sure you have many women around you, right? However, Duan Lingtian's smile froze when he heard Tang Xiao's words. Then he clenched his fists tightly. An invisible murderous aura emanated from his body, sending chills down Tang Xiao's spine. Did I say something wrong? The smile on Tang Xiao's face disappeared when she saw that Duan Lingtian seemed to have changed into a different person. So did her beautiful dimples. Now, when she looked at Duan Lingtian again, she was a little nervous. I'm fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Tang Xiao's panicked words. At the same time, he withdrew the murderous aura from his body. When Tang Xiaoxiao mentioned the women around him, he thought of Ke, Li Fei, and Feng Tianwu. At the same time, he thought about the plight of the three women and the culprit, Yun Qingyan. For a moment, he lost control of his emotions. Although Duan Lingtian had returned to normal, Tang Xiaoxiao no longer dared to joke around. At the same time, she was confused. She did not know why Duan Lingtian had suddenly lost his composure. It seems like he does have many women around him. However, why did he lose his composure when I mentioned the women around him? Tang Xiaoxiao could not figure it out. When I first saw you, you had an unapproachable aura. At that time, I thought you were a cold beauty. I didn't expect you to be so lively under the black veil. After calming down, Duan Lingtian noticed the atmosphere was a little strange, so he quickly changed the topic. Lively? Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. At this moment, she realized something was amiss. She had unknowingly removed her disguise in front of Duan Lingtian. It had to be known that normally, she would only completely remove her disguise in front of her family's ancestor like this. The reason why she disguised herself was to protect herself better. Xiao Xiao. Tang Xiaoxiao was still in a daze when a loud voice rang from afar. A group of 3 people was flying toward the interstellar transportation formation. In just a blink of an eye, they arrived in front of Tang Xiaoxiao and Duan Lingtian. The group of 3 people was led by a young man dressed in embroidered robes. A middle-aged man and an old man followed behind him. The voice belonged to the young man dressed in embroidered robes. Swoosh! At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered Tang Xiaoxiao's expression had changed. The smile on Tang Xiaoxiao's face disappeared the moment she heard the young man's voice. It was replaced by a cold expression that seemed to be covered with a layer of frost that kept people away from her. It seemed as though the temperature in the surroundings had dropped by a few degrees. Xiao Xiao, who's he? The young man dressed in embroidered robes' expression changed drastically when he saw Duan Lingtian standing next to Tang Xiaoxiao. This was his first time seeing Tang Xiaoxiao so close to a man. Most importantly, the young man dressed in embroidered robes was a stranger. This man was still a new face to him. He was certain the young man was not from Tang's sect. Even if the young man was from Tang's sect, he must be an ordinary disciple. Otherwise, he would have recognized the young man. At this moment, Duan Lingtian discovered Tang Xiaoxiao was staring at him. Not only was the young man dressed in embroidered robes looking at Tang Xiaoxiao, but he was also staring at Tang Xiaoxiao as though he was warning Tang Xiaoxiao about something. Whoosh! Before Duan Lingtian could react, Tang Xiaoxiao had already moved closer to Duan Lingtian. She even leaned against Duan Lingtian's side. At the same time, Duan Lingtian discovered Tang Xiaoxiao was not only moving closer to him, but she was also holding his arm affectionately. He's my man. Tang Xiaoxiao looked at the young man dressed in embroidered robes and said calmly. Swoosh! When the young man dressed in embroidered robes saw Tang Xiaoxiao moving closer to Duan Lingtian and holding Duan Lingtian's arm, his expression changed immediately. His expression changed again when he heard Tang Xiaoxiao's words. Duan Lingtian could not help but frown at this moment. Was Tang Xiaoxiao using him as a shield? Duan Lingtian was familiar with this scene. In his past life, when he was still on Earth, he liked to read online novels in his spare time. Among them, there were quite a number of online novels where women used men as shields to reject their suitors. However, the plot in those novels in his past life was actually happening to him. For this reason, Duan Lingtian felt like he was being used. He could not help but frown. However, in the end, he didn't expose Tang Xiaoxiao. Is he one of your pursuers? Duan Lingtian asked through voice transmission even though he did not expose Tang Xiaoxiao. No, Tang Xiaoxiao replied. Tang Xiaoxiao's answer shocked him again. Could it be that he guessed wrong? The young man dressed in embroidered robes was not one of Tang Xiaoxiao's pursuers? Tang Xiaoxiao. The young man dressed in embroidered robes did not pay any attention to Duan Lingtian at this moment. He completely ignored Duan Lingtian as he stared at Tang Xiaoxiao and said in a deep voice, "Don't forget that you're engaged to Brother Yu Ting. Moreover, The sect leader has already made an agreement with Brother Yuting's father. When you come out of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone, they'll hold a grand engagement ceremony for you. The young man dressed in embroidered robes looked at Tang Xiaoxiao warningly when he finished speaking. Engagement ceremony? Tang Xiaoxiao's expression changed immediately when she heard the young man dressed in embroidered robes' words. She asked coldly, "Why didn't I know about this?" The sect leader and Brother Yuting's father made an agreement after you entered the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. The young man dressed in embroidered robes said. After he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian and said coldly, "Boy, do you know who the woman next to you is? Not only is she the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, but she's also the fiancée of the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. If you don't want to die, you'd better get away from her. Otherwise, not only will the Tang sect not let you go, but the Heavenly Wave Mansion will also make sure you die a graveless death." The young man dressed in embroidered robes said threateningly when he reached the end of his sentence. "As it turns out, you're not Xiao Zhao's pursuer." Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes when he heard the young man's threat. He said indifferently, "I thought based on your reaction when you saw me with Xiao Xiao, you must be Xiao Zhao's pursuer. I didn't expect you're just a dog of Xiao Zhao's pursuer." While the young man was threatening Duan Lingtian also learned the general situation from Tang Xiao Zhao's voice transmission. The Skywave Prefecture was a powerful force that was comparable to the Celestial Master sect. Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Skywave Prefecture, had met Tang Xiaoxiao a few years ago. He was amazed by her beauty and had pursued her, but Tang Xiaoxiao had ignored him. Later, Yang Yuting could only turn to his father, the mansion master of Skywave Mansion, for help. That was how the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion came to propose a marriage. Naturally, Tang Xiaoxiao was unwilling to accept the marriage proposal from the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Her ancestor, one of the 3-8 tribulation bodiless celestials of the Tang sect, also supported Tang Xiaoxiao. However, the other 2-8 tribulation bodiless celestials, who were the current sect leader and the supreme elder of the Tang sect, agreed to the marriage proposal of the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. In their opinion, this marriage was beneficial to the Tang sect, but not harmful to them. There were no 9 tribulation bodiless celestials in the Tang sect, so all the decisions were made by the 3-8 tribulation bodiless celestials. For this reason, even if Tang Xiaoxiao's ancestor disagreed, there was nothing he could do. As the supreme elder of Tang sect, one of the pillars of the Tang sect, he could not fall out with the other 2 pillars of the Tang sect for the sake of a descendant of the Tang sect. He liked this descendant of the Tang sect very much. Chapter 25:11. What did you say? The young man's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He glared at Duan Lingtian furiously. How dare you call me a dog? Good, very good. This is the first time in my life that I, Tang Zhenbao, have been humiliated like this. The young man, Tang Zhenbao, glared at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression before he ordered the 2 men behind him. What are you waiting for? I want this brat dead. I want him dead. Yes, young master. As soon as Tang Zhenbao finished speaking, the middle-aged man and the old man behind him replied in unison. Tang Xiaoxiao's expression darkened again when the 2 men were about to make a move. She said coldly, "He's my man. If you dare to make a move, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. You should know I have the ability to do so." Whoosh! Whoosh! The middle-aged man and the old man's expressions changed when they heard Tang Xiaoxiao's threat. At the same time, they quickly withdrew their energy. If the woman in front of them insisted on killing them, they would not be able to live. After all, the woman in front of them was not only the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, but she was also the favorite descendant of one of the supreme elders in Tang sect. Perhaps, she was not a match for them, but as long as she spoke, the supreme elder would not let them go. Even if their master was the favorite descendant of one of the supreme elders, he would not necessarily fall out with one of the supreme elders for them. If you don't make a move, I'll make sure you die. If you make a move, I'll protect both of you and arrange for both of you to leave this place. Tang Jinbao could tell the two men behind him were afraid of Tang Xiaoxiao's threat. He could not help but threaten them sternly when he saw the hesitation in the two men behind him. These two men were his men after all. However, now that they were threatened by Tang Xiaoxiao, they did not dare to make a move. This was no different from a slap to his face. How could he tolerate this? Whoosh! Whoosh! The middle-aged man and the old man's expressions changed again when they heard Tang Jinbao's threat. In the end, they could only brace themselves and make a move. Either way, he would die. If they listened to their master's orders, they might be able to escape from the Tang sect and save their lives. You hold her back. I'll go kill that gigolo. After the old man said to the middle-aged man, his eyes immediately locked onto Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he flew out and attacked Duan Lingtian. Miss Xiaoxiao, please excuse me. The middle-aged man nodded and fixed his eyes on Tang Xiaoxiao. At the same time, he dashed toward Tang Xiaoxiao, intending to distract Tang Xiaoxiao so that his companions could kill the man beside Tang Xiaoxiao. 2-4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials? As soon as the old man and the middle-aged man made their moves, Duan Lingtian could tell they were 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestials based on their auras. You're courting death. Tang Xiaoxiao's expression darkened when she saw the two people behind Tang Jinbao dared to make a move. She raised her hand and a dagger appeared in her hand. Wang! 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 As Tang Xiaoxiao infused her energy into the dagger, it began to emit sharp rays of light that seemed to be able to pierce through anything. At the same time, it exuded a terrifying aura. Tang Xiaoxiao made her move. Her first target was not the middle-aged man, but the old man who was charging toward Duan Lingtian. Although the old man was a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, his strength was comparable to a 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial since he was completely focused on Duan Lingtian and was unaware that Tang Xiaoxiao had obtained a celestial supreme treasure. For this reason, as soon as he arrived near Duan Lingtian and was about to attack Duan Lingtian, Tang Xiaoxiao's dagger was already in front of him. Oh no! By the time the old man reacted and his expression changed drastically, it was already too late. Moreover, Tang Xiaoxiao's attack was comparable to a 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. Even if Tang Xiaoxiao's attack was only comparable to a 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial, he would still be able to retreat in a wretched manner. However, Tang Xiaoxiao's attack was comparable to a 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. An attack comparable to that of a 5th Tribulation Scattered Immortal whistled out. Caught off guard, he had no time to react. Slash! Tang Xiaoxiao's dagger pierced the old man's glabella as though it was a rubber ball, killing him instantly. A 4 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial had died in just a blink of an eye. Humph! Tang Xiaoxiao's eyes turned cold again after she killed the old man. She raised her hand and threw the dagger out with a mysterious technique. Swoosh! Swoosh! The dagger pierced through the air, heading straight for the middle-aged man who was charging towards her. In fact, when the middle-aged man saw Tang Xiaoxiao kill his companion in the blink of an eye, his heart was in turmoil, and his expression changed drastically. He couldn't understand why Tang Xiaoxiao killed his companion. How could this woman, whose strength was at most on par with theirs, unleash such a powerful attack? Immortal supreme treasure! When Tang Xiaoxiao threw the dagger at him in a mysterious way, he finally found the problem. The dagger that was flying toward him was clearly not an ordinary weapon, but a celestial supreme treasure. Poochie! The moment the middle-aged man discovered that Tang Xiaoxiao's dagger was a celestial supreme treasure, the dagger had already pierced through his glabella. The dagger went in from the front of his head and came out from the back of his head. He was killed instantly, following in the footsteps of his companions. In the blink of an eye, 2 4th Tribulation Loose Celestials were killed. Tang Xiaoxiao's celestial technique. Not only can it be used in close combat, but it can also be used as a hidden weapon. Just now, Duan Lingtian could also see that Tang Xiaoxiao's attacks were usually at the level of a 5 Tribulation Bodiless Celestial. It did not matter if it was a close-range attack or a long-distance hidden weapon attack. You You obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Tang Jinbao finally regained his senses when the dagger returned to Tang Xiao's hand. His face paled, but his eyes flashed with greed when he looked at the dagger in Tang Xiao's hand. Let's go! Tang Xiao glanced at Tang Jinbao coldly before she prepared to leave with Duan Lingtian. If it's inconvenient for you to kill him, I'll do it. However, Duan Lingtian did not move at all in the face of Tang Xiao's concern. His eyes were trained on Tang Jinbao. Killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Since Tang Jinbao dared to order someone to kill him, he would have to pay with his life. At this moment, he thought Tang Xiao was inconvenient to kill Tang Jinbao. I know you really want to kill him and he deserves to die. However, if you kill him, my ancestor won't be able to lend you the star map. Although Tang Jinbao isn't his direct descendant, he's still a member of Tang sect. If you kill him, my ancestor will view you as an enemy as well. Tang Xiao said to Duan Lingtian. I'll give you face. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly when he heard Tang Xiao's words. However, he nodded in the end. However, you can avoid death, but you can't escape punishment. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Duan Lingtian charged out like a ghost. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian appeared next to Tang Jinbao in just a blink of an eye. His hands moved so fast that they were like shadows. He broke Tang Jinbao's arms and legs and suppressed Tang Jinbao's strength, so that he could not use his own strength to relieve the pain. Ah! Under such circumstances, Tang Jinbao unsurprisingly let out a scream like a pig being slaughtered. Tang Jinbao's cultivation base was only at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage. He was as weak as an ant in front of Duan Lingtian. It would be easy for Duan Lingtian to torture Tang Jinbao. Let's go. Duan Lingtian ignored Tang Jinbao's murderous gaze and bade farewell to Tang Xiao. Then, he left with Tang Xiao to look for Tang Xiao's ancestor to borrow the star map. With his current strength, he could easily kill Tang Jinbao and become an enemy of Tang sect. He could forcefully snatch the star map from Tang Xiao's ancestor and escape unscathed. However, since Tang Xiao was a good person and had helped him in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he could not bring himself to kill Tang Xiao's ancestor. I don't care who you are. I want you dead. I want you dead. When Tang Jinbao saw Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao's silhouettes, he glared at Duan Lingtian's silhouette and roared furiously. He was so angry that his eyes looked as though they were about to pop out of their sockets. Meanwhile, I'm confident I'll be able to borrow the star map from my ancestor, but you have to promise me one thing. Tang Xiao looked at Duan Lingtian after a moment of silence. Tell me, Duan Lingtian replied. Although he felt that Tang Xiao's condition was reasonable, he still felt slightly uncomfortable. At the same time, he felt like the distance between them had widened. After all, to a certain extent, he had treated Tang Xiao as a friend. After you borrow the star map, you have to bring me out of this galaxy. Tang Xiao stated her condition. That's it. Initially, Duan Lingtian thought Tang Xiao would take advantage of the situation to ask for the Celestial Supreme Treasure in his possession. However, at this moment, he realized he had underestimated Tang Xiao. He had gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own mean measure. To him, Tang Xiao's condition was nothing. It was as easy as lifting a finger. Chapter 25:12. That's it. Tang Xiao nodded. From the beginning until the end, she did not notice Duan Lingtian's strange behavior at all. Duan Lingtian. Tang Xiao seemed to have thought of something as she said apologetically. I only said that you're my man in front of Tang Jinbao earlier because I wanted to put on a show in front of him. I hope you won't blame me for being rude. It's fine. Duan Lingtian shook his head. I just find it strange. Since he's not your pursuer, there's no need for you to put on an act in front of him, right? He has a good relationship with Yang Yuting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. I only wanted to tell Yang Yuting that I have a man so he would give up. Tang Xiao paused for a moment before she said with a wry smile on her face. However, I didn't expect the sect leader and the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion would hold an engagement ceremony for me and Yang Yuting when I came out of the Beyond Heaven's secret zone. So you're saying, the act you put on with me before was for nothing? Duan Lingtian asked. Something like that. Tang Xiao nodded. A hint of determination flashed in her eyes as she said, however, I won't be engaged to Yang Yuting over my dead body. You seem to dislike Yang Yuting. Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow and said, the Heavenly Wave Mansion is a force on par with the Celestial Masters sect. They even have a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, the Tang sect wouldn't be interested in forming a marriage alliance with them. As the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion, he has a high status. Why do you dislike him so much? Duan Lingtian asked. Because that Yang Yuting is a complete hedonistic son of rich parents. Tang Xiao said with a disgusted expression. I feel disgusted just thinking about what he has done, let alone saying it out loud. Let's not talk about him anymore. After a while, she turned to Duan Lingtian and said, let's go and ask the old ancestor for the star chart and leave as soon as possible. Otherwise, the sect leader and the others will stop me when they realize what's going on. If I'm not wrong, that Tang Jinbao must have already gone to look for his ancestor. Tang Xiao's voice became urgent as she spoke. You want me to take you away? To avoid this marriage? Moreover, are you worried that the 8 tribulation bodiless celestial behind Tang Jinbao and the sect leader of Tang sect will stop you? At this moment, Duan Lingtian had also realized this. Yes. Tang Xiao nodded. Actually, if you really don't want to agree to this marriage, I can help you. The Heavenly Wave Mansion only has 1 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Duan Lingtian said calmly. He might be able to fight the 9th tribulation bodiless celestial of Skywave Prefecture to a draw. However, he believed that Skywave Prefecture wouldn't dare to disrespect him as long as he asked for Tang Xiao. After all, in Yanhuang Realm, he was just a lone cultivator with no ties. The Heavenly Wave Prefecture would not dare to offend someone like him. As the saying went, a barefooted man is not afraid of a man with shoes. He could easily avoid the 9th tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Prefecture and attack the others from the Heavenly Wave Prefecture. I know your strength is comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, so I thought about asking you for help. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tang Xiao sighed and said, however, the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Prefecture is not an ordinary bodiless celestial. He's a bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. If he doesn't use his soul attack, you'll be able to fight to a draw at most. However, if he uses his soul attack, how can the soul of an eminent celestial withstand his soul attack? Tang Xiao voiced out her concerns. She had long thought about Duan Lingtian's words. It would be fine if Duan Lingtian was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even if the 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the Heavenly Wave Prefecture had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, Duan Lingtian would not be afraid. However, there was a problem. Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. Perhaps Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial due to his various techniques, but his soul was only at the level of an eminent celestial. Let alone a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to injure Duan Lingtian's soul. A 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique? Duan Lingtian gasped when he heard Tang Xiao's words. In the mundane realm, the people he feared the most were bodiless celestials who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. Previously, when he was still in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he was forced to hide in a heaven-rank treasure vault by a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique. At that time, he was already strong enough to kill a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial and even an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, since the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to hide in a heaven-rank treasure vault until Chun Yi-Ru appeared and killed the 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. Even a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique was able to force him into a corner. How could a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial who had mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique be able to escape? Are you sure? The 9 tribulation bodiless celestial from the heavenly wave mansion has mastered the soul congregation embodiment technique? Duan Lingtian asked solemnly. Yes. Tang Xiao nodded. If that's the case, there's nothing I can do. Duan Lingtian sighed and said, Let's go. Bring me to your ancestor. The Tang sect was located in a galaxy called the 1,000 Opportunities Galaxy. Duan Lingtian was currently on planet Shutang, the mother planet of the 1,000 Opportunities Galaxy. The Tang sect's inner court was located on planet Shutang. Tang Xiao Zhao's ancestor, one of the 2 supreme elders of Tang sect, usually lived in the Tang sect's inner court. As the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect, Tang Xiao Zhao's face was like a pass to the Tang sect's inner court. For this reason, Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao were able to travel freely in the Tang sect's inner court. In a vast mansion, Duan Lingtian met the old ancestor of Tang Xiao Zhao's branch. The old ancestor was a kind-looking but shrewd old man. Ancestor! As soon as Tang Xiao landed in the front yard of the mansion, she sat at the stone table opposite the old man who was drinking tea. Girl, it's one thing for you to be rude, but now you're acting so presumptuously in front of an outsider. You're becoming more and more unruly. The old man shook his head helplessly as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Then, he looked at Tang Xiao and shook his head helplessly. Although the old man seemed helpless, a hint of affection could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Ancestor, he's my friend. He's not an outsider. Tang Xiao smiled before she beckoned to Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian, come and have a seat. This is my ancestor. He's one of the 2 supreme elders of Tang sect, Tang Zhongyi. Greetings, senior. Duan Lingtian nodded at Tang Zhongyi before he sat down next to Tang Xiao. He did not restrain himself at all. He did not feel awkward in such a situation. Although the old man was strong, he was only an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Tang Zhongyi frowned when he saw Duan Lingtian acting as casually as Tang Xiao. A hint of displeasure could be seen in his eyes. It was one thing for Tang Xiao to act casually in front of him. After all, Tang Xiao was the most outstanding disciple of the younger generation, and he doted on her dearly. He was confident that he could do whatever he wanted to her. However, how could this purple-clad young man act so casually? As soon as Duan Lingtian appeared, Tang Zhongyi had probed Duan Lingtian's cultivation base with his divine consciousness. He knew Duan Lingtian was only an eminent celestial. Girl, how was your trip to the Beyond Heaven secret zone this time? Although Tang Zhongyi was displeased with Duan Lingtian, he did not show it on his face. He merely looked at Duan Lingtian and shifted his attention back to Tang Xiao. Forefather, look at this. Tang Xiao raised her hand and placed the dagger she had obtained in the Beyond Heaven secret zone on the stone table. Then, she looked at Tang Zhongyi with a smile. This is... Tang Zhongyi picked up the dagger and looked at it. His eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "A celestial supreme treasure. You obtained a celestial supreme treasure." Good. When Tang Zhongyi returned the dagger to Tang Xiao, he couldn't help but chuckle. It was as though he was happier that Tang Xiao had obtained a celestial supreme treasure than him. Girl, your strength is comparable to a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial now that you've obtained a celestial supreme treasure. Tang Zhongyi found Tang Xiao pleasing to the eye. She was indeed the pride of the Tang clan and the strongest person among the younger generation in Tang sect. What a pity! How good would it be if Xiao was a man? Naturally, Tang Zhongyi did not voice his thoughts out loud. Old ancestor, the sect leader said that he wants to hold an engagement ceremony for me. Do you know about it? Tang Xiao asked with a solemn expression on her face. I know. Tang Zhongyi nodded and sighed. Girl, before you returned, I've already made up my mind. If you're unwilling to marry Yang Yuting, I'll send you away. At that time, you can cultivate somewhere else and wait for the Celestial Ascension Force to ascend to a Devata realm. Father. Tang Xiaozhao's heart skipped a beat as tears welled up in her eyes. Since you've just returned, I don't think sect leader and the others have heard about this yet. It's not too late for me to send you away now. Tang Zhongyi rose to his feet as he spoke. Ha. As soon as Tang Zhongyi rose to his feet, a loud laughter rang from outside. Xiao, I heard you obtained a celestial supreme treasure in the Beyond Heaven's secret zone? Sect leader? Chapter 25:13. Although Tang Zhongyi was one of the 2 supreme elders of Tang sect and one of the 3 strongest 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in Tang sect, if the other 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials made the same decision, it would be difficult for him to change their minds. There was a rule in Tang sect that the minority had to obey the majority. Naturally, this rule only applied to high-ranking officials of Tang sect. If Tang Zhongyi was a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial instead of an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, the other 2 8 tribulation bodiless celestials, the sect leader of Tang sect and the supreme elder, would not dare to object to his decision. Tang Zhongyi would have the final say. Unfortunately, he was not a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, so he could not object to Tang Xiaozhao's decision. After all, this decision was beneficial to Tang sect. Tang Zhongyi had devoted most of his life to the Tang sect, and this time, he wanted to send Tang Xiaoxiao away for personal gain. However, at this moment, the sect leader of Tang sect had arrived. How did the sect leader get here so quickly? Tang Zhongyi's expression changed drastically as he looked at Tang Xiaoxiao with an unwilling expression on his face. If the sect leader of Tang sect was still unaware of Tang Xiaoxiao's return, he could have sent her away. However, now that the sect leader of Tang sect knew Tang Xiaoxiao had returned, he had personally come to look for her. At this moment, it was almost impossible for him to send Tang Xiaoxiao away. He could barely stop the sect leader of Tang sect. However, the supreme elder of Tang sect was on the sect leader of Tang sect's side. The supreme elder's strength was not inferior to his. Perhaps, it's because I killed Tang Zhenbao's men. Tang Xiaoxiao frowned slightly when she heard the sect leader of Tang sect's words. However, her expression remained unchanged. At the same time, she looked at Tang Zhongyi and said through voice transmission, Old ancestor, I remember hearing you say you have a star chart that covers the galaxy where planet Yanhuang is located. Now, I hope you can lend me that star chart. Star chart? Tang Zhongyi was still upset that he didn't have a chance to send Tang Xiaoxiao away. Hearing Tang Xiaozhao's voice, he was stunned. When he finally came back to his senses, he couldn't help but ask, Little girl, what do you want the star chart for? Old ancestor, I'm very touched that you said you would send me away before the sect leader knows that I'm back. However, now that the sect leader is here, I'm afraid you won't be able to send me away. However, if I want to leave now, there's still a chance. That chance is to obtain the star chart of the star region that encompasses the galaxy where the flaming yellow star is located. As long as I get the star map, I'll be able to leave the Tang sect, Tang Xiaoxiao said. You'll be able to leave the Tang sect once you get the star map? Upon hearing Tang Xiaozhao's words, Tang Zhongyi was stunned for a moment before he asked again, Why? Ancestor, don't ask anymore, because you'll know very soon. Now, you'd better give me the star map as soon as possible. Sect leader will be here soon. Tang Xiaoxiao urged. Although Tang Zhongyi was still very confused when he heard Tang Xiaozhao's anxious tone, he still handed the star chart of the star region that encompassed the galaxy where the flaming yellow star was located to Tang Xiaoxiao. Little girl, why are you still playing games with me at this time? Tell me now. After Tang Zhongyi handed the star chart to Tang Xiaoxiao and watched her put it away, he could not help but ask again through voice transmission, What's the matter? Just as Tang Xiaoxiao was about to reply to Tang Zhongyi through voice transmission whoosh, a gust of wind blew past, and a figure appeared in front of the stone table where Duan Ling Tian and the others were sitting. What appeared before Duan Ling Tian's eyes was a middle-aged man wearing a silver robe with golden edges. The middle-aged man had a medium build and a square face. His long hair was tied up in a ponytail, and he had a dignified look on his face. Clearly, he had been in a high position for a long time. He's the sect leader of Tang's sect, Tang Chong? Before arriving at the Tang sect's estate, Duan Ling Tian had learned from Tang Xiao Xiao that the sect leader of Tang sect was Tang Chong. He also learned that the sect leader of Tang sect was one of the 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials in Tang sect. Tang Chong's eyes were trained on Tang Xiao Xiao when he arrived. Lord Sect Leader. Tang Xiao Xiao stood up and bowed respectfully when she saw Tang Chong. She nodded and said, "I've indeed obtained a celestial supreme treasure in the beyond heaven's secret zone. Congratulations." Tang Chong congratulated Tang Xiao Xiao with a smile on his face. After Tang Xiao Xiao thanked him, he turned to Tang Zhongyi and said, "Elder Yi, your descendants are really amazing. Not only are they talented, but they're also blessed with great opportunities." "You flatter me, sect leader," Tang Zhongyi replied humbly. However, as soon as Tang Zhongyi finished speaking, Tang Chong turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, who was still sitting in front of the stone table. His calm gaze turned sharp immediately. His gaze was as sharp as a sword as he stared at Duan Ling Tian. However, Duan Ling Tian remained unmoved. It was so much so that when faced with Tang Chong's sharp and blade-like gaze, not only did he have a calm and collected expression, he even unhurriedly extended his hand to grab a teacup for himself and began to pour tea for himself. From the beginning until the end, he completely ignored Tang Chong. "Xiao Xiao, I heard you say he's your man?" Tang Chong asked in a deep voice as he stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly. Swoosh! As soon as Tang Chong's words left his mouth, Tang Zhongyi's expression changed. He turned to Tang Xiao Xiao in disbelief. He was shocked by Tang Chong's words. Yes. Tang Xiao Xiao did not expect the sect leader of Tang sect would ask her this question as soon as he appeared. However, she braced herself and answered. It seemed like she had no choice but to follow through with her plan. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not only did Tang Chong's expression change drastically upon hearing Tang Xiao Xiao's admission, but even Tang Zhongyi's expression changed drastically. Xiao Xiao! Don't forget you're engaged. Tang Chong looked at Tang Xiao Xiao and said in a deep voice, "Moreover, I've already discussed this with the person from Heavenly Wave Mansion. After you come out of the Beyond Heaven secret zone, we'll hold an engagement ceremony for you and Yang Yu Ting, the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. What's going on now that you've brought back a brat like him?" Tang Chong's voice turned deeper and deeper when he reached the end of his sentence. Sect leader. Tang Xiao Xiao said indifferently, "I don't want to marry Yang Yu Ting. I already have someone in my heart." As soon as Tang Xiao Xiao finished speaking, she turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. As soon as Tang Xiao Xiao finished speaking, a thunderous voice rang in the air. A voice filled with ruthlessness seemed to come from all directions and reverberated in his ears like thunder. Sect leader, why are you wasting your breath on this girl? If it were up to me, we should just kill this brat. Along with this voice, a tall and sturdy old man appeared. His face was full of white curly beard, and when paired with his messy white hair, he looked like a white lion. However, as soon as the old man appeared, he turned to look at Duan Ling Tian. His eyes were filled with ruthless killing intent. "Are you the one who broke my descendant Tang Jinbao's arms and legs and humiliated him?" After a few moments, the old man walked up to the stone table and stared at Duan Ling Tian coldly as he asked in a questioning tone, "Tang Hong?" When the old man mentioned Tang Jinbao, Duan Ling Tian had already guessed the old man's identity. The other supreme elder of Tang sect, Tang Hong. Tang Jinbao was Tang Hong's descendant. Tang Xiao Xiao had mentioned Tang Hong to Duan Ling Tian on their way to the Tang sect's inner estate. In the Tang sect, there was Tang Hong, the sect leader of the Tang sect, Tang Chong, and another supreme elder, Tang Zhongyi. He was also an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial. Although Duan Ling Tian knew the old man was an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, he remained calm as he sipped his tea. It was as though he was completely immersed in the art of tea. "Ancestor, it's him. Kill him and avenge me." Another voice sounded, followed by the arrival of a figure who had arrived late. This person was none other than Tang Jinbao, whose arms and legs were broken by Duan Lingtian earlier. However, Tang Jinbao's arms and legs that were twisted had already healed, and he appeared by Tang Hong's side in high spirits as he stretched out his hand to point at Duan Lingtian. He had an embarrassed and resentful expression as he gnashed his teeth. It was as though he wanted to tear Duan Lingtian into a million pieces. "It seems like the lesson earlier wasn't enough for you. Xiao Xiao, I've already given you face earlier. This time, I'm sorry." The moment Duan Lingtian's words left his mouth, before Tang Hong and the others could even react, Duan Lingtian's expression changed. As Duan Lingtian raised his hand, a sword appeared in his hand like a bolt of lightning. Whoosh! As soon as the sword appeared, it whistled through the air. It was the imperial sword technique. Duan Lingtian's sword-wielding technique was so fast that Tang Hong and the others could not react in time. However, just as Duan Lingtian's sword was about to reach Tang Jinbao's glabella, it suddenly stopped. Whoosh! A large hand that seemed to be able to blot out the sky and cover the sun seemed to have the help of the gods as it blocked Duan Lingtian's sword and grabbed it tightly. A celestial supreme treasure? The person who grabbed Duan Lingtian's sword was none other than Tang Hong, the supreme elder of Tang sect. As soon as he grabbed the sword, he discovered it was a celestial sword. His eyes lit up immediately like 2 bright stars in the night sky. A celestial supreme treasure. Chapter 25:14. Brat. I didn't expect you to have a celestial supreme treasure. Tang Hong, the supreme elder of Tang sect, reluctantly looked away from the celestial sword in his hand. His eyes shone with greed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. "However, I want your celestial supreme treasure now." Based on his words, it was clear he wanted to take Duan Lingtian's celestial sword for himself. How dare a mere 8 tribulation bodiless celestial say, "He wants to take my celestial sword"? Duan Lingtian sneered when he heard Tang Hong's words. Immediately after, the power that he had been accumulating all over his body also soared at the first moment, quickly turning into a turbulent whirlpool. In just a blink of an eye, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings was completely absorbed by him. An assist-type divine ability? What a powerful assist-type divine ability. The 3 8 tribulation bodiless celestials from Tang sect were shocked by Duan Lingtian's assist-type divine ability, the elementary devouring tactic. With just a thought, another sword appeared in Duan Lingtian's hand. Energy surged out of the sword, emitting a terrifying aura. Another celestial sword. Duan Lingtian has 2 celestial supreme treasures? Moreover, both of them are celestial swords? Who is he? Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, and Tang Zhongyi, the supreme elder of Tang sect, were shocked by the second celestial supreme treasure in Duan Lingtian's hand. One had to know that even the Tang sect only had 3 immortal supreme treasures. Even if Tang Xiao Xiao obtained the celestial supreme treasure in the Beyond Heaven secret zone, Tang sect only had 4 celestial supreme treasures. However, Duan Lingtian, an eminent celestial, had 2 celestial supreme treasures in just a blink of an eye. How could they not be shocked? Another celestial supreme treasure. Tang Jinbao's eyes lit up as he stared at the second immortal sword in Duan Lingtian's hand. The flames of greed in his eyes rose like a prairie fire that could not be stopped. On the other hand, the supreme elder of Tang sect, Tang Hong, who had declared his intention to snatch Duan Lingtian's celestial sword away. The greed in his eyes was extinguished in just a blink of an eye when he saw Duan Lingtian taking out the second celestial supreme treasure. "Who are you?" When Tang Hong looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was a hint of dread in his eyes. For an eminent celestial to possess a celestial supreme treasure, It could be said that he had obtained it by luck in the beyond heaven's secret zone. However, it was impossible for an eminent celestial to obtain two celestial supreme treasures at the same time in the beyond heaven's secret zone. After all, there were many powerhouses in the beyond heaven's secret zone, including 8 tribulation bodiless celestials and 9 tribulation bodiless celestials. For an eminent celestial to be able to obtain a celestial supreme treasure under the watchful eyes of those powerhouses was already considered extremely lucky. The chances of obtaining 2 celestial supreme treasures were extremely slim. In fact, it could be said that it was almost impossible. Apart from the fortuitous encounter in the beyond heaven's secret zone, for an eminent celestial to possess 2 celestial supreme treasures, he had to have an extraordinary background. For this reason, when Tang Hong speculated that Duan Lingtian had an extraordinary background, fear rose in his heart. The person who's going to kill you. However, Duan Lingtian completely ignored Tang Hong's question. He only replied with a single sentence, "Don't worry about it." As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the celestial sword in his hand began to revolve around him at an increasing speed. In just a blink of an eye, tens of thousands of sword rays appeared above his head. Perhaps, it was only at the moment of his death that he realized. Using a celestial supreme treasure in front of Duan Lingtian was equivalent to courting death. "Old ancestor!" Tang Jinbao cried out in grief. His face was as pale as a sheet of paper. Although he did not see what had happened with his cultivation base, he could clearly see that the old ancestor of the celestial supreme treasure had disappeared. At this moment, the old ancestor's aura was completely gone. In that case, there was only one possibility. His old ancestor was dead. Whoosh! Whoosh! Tang Chong and Tang Zhongyi's expressions changed. They did not expect Duan Lingtian to be so powerful. In just a blink of an eye, he had killed Tang Hong. It was too late for them to lend a helping hand. Of course, after witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength, they knew very well that they did not have the time to react. Even if they had made a move earlier, and even if they had joined forces with Tang Hong, they would not have been a match for Duan Lingtian. The celestial method he used completely overpowers the celestial supreme treasure. He snatched the celestial supreme treasure away from us. If the 3 of us used our celestial supreme treasures, it would be equivalent to us not making a move at all. However, if the 3 of us did not use our celestial supreme treasures, it would be impossible for us to block his attack. The attack of his sword formation is no weaker than the full force attack of an ordinary 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. Whether it was Tang Chong or Tang Zhongyi, both of them knew their limits. For this reason, when they looked at Duan Lingtian again, there was only dread in their eyes. Whoosh! 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 After the sword formation annihilated and killed Tang Hong, it continued to howl towards Tang Jinbao without slowing down in the slightest. Before Tang Jinbao could even react, it had exterminated him. At the same time, Duan Lingtian finally stopped attacking. After putting away his 2 celestial swords, he held Tang Hong's celestial supreme treasure in his hand. Xiao Xiao. After greeting Tang Xiao Xiao, Duan Lingtian threw the celestial supreme treasure in his hand to Tang Xiao Xiao. He did not covet the celestial supreme treasure at all. After all, even if he kept the celestial supreme treasure, no one would dare to say anything about it. Tang Xiao Xiao hesitated when she caught the celestial supreme treasure. After all, it was Duan Lingtian's spoils of war. There was nothing wrong with Duan Lingtian keeping the celestial supreme treasure. Give it to the sect leader of Tang sect. You fought for this celestial supreme treasure for Tang sect. Now that Tang Hong is dead, he has no reason to force you to marry the young mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Even if he wants to force you to marry him, he'll have to ask your ancestor for permission, Duan Lingtian said to Tang Xiao Xiao through voice transmission. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tang Xiao Xiao finally understood Duan Lingtian's good intentions. She smiled gratefully at Duan Lingtian before she handed the celestial supreme treasure in her hand to Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect. Tang Chong's expression changed when he received the celestial supreme treasure. His emotions were complicated. I really didn't expect. Xiao, the little guy you brought back is so powerful. Tang Zhongyi finally regained his senses. He looked at Tang Xiao before he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. He could not help but heave a long sigh. At this moment, the resentment he had for Duan Lingtian was completely gone. He knew Duan Lingtian had the confidence to act so casually in front of him. Xiao, is he really your man? Tang Zhongyi could not help but ask in the end. No. At this moment, Tang Xiao realized that there was no need for her to lie, because she was no longer in danger to a certain extent. What a pity! What a pity! Chapter 25:15. Tang Zhongyi was not the only one who was disappointed. Even the sect leader of Tang sect, Tang Chong, was slightly disappointed. When they saw Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, they could not help but feel excited when they thought about Duan Lingtian was Tang Xiao's man. This meant that the Tang sect had established a relationship with someone whose strength was comparable to a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial. In their opinion, for this expert, he didn't mind offending the Skywave Prefecture. Now that they knew that Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao didn't have that kind of relationship, they were disappointed. Ancestor, what are you talking about? Tang Xiao couldn't help but blush when she heard Tang Zhongyi's disappointed sigh. She was so shy that she looked like a young girl who was about to get married. Girl, since Elder Hong is already dead, you should stay behind, Tang Zhongyi said. Without Tang Hong, with his status in the Tang sect, Tang Xiao could not marry into the Skywave Prefecture. Moreover, he also believed that, after this battle, whether it was because of Tang Hong's death or because he had witnessed the strength of Tang Xiao's friend, the sect leader of the Tang sect would not force Tang Xiao to marry into the Skywave Prefecture. Ancestor, I still want to go out for a walk, Tang Xiao replied. Before I ascend to the Devata realm, I want to spend some time in the mundane realm to relax. Up to you. Hearing Tang Xiao's words, Tang Zhongyi nodded. But before you ascend, try to come back and see me. I will. Tang Xiao nodded. Let's go. At this time, Duan Lingtian called Tang Xiao and prepared to leave. He thought Tang Xiao wouldn't have to leave with him after he killed Tang Hong. To his surprise, Tang Xiao decided to leave. Yes. Tang Xiao acknowledged Duan Lingtian's words and left with him. The star map that Xiao asked me for should be what this Duan Lingtian wants as well. Looking at the backs of Duan Lingtian and Duan Lingtian, Tang Zhongyi faintly guessed this point. Xiao must have reached an agreement with this Duan Lingtian. She will help him get the star map of the star field that includes the star system where the flaming yellow star is located, and he will take her away from the Tang sect. The reason why Tang Zhongyi was able to guess this was because he had witnessed Duan Lingtian's strength. Elder Yi. At this moment, Tang Chong, the sect leader of Tang sect, put away the celestial supreme treasure that belonged to Tang Hong that Tang Xiao had given him. He smiled wryly at Tang Zhongyi and said, "Let's think of a way to deal with the mansion master of Heavenly Wave Mansion. Although the Skywave Mansion won't completely fall out with the Tang sect, it'll be a disgrace to the Skywave Mansion if we break the engagement. Even if they don't declare war on the Tang sect, I'm afraid they won't let this matter rest." The wry smile on Tang Chong's face deepened when he finished speaking. Upon hearing Tang Chong's words, Tang Zhongyi realized the seriousness of the matter. His expression turned solemn immediately. Meanwhile, let's go to the star system near the star system where the flaming yellow star is located first. Tang Xiao unfolded the star map that she had obtained from Tang Zhongyi and pointed at a star system near the interstellar transportation formation as she spoke to Duan Lingtian. This star system is the closest star system to the star system where the flaming yellow star is located. The star systems around the star system where the flaming yellow star is located are relatively backward and don't have any interstellar transportation formations. We can only travel to the star system where the flaming yellow star is located and head to the star system where the flaming yellow star is located. Tang Xiao continued. All right, Duan Lingtian nodded. Let's do as you say. I'll follow you. Following that, Duan Lingtian followed Tang Xiao through dozens of interstellar transportation formations before they finally arrived at their destination. It was the closest interstellar transportation formation to the star system where the flaming yellow star was located. The interstellar transportation formation was located in a star system called the Cos star system. The Cos star system is a star system ruled by technology. The star system we're currently on is the mother planet of the Cos star system, planet Satel. Tang Xiao explained to Duan Lingtian before they even left the interstellar transportation formation after arriving at the Cos star system's mother planet, planet Satel. Of course, all that I know is from the star map. In the past, I've never heard of the location of this star system. After all, this star system is too far away from the Thousand Opportunities star system where the Tang sect is located. Tang Xiao said, "The flaming yellow realm is too big. It's not something our Saint Province realm can compare to." Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh. "Of course," Tang Xiao said, "your Saint Province realm is just a small mundane realm. Our Yen Huang realm is a large mundane realm. In fact, when you ascend to a Devata realm, you'll know what it means to be big. There are a total of 81 Devata realms, and each Devata realm is larger than our Yen Huang realm. Naturally, large mundane realms like our Yen Huang realm are also the closest to Devata realms. After all, the Devata realms also have a boundless starry sky with countless planets, galaxies, and stellar regions." Tang Xiao continued to explain. Devata realms. Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, Duan Lingtian was filled with yearning for the Devata realms. He felt like a country bumpkin who had just entered a city when he came to the Yen Huang realm from the Saint Province realm. However, based on Tang Xiao's words, it seemed like the Devata realms were even bigger than the Yen Huang realm. "Let's go. What we need to do now is to leave planet Satel and the Cos galaxy. We'll travel to the galaxy where planet Yen Huang is located." After Tang Xiao led Duan Lingtian out of the interstellar transportation formation, she took out a star chart and spread it out. According to the markings on the star chart, we still have to pass through 3 galaxies to reach the galaxy where planet Yen Huang is located after leaving the Cos galaxy. With your speed, we should be able to reach planet Yen Huang in 3 months if you bring me along. Of course, that's only if you use all your skills and travel at full speed. Tang Xiao looked at Duan Lingtian as she said, "I've taken into account that your speed is comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. If your speed is slower than a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial, it'll take you longer. So far." Duan Lingtian was shocked when he heard Tang Xiao's words. It would take a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial 3 months to travel to the galaxy where planet Yen Huang was located even though he was a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. If they were in the Saint Province realm, this speed would only take a few days. They would be able to travel to the Debussy subterranean and the upper province in just a few days. A large mundane realm is so much bigger than a small mundane realm? Duan Lingtian could not help but click his tongue when he thought of this. Top quality. Top quality. Duan Lingtian was about to bring Tang Xiao along when a frivolous voice rang in the air. The voice was getting closer and closer to them. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and saw 3 men dressed in suits. 3 young men dressed in suits similar to the suits on Earth were leering at Tang Xiao who was standing next to him. Each of them stepped on something similar to a skateboard and flew toward them at an extremely fast speed. Of course, the 3 young men were not using ordinary skateboards. Duan Lingtian extended his divine sense and integrated it into the skateboards of the 3 young men. He immediately probed the internal structure of the skateboards. When he discovered the densely packed capacitors and wires inside, Duan Lingtian felt his scalp go numb. The technology here has actually reached such a level? Duan Lingtian remembered very clearly. In his previous life, when he was still on Earth, Even the structure of the most complex technological products on Earth was far less complicated than this. It was not even 1/10,000th of the structure of the skateboards under the feet of the three young men in front of him. Beep, beep, beep. While Duan Lingtian was shocked by the structure of the skateboards under the feet of the three young men, a red light flashed on the skateboards under the feet of the three young men, and a series of alarms sounded. The skateboards under their feet are commonly seen in galaxies ruled by technology. Humans in galaxies ruled by technology rely on skateboards to fly. Tang Xiao seemed to have noticed the shock on Duan Lingtian's face. She explained to Duan Lingtian, "Earlier, you must have probed the skateboards under their feet with your divine sense, right? Otherwise, they wouldn't have sounded alarms." "Yes." Duan Lingtian nodded. At this moment, the depths of Duan Lingtian's heart were filled with shock. Although he had long known that technology and cultivation coexisted in large mundane realms, he could not help but feel shocked when he saw the advanced technology in a large mundane realm. After all, although the technology on Earth in his previous life had advanced to a certain level, it was still inferior to the technology on Earth. However, compared to the technology in front of him, it was far behind. If the technology on Earth developed normally, I'm afraid it would take at least 10,000 years for it to reach this level. Duan Lingtian thought to himself, "Boy, how dare a cultivator like you act so presumptuously in our cost galaxy. I think you don't want to live anymore." One of the young men standing on a skateboard glared at Duan Lingtian fiercely as he shouted in a deep voice, "Kill this male cultivator and capture this female cultivator. Come to think of it, I haven't played with a female cultivator for a few years now." It's not an ordinary lens. The structure inside it is beyond your imagination. Duan Lingtian nodded. He had already detected this with his divine consciousness. Not more than 100 years old, the young man who was addressed as Boss Knox by the two young men who had transformed into mechas laughed. His eyes were filled with disdain when he looked at Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao again. He had a very good understanding of cultivators. It was difficult for cultivators below the age of 100 to enter the Saint Celestial stage. In the several dozens of galaxies around the Cos galaxy, there were only a handful of people below the age of 100 who had a cultivation base at the Saint Celestial stage or above, but they were still extremely rare. His two companions' strength was comparable to a powerhouse at the third form of the Saint Celestial stage after they had transformed into mechas. Therefore, in his opinion, it was impossible for the man and woman before him to be at the Saint Celestial stage or above. Even if they were at the first, second, or third form of the Saint Celestial stage at most. In fact, there were only a handful of cultivators below the age of 100 who were at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above in the dozens of galaxies around the Cos galaxy. He did not think he would be so unlucky as to encounter cultivators at that level. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao were unaware of Nox's thoughts. Otherwise, they would have laughed out loud. Fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage? After all, both of their cultivation bases were above the ninth form of the Saint Celestial stage. They were eminent celestials after all. Most importantly, they were not ordinary eminent celestials. Duan Lingtian's strength was comparable to a 9-tribulation bodiless celestial. Tang Xiao's strength was comparable to a 5-tribulation bodiless celestial, even though she was not as strong as Duan Lingtian. However, Nox actually thought they had not broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Naturally, Nox could not be blamed for thinking so. This was because none of the dozens of galaxies near the Cost galaxy were ruled by cultivators, and none of them had been unified by any force. This was because the forces in those galaxies were small and unknown forces in the Yen-Huang plane. The reason there were only a few small forces in those galaxies was because there were no cultivation resources in those galaxies. In those dozens of galaxies, there were no cultivation resources. In other words, the powerful forces did not care about the cultivation resources in those galaxies at all. Forces like the Tang sect and the Celestial Master sect didn't care about the cultivation resources in those dozens of galaxies, so they disdained to take root there. Even forces that were much weaker than the Tang sect and the Celestial Master sect did not care about the cultivation resources in those galaxies. In ordinary small forces, those who were below the age of 100 who had broken through to the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage or above were considered rare geniuses. On top of that, the Kost galaxy, which was completely ruled by technology, was located in a remote area. Usually, the cultivators who came here were people from the dozens of galaxies around it. For this reason, Knox thought Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were from those galaxies as well. If he had known Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao were from the Tianji galaxy, which was ruled by the Tang sect, he would not have dared to underestimate them. Since these two are not even 100 years old, you should be able to crush them with your strength? Knox looked at Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao disdainfully before he said to the two young men operating the mechas, "Kill the man and leave the woman alive." When he reached the end of his sentence, a look of unbridled lust could be seen in the depths of his eyes. Kill. Almost as soon as Knox finished speaking, the mechas operated by the two young men immediately moved again. Ka, 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 ka. Although the two mechas looked clumsy, they were very agile when they moved. One of the mechas extended its right arm, and a fine steel blade appeared in its hand. It gleamed coldly as though it could cut through anything. The other mecha extended its left arm, and a black hole appeared at the end of its left arm. A white light flashed from the hole, and it grew brighter and brighter. In the end, it looked as though it was about to burst out of the hole. Whoosh! In just a blink of an eye, the first mecha charged toward Duan Lingtian like a bolt of lightning. The blade in its hand was pointed at Duan Lingtian's chest. The reason why his speed was so fast was because there was a pushing force behind him. This pushing force came from the 3 vacuum recoil devices behind him, which emitted vacuum cannons to propel him forward at an extremely fast speed. This speed, it's comparable to a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Although the speed of the mecha was like a snail in Duan Lingtian's eyes, he was still shocked. The speed of this mecha was comparable to a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Duan Lingtian was still in shock over the speed of the mecha that was charging toward him. Boom! Accompanied by a loud bang, a white beam of light shot out from the muzzle of the other mecha's left arm, which was filled with white light. It was a laser cannon. That's a laser cannon? Its power is comparable to a powerhouse at the 4th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A hint of surprise could be seen in Duan Lingtian's eyes as he raised an eyebrow. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiaoxiao remained motionless in the face of the attacks from the two mechas. It was as though they had completely ignored the attacks from the two mechas. Chapter 25:17. There's no reaction at all? It seems like these two cultivators haven't even broken through to the Saint Celestial stage. How boring. These were the thoughts of the two young men who were controlling the two mechas. They were in their mechas. While their faces were filled with hostility, their eyes could not help but reveal waves of disappointment. They were disappointed by Duan Lingtian and the other young man's strength. After all, even a cultivator at the 1st form of the Saint Celestial stage would not be so passive when faced with their attacks. How weak! Nock, who was standing nearby, sneered disdainfully when he saw this. A hint of disdain could be seen in his eyes. However, in the next moment, the sneer on his face froze. How's this possible? 2 cries of alarm rang out. They were the voices of the two young men operating the two mechas. At this moment, one of the mechas had already arrived in front of Duan Lingtian. Moreover, the fine steel blade in his hand had already pierced towards Duan Lingtian's chest. With the might of his sharp blade, even if it was a thick and heavy steel plate, it would be easily pierced through. However, at this moment, his blade was only a foot away from Duan Lingtian's chest, but it could not move any further. It was as if it had been forcefully stopped by an invisible force. Boom! 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 At the same time, the laser cannon shot out by the other mecha continued to hit the air a foot away from Duan Lingtian. A series of explosions rang in the air. However, the continuous explosions did not even affect Duan Lingtian, who was more than a foot away at all. How's this possible? You want to kill me with the attack of a powerhouse at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage? Don't you think you've underestimated me? When Duan Lingtian heard the exclamations from the two young men operating the mechas, he grinned. His smile was very bright. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian's purple robe swayed slightly. Even when the two young men piloted their mechas and attacked Duan Lingtian with the full force of a cultivator at the fourth form of the Saint Celestial stage, they did not even cause Duan Lingtian's robe to sway. At this moment, Duan Lingtian's robe moved slightly. Retreat! Run! The two young men operating the mechas exchanged glances with each other before activating the vacuum recoil system in front of them. They wanted to fire their vacuum cannons and use the recoil force to quickly escape the scene. However, could they escape? Trying to escape? Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, with a flash of his body, he appeared unhurriedly in front of the mecha holding the sharp blade in his hand. With a punch, he directly punched through the mecha. Then, with a shake of his arm, the mecha was shattered into pieces. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian reached into the mecha and grabbed the young man who was piloting the mecha. After grabbing the young man, Duan Lingtian continued to fly at a leisurely pace. Naturally, in Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao's opinion, Duan Lingtian's speed was neither fast nor slow. However, in the eyes of the three young men, Duan Lingtian's speed was terrifyingly fast. Although Duan Lingtian did not use any techniques and merely moved his body casually, the three young men were not slow at all. In the eyes of the three young men, Duan Lingtian's speed was not inferior to a cultivator at the fifth or sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage. Whoosh! At the same time, the vacuum recoil system in front of the other mecha was activated and the vacuum cannon shot out to help him retreat. Whoosh! Duan Lingtian's figure was like a ghost as he appeared beside the mecha that was trying to retreat. His right hand was like a dragon as it whistled out, causing the mecha to follow in its companion's footsteps. Following that, Duan Lingtian grabbed the two young men as well. Duan Lingtian held the two young men in his hands as though he was an eagle holding two chicks. Do you really think you can kill me with this little bit of strength? Duan Lingtian sneered as he looked at Nox, who was standing in the distance. At the same time, he exerted force in his hands and snapped the necks of the two young men, killing them instantly. The two young men were ordinary people with strong bodies. They died instantly when their necks were snapped. Are you Tong Jinxiang or Wu Baifeng? Seeing his two companions die in the hands of the purple-clothed young man in front of him, Nox's face immediately turned gloomy as he asked in a deep voice. Tong Jinxiang and Wu Baifeng. These two people were well-known figures in the dozens of galaxies around the Cost Galaxy. They were famous not because of their strength, but because of their innate talent. They were the only two male cultivators who had broken through to the fifth and sixth form of the Saint Celestial stage below the age of 100 in the dozens of galaxies around the Cost Galaxy. For this reason, Nox instinctively assumed Duan Lingtian was one of them. Tong Jinxiang? Wu Baifeng? I'm sorry, I've never heard of them. Duan Lingtian replied nonchalantly when he heard Nox's question. You're not them? Then you... Nox's expression changed as he asked in a deep voice. You're not a cultivator from the galaxies around the Cost Galaxy? Of course not. Duan Lingtian glanced at Nox meaningfully. Do I remember, earlier you asked them to kill me? When Duan Lingtian reached the end of his sentence, his eyes shone with killing intent. Sir, although I ordered them to kill you, you've killed them to vent your anger. Why don't we just let this slide? After witnessing Duan Lingtian's strength and realizing how strong Duan Lingtian's innate talent was, Nox did not plan to continue fighting with him. He was not confident he could kill Duan Lingtian. Even if he could kill Duan Lingtian, he would still be wary. Who knew if there was a powerful force behind this talented cultivator? It would be fine if that force was not as strong as his clan. If he was stronger than the family behind him, it would definitely bring disaster to his family. It was even possible that his family would be exterminated because of this. There were many similar cases in the Yan Huang Plain. I'm sorry. Duan Lingtian shook his head when he heard Nox's words. Put aside the fact that I'm not used to letting people who want to kill me live. I'm afraid even my friend doesn't want you to live. Sometimes, a person has to pay the price for his words. Duan Lingtian's tone was calm, but Nox's expression changed drastically when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. There's no need to waste your breath on him. As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, Tang Xiao stepped into the air at a speed that was neither fast nor slow. Similarly, she did not cast any technique, but her speed was so fast that Nox could not react in time. When Nox regained his senses, she was already in front of him. Swoosh! Nox's expression changed drastically as he cried out, "You can't kill me! I'm from the Garnier clan. Human!" As soon as Nox finished speaking, Tang Xiao's hand shot out at lightning speed and left a rivet between Nox's eyebrows. This rivet was the most common hidden weapon Tang Xiao carried with her. She had tens of thousands of them in her spatial ring. Therefore, this rivet was nailed into Nox's forehead. After killing Nox, she didn't even take it off because it wasn't anything rare to begin with. The Garnier clan? I've never heard of them. Tang Xiao's expression was terrifyingly calm as she watched Nox's body fall from the sky. She was not affected by what had just happened. She looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a faint smile, "Let's go." "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao left as though nothing had happened. Duan Lingtian did not bring Tang Xiao along with him. Both of them flew toward the boundless starry sky at a leisurely pace. Don't the people in a galaxy ruled by technology have any cultivation? The reason Duan Lingtian did not bring Tang Xiao along was because he was confused and needed Tang Xiao's help to clear up his doubts. After all, there was no technology in the Saint Province realm. Although he was from Earth in his previous life and there was technology on Earth compared to the technology he had just seen, the technology on Earth was like a baby who had just learned to speak. Could not be compared to the latter at all. Tang Xiao immediately responded to Duan Lingtian's question. Didn't you check their bodies when you probed them with your divine consciousness earlier? The structure of their bodies is very different from ours. Although they have meridians in their bodies, they're intermittent. Although cultivators who have reached a certain level of strength can perform meridian and marrow cleansing on people like them, allowing them to be reborn and be able to cultivate from then on. However, there are too many of them. It's unrealistic to cleanse their meridians and marrows for them. In this kind of situation, this kind of person is also starting to take a different path and develop technology. Don't underestimate their technology. The mechas we encountered earlier are nothing compared to the most advanced technology in Yanhuang realm. As Duan Lingtian listened to Tang Xiao's words, they left planet Satel in the Kost galaxy and entered the boundless starry sky. They traveled through space with their physical bodies. Meanwhile, on planet Saturn, in a huge modern city that was full of technology, there was a rapid breathing sound coming from the top floor of a tall building that looked like a pillar supporting the heavens. This was due to a projection that appeared in a spacious office on the top floor of the skyscraper. The image in the projection kept changing. If Duan Lingtian were here, he would have recognized the man and woman in the projection as him and Tang Xiao. Chapter 25:18. The Garnier family was one of the top forces in the Kost galaxy in terms of overall strength. There were only two other families in the Kost galaxy that could be compared to them. At this moment, at the top floor of the skyscraper commercial technology building under the Garnier family, the number one person in the Garnier family, the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dal, was staring at the scene of a young man being killed in the projection. The young man who was killed was called Nox. He was his only son. Although he had more than a dozen children, he only had one son who could inherit the family business. The rest were all daughters. And now, his only son was dead. He was killed by a female cultivator. Beep, 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 beep. Soon after, a series of ear-piercing alarms rang out from the high-tech watches on the hands of every important member of the Garnier family, causing their expressions to change. What's going on? Something must have happened since the patriarch summoned us. Let's go. Let's go. In the Garnier family's residence, all the important figures and high-ranking officials of the Garnier family were gathered in a modern and high-tech manner. It was worth mentioning that the Garnier family's mobilization of its members had frightened its two old rivals, the other two powerful families in the Cost Galaxy that were not any weaker than the Garnier family. These two families had also gathered their high-ranking officials for a meeting. What's going on in the Garnier family? Have you found out? Don't tell me the Garnier family is trying to do something to us. That's why they're using this as an excuse to deceive us? That's possible. After all, this is not the first time the Garnier family has spread fake news. The high-ranking officials of the other two families could not help but discuss among themselves after they had gathered. The two families were wary of the Garnier family's high-ranking officials because they had gathered all the important figures and high-ranking officials of the Garnier family in the Garnier family's huge and modern meeting room that was filled with technology. Everyone's attention was focused on the huge projection at the end of the meeting room. It's Nox. Soon after, 3 people appeared on the projection. Everyone in the Garnier family knew one of them. It was the son of the patriarch of the Garnier family, the young master of the Garnier family. The following scene caused their expressions to turn ugly. A male cultivator first destroyed the mechas operated by the 2 companions of the young master of the Garnier family and killed them. Then, another female cultivator killed the young master of the Garnier family. Provocation, provocation. This is undisguised provocation. How many years has it been? How many years has it been since the great Garnier family was provoked like this? In the long history of the Garnier family, every person or force that dares to challenge the Garnier family's bottom line has never had a good ending. They will not be an exception. The entire conference room was in an uproar. The higher-ups of the Garnier family were filled with righteous indignation. They could not wait to kill the 2 cultivators in the projection and tear them into pieces. To be honest, not many people cared about Nox's death. Some of them even rejoiced because Nox's death meant that their descendants would have the opportunity to become the next patriarch of the Garnier family. However, Nox's death humiliated the Garnier family and made them very angry. Silence. In the end, Dahl, the clan leader of the Garnier family, said loudly. Everyone in the conference room finally fell silent. After everyone had quieted down, he continued to say, I've gathered everyone here to deal with these 2 cultivators. They killed my son and brought shame to the Garnier family. Only their blood can wash away the shame of the Garnier family. Based on the projections, I can see their cultivation bases are at least at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage or even higher. For this reason, I've gathered everyone here to discuss what kind of weapon we should use to kill them. Dahl said, I suggest we use the disaster-level battleship. An old man with a white beard said in a deep voice. Disaster-level battleship? Many people in the conference room could not help but gasp when they heard the old man's words. Grand Elder, is there really a need for that? Although these 2 cultivators are at the 5th form of the Saint Celestial stage, their strength is not even at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. It doesn't seem necessary to mobilize the most powerful battleship in our family just for these 2 people, right? A middle-aged man took the lead and said to the white-bearded old man. Many people nodded in agreement. In their opinion, their family's disaster-level battleship was capable of killing even loose immortals. It seemed like they were making a mountain out of a molehill for 2 cultivators who were not even at the 7th form of the Saint Celestial stage. Great Elder, there's no need for that, right? Even Dar, the patriarch of the Garnier family, was shocked by the white-bearded old man's words. That is necessary, the white-bearded old man continued in a deep voice. It has been many years since someone dared to provoke our Garnier family. This time, someone came to provoke us, so we must deal with them without holding back. At the same time, let everyone in the Cost Galaxy see. Although our Garnier family has been dormant for many years, it's only a temporary slumber. Once we wake up, we'll be invincible tigers. The white-bearded old man's words were very clear. The reason why the disaster-level battleship was deployed was not only to kill the two cultivators, but also to establish its dominance. I agree with the great elder's suggestion. Soon, someone agreed with the white-bearded old man, the grand elder of the Garnier family. It's true that our Garnier family has been dormant for many years. It's time for us to show our might. For this reason, I agree as well. I agree. I agree. After a few moments, everyone in the meeting room, except for Dar, the patriarch of the Garnier family, expressed their support for the great elder's suggestion. Since everyone agrees, Dar ordered in a deep voice. In that case, the Garnier family will dispatch the disaster-level battleship to kill those two cultivators. Now all department heads listen to my orders. Satellite Intelligence Department, immediately lock onto the location of the two cultivators. News and Public Relations Department, immediately announce to the entire COST star system that the Garnier family will be using the disaster-level battleship to seek revenge and wash away the shame of our family. Also, prepare to project the entire process of killing the two cultivators to every corner of the COST galaxy. Let everyone in the COST galaxy know that those who offend the Garnier family will not have a good ending. After Dar gave his orders, the department heads of the Garnier family's Satellite Intelligence Department and News and Public Relations Department immediately left to make the necessary arrangements. Great Elder. Dar looked at the white-bearded old man. Now, you and I will head to the preparation department together and authorize the deployment of the disaster-level battleship to kill the two cultivators to avenge my son and establish the might of the Garnier family. Dar's eyes were bloodshot from the beginning until the end. After all, the one who died was his son, his only son. Following the Garnier family's actions, not only did the COST galaxy's mother planet, Planet Satel, tremble, but all the planets in the COST galaxy trembled as well. Someone killed the young master of the Garnier family? Moreover, its two cultivators? Do they have a death wish? This is our territory, not the territory of those cultivators. I heard that the Garnier family is even preparing to deploy the disaster-level battleship to kill the two cultivators. The disaster-level battleship? Heavens! That's the most powerful weapon in the COST galaxy. Only the three great clans, including the Garnier family, have it. The three great clans are able to stand at the top of the COST galaxy because of the disaster-level battleship. They actually deployed the disaster-level battleship? Are the two cultivators bodiless celestials? Similar discussions spread across the planets in the COST galaxy. Everyone knew that the Garnier family was furious. The Garnier family was furious. Planet Satel. On the mother planet of the COST galaxy, the other two clans that were as famous as the Garnier family finally confirmed that the Garnier family was not the Garnier family. The Garnier family's actions were not directed at them. Nox, the young master of the Garnier family, was killed by two cultivators? Haha, this is great news. Dar, that old fellow, is probably flustered and exasperated right now, right? However, it seems like the two cultivators are not ordinary. Otherwise, the Garnier family wouldn't have deployed the disaster-level battleship. In another 15 minutes, the Garnier family will broadcast the scene of them killing the two cultivators to the entire galaxy. I can't wait to see it. Speaking of which, I haven't seen a disaster-level battleship in a long time. The disaster-level battleship, it's what our three great clans rely on to survive. It's because of the disaster-level battleship that our three great clans are able to stand at the top of the food chain in the COST galaxy. While the other two families in the COST galaxy that were as famous as the Garnier family were in a heated discussion, 15 minutes passed by quietly. Projections began to appear in every corner of the planets in the COST galaxy. It's them? Chapter 25:19. The projections were projected to every corner of the COST galaxy. As long as there were people around, they would be able to see the projections. At this moment, everyone in the Cost Galaxy stopped what they were doing and looked at the projections. A man and a woman appeared in front of them. The man was dressed in a long purple robe. His hair was tied up, and he had dashing eyebrows and bright eyes. He was handsome. Many women in the Cost Galaxy screamed when they saw him. "He's so handsome! How can there be such a handsome man among the cultivators? If I can have such a handsome boyfriend, I'd be willing to shorten my life by a few years. He's so handsome." In the Cost star system, regardless of whether it was a group of young ladies or young ladies, they were all shouting and yelling with infatuation. The purple-clad young man who appeared in the projections was none other than Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian's handsomeness was pure and natural. Coupled with his extraordinary cultivation base, it made him look otherworldly. It was only natural that he attracted a group of young women in the Cost Galaxy. At the same time, Tang Xiaoxiao, who appeared in the projections with Duan Ling Tian, appeared in front of the people in the Cost Galaxy. What a beautiful woman! Beauty! Beauty! The women in the Cost Galaxy were not the only ones who were amazed by Tang Xiaoxiao's beauty. The men in the Cost Galaxy could not help but shout when they saw Tang Xiaoxiao in the projections. Although Tang Xiaoxiao was dressed in a loose black outfit, it couldn't hide her curvaceous figure. Coupled with her peerless beauty, it seemed as though everything around her paled in comparison when she appeared in the projections. A perfect match! What a perfect match! Many people in the Cost Galaxy could not help but sigh when they saw Duan Ling Tian and Tang Xiaoxiao walking side by side in the projections. Naturally, most of the women looked at Tang Xiaoxiao with envy. They wished they were the ones walking side by side with Duan Ling Tian instead of Tang Xiaoxiao. There were also many men who looked at Duan Ling Tian with envy. Such a handsome guy and such a beautiful woman. But they're going to die soon. What a pity. That's right. Rumor has it that the Garnier family is even preparing to use the disaster-level battleship to kill them. A disaster-level battleship? Were they really that strong? To think that the Garnier family would mobilize a disaster-level battleship for them. In the entire Cost Galaxy, only the upper echelons of the Garnier family knew what was going on. The reason the Garnier family decided to use the disaster-level battleship to kill the two people in the projection was not because the two people were so powerful that they had to use the disaster-level battleship to deal with them. Instead, it was because they wanted to establish their dominance. The Garnier family had been silent for too long. Now that they finally had a chance to show off their might in front of everyone in the Cost Galaxy, they were naturally unwilling to miss this opportunity. I don't understand. Is it necessary for the Garnier family to use the disaster-level battleship against these two young cultivators? Many people from the other two families in the Cost Galaxy who were equally famous as the Garnier family voiced their doubts. Don't forget that powerful cultivators can rejuvenate themselves and retain their youthful looks. Look at their youthful appearances. Who knows if they're actually old monsters who have lived for thousands of years? That's right. Let alone cultivators, even we can retain our youthful looks with the help of genetic drugs. Since the Garnier family is willing to use the disaster-level battleship, their strength must be extraordinary. In the end, the people from the two families still felt that the man and woman in the projection were not simple. Otherwise, the Garnier family would not have used the disaster-level battleship to deal with them. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian, who had just left Planet Satel in the Cost Galaxy with Tang Xiaoxiao, suddenly came to a halt. He frowned slightly as though he had sensed something. What's wrong? Tang Xiaoxiao asked curiously as she came to a halt. I feel like there's something hiding in the dark, staring at me, Duan Ling Tian said. His instincts kept telling him that something was watching him from the dark, causing him to feel uneasy. Initially, he thought it was just his imagination. However, after a while, he realized something was not right. It was likely that he was not imagining things. You have the same feeling as well? Tang Xiaoxiao was stunned. In fact, she had the same feeling as well. However, when she saw Duan Ling Tian did not react to it, she did not tell him about it. She thought she was imagining things. However, after listening to Duan Ling Tian's words, She realized it was not her imagination. Something's coming. Duan Lingtian narrowed his eyes and looked to the east as though he had sensed something. In the blink of an eye, his gaze shifted to other directions one after another. That thing seems to have surrounded us. What's that thing? Just as Tang Xiao was about to extend her divine sense to investigate, she saw something clearly. With the space where she and Duan Lingtian were standing as the center, gigantic birds were flying toward them from all directions. When she got closer, she realized that it wasn't a giant bird at all. Battleships. Tang Xiao narrowed her eyes as she looked at the battleships that were closing in on her and Duan Lingtian in just a blink of an eye. A cold gleam flashed in her eyes as she narrowed them. Battleships? Duan Lingtian regained his senses when he heard Tang Xiao's words. As it turned out, the 18 giant ships floating in the air that surrounded him and Tang Xiao were the battleships mentioned in the sci-fi movies in his previous life. However, the battleships in front of him were different from the ones Duan Lingtian had seen in the sci-fi movies in his previous life. Each of these battleships was like a huge bird. Their size was comparable to the legendary Kuan Peng in his previous life. Their wings were like clouds that covered the sky. As soon as they appeared, they would cover the sky and bring darkness to the world. It seems like the person I killed, Knox, who claimed to be from the Garnier family, is not a simple person. Tang Xiao said, "If I'm not mistaken, these battleships are disaster-level battleships." Disaster-level battleships? Duan Lingtian was stunned. Disaster-level battleships? There are different levels of battleships? Yes. Tang Xiao nodded before she patiently explained. The so-called disaster-level battleship is capable of unleashing an attack that is akin to a natural disaster. There might be a flash flood, a volcanic eruption, a violent storm, or an earthquake. Apart from that, disaster-level battleships can kill bodiless celestials. Duan Lingtian gasped when he heard Tang Xiao's words. Kill loose immortals? Was it this high-tech warship in front of him? Duan Lingtian naturally knew how strong itinerant immortals were. Even those unranked bodiless celestials who had not passed the first bodiless celestial tribulation were comparable to powerhouses at the 8th form of the Saint Celestial stage. A 1 tribulation bodiless celestial was comparable to a powerhouse at the 9th form of the Saint Celestial stage, while a 2 tribulation bodiless celestial was comparable to an eminent celestial. A 3 tribulation bodiless celestial was even stronger than an eminent celestial, not to mention the even more powerful itinerant immortals. Of course, Duan Lingtian was also clear in his heart. Since Tang Xiao had said the disaster-level battleship was capable of killing bodiless celestials, it meant the bodiless celestials it could kill were not just bodiless celestials who were 1st tribulation bodiless celestials or 2nd tribulation bodiless celestials. At the very least, it would be able to kill a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial or even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial. 18 disaster-level battleships? Duan Lingtian raised an eyebrow when he saw the 18 disaster-level battleships surrounding him and Tang Xiao. This is quite a big deal. Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao hovered in outer space. 18 disaster-level battleships that were as large as giants hovered around them like moving fortresses. The moment he appeared in the projection and landed in the eyes of the people from Cursed, it gave them another wave of intense visual shock. All of the disaster-level battleships in the projection were tens of millions of times larger than Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao. They were like ants in front of any of the disaster-level battleships. However, at this moment there were 18 disaster-level battleships surrounding them. There was no way for them to escape. Heavens! 18 disaster-level battleships. Who are these 2 cultivators? Many people in the Cost Galaxy cried out. At this moment, they felt their mouths go dry. The scene in the projection before them was simply too frightening. These are disaster-level battleships? Moreover, all of them are disaster-level battleships? Although the Garnier family said they would send out a disaster-level battleship to seek revenge, I thought they would only send out 1 disaster-level battleship. I didn't expect they would send out 18 disaster-level battleships. I heard the Garnier family has 13 disaster-level battleships. However, it seems like they've been hiding them. There are 18 disaster-level battleships in the projection. What I'm more curious about is, who exactly are these two cultivators? How powerful are they? To think that the Garnier family would send out 18 disaster-level battleships just because of them. Many people in the Kost galaxy felt their scalps go numb when they saw the projection. In the projection, a purple-clad young man and a black-clad young woman stood in outer space. Around them, 18 huge, cold battleships floated there. All kinds of weapons silently extended and aimed at them. Chapter 25-20. We're the disaster-level battleships of the Garnier family. Patriarch Dahl of the Garnier family wishes to speak to you. When the 18 disaster-level battleships aimed their weapons at Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao, an emotionless voice rang out from the loudspeaker of one of the disaster-level battleships. It was as though a thunderclap had exploded in Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao's ears. It's really the Garnier family. Although Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao had already guessed the Garnier family had something to do with the 18 battleships, they did not expect the Garnier family to have something to do with them. Now that they heard the voice, they realized that their guess was right. I'm Dahl, the patriarch of the Garnier family. When the voice entered Duan Lingtian and Tang Xiao's ears, they saw the projection of the disaster-level battleship. A projection appeared in front of the disaster-level battleship that had spoken earlier. A middle-aged man dressed in modern clothes could be seen glaring at them furiously. Based on the middle-aged man's background, one could see he was in a cabin. The middle-aged man was in the cabin of the disaster-level battleship. It has been a long time since anyone dared to provoke the Garnier family. You two cultivators have killed my son and the young master of the Garnier family. This is tantamount to trampling on the dignity of the Garnier family. Today, the Garnier family swears to kill both of you as a warning to others. When he reached the end of his sentence, the middle-aged man's eyes were burning with rage, ready to burst out at any moment. It's the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dahl. Based on Dahl's words, it seems like he's not only trying to kill the two cultivators, but he's also trying to establish his dominance. The Garnier family has been silent for many years. Today, they're baring their fangs to remind everyone in the Kost galaxy that the Garnier family is still as powerful as ever. The Garnier family owns 18 disaster-level battleships. Even the other two families might not be a match for them in a one-on-one battle, right? In the Kost galaxy, many smart people could guess the reason the Garnier family made such a big fuss today when they saw the projection of the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dahl. The Garnier family was trying to kill the chicken to warn the monkey. The death of the young master of the Garnier family was only the trigger. I didn't expect the Garnier family to own 18 disaster-level battleships. Even our family only has 15 disaster-level battleships. The Garnier family has hidden a lot of people. Fortunately, we didn't fall out with the Garnier family. If we really fought, our 16 disaster-level battleships wouldn't be a match for them. The other two families that were as famous as the Garnier family in the Kastel galaxy could not remain calm after witnessing the strength of the Garnier family. These two cultivators are really unlucky. That's right. I'm afraid that the Garnier family has been looking for an opportunity to show their prowess since a long time ago. Killing the young master of the Garnier family is equivalent to walking right into the Garnier family's jaws. What a pitiful couple. 18 disaster-level battleships. I'm afraid they'll be blasted into smithereens. In the Kastel galaxy, many people could not help but shake their heads when they saw the 18 disaster-level battleships surrounding the two figures that were as small as ants. Naturally, most of them were gloating over their misfortune. For these people, it had been a long time since something so exciting had happened in the Kost galaxy. Although the outcome of this battle was clear to them, at least they had seen 18 disaster-level battleships, so it was still very exciting for them. All disaster-level battleships of the Garnier family, listen up, open fire. When the people in the Kost galaxy saw Dahl, the patriarch of the Garnier family, was about to order the 18 disaster-level battleships to open fire on Duanlingtian and Tang Xiao through the projection. They held their breaths. Before Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by a snort. Humph! This cold snort seemed to contain magic. Once it was released, it caused the hearts of everyone watching the projection in the Castel Galaxy to involuntarily tremble. Even Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, who was in one of the disaster-level battleships, felt a sharp pain in his eardrums when he heard the snort. He was in so much pain that he didn't even have time to finish his sentence after he was interrupted. The person who had snorted was none other than Duanlingtian. At the same time, Duanlingtian snorted coldly as his figure suddenly swayed. Whoosh! Duanlingtian shot toward the disaster-level battleship at an extremely fast speed, as though he had transformed into a meteorite. All the projections in the Cost Galaxy had been specially processed. Therefore, even if Duanlingtian's speed was extremely fast, they were still able to see the ray of light that soared through the sky in a flash through the projection. How fast! This cultivator must be a bodiless celestial, right? Seeing the scene in the projection, many people in the Cost Galaxy shuddered in fear. They could not help but reveal looks of horror on their faces. Their expressions changed again as though they had just seen a ghost. In the projection, the purple rainbow transformed by the male cultivator was like a meteorite in space, smashing a huge hole in the disaster-level battleship. Bang! When they saw a hole appear in the disaster-level battleship, a loud bang was heard by everyone in the Cost Galaxy. They were so shocked that their hearts seemed to stop beating at that moment. Heavens! What did I just see? The disaster-level battleship is destroyed just like that. Even a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial wouldn't be able to destroy the defense of the disaster-level battleship so easily, right? That cultivator, is he stronger than a 3 tribulation bodiless celestial? Many people in the Cost Galaxy could not help but speculate. In the next moment, their jaws dropped as they stared blankly at the scene in the projection. Isn't this too much? Heavens! This is a disaster-level battleship. I am not dreaming, right? In the projection, the purple streak of light pierced through the disaster-level battleship. In the next moment, the disaster-level battleship was blasted into pieces by an extremely powerful force, leaving behind a huge mushroom cloud. The mushroom cloud left behind by the explosion caused the void to tremble. There were even visible cracks in the void. However, as these void cracks appeared in the dark space, the people from the Cost Galaxy did not notice them at the moment. Even then, the destruction of the disaster-level battleship sent chills down their spines. The disaster-level battleship was blown to pieces by an extremely powerful force. Then, a huge mushroom cloud appeared, and a vast and majestic shock wave swept out in all directions. Whoosh! 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 The powerful shock waves swept out and slammed into the other 17 disaster-level battleships, causing them to sway violently. It seemed as though they would crash at any moment. Is he even human? At the same time, the people in the Cost Galaxy who were watching the projection saw an unforgettable scene. When the disaster-level battleship was blasted into pieces, a purple-clad young man walked out of the mushroom cloud at a leisurely pace. He appeared in front of the people in the Cost Galaxy, causing them to stare at him with their mouths agape. Rays of light could be seen flashing around the purple-clad young man's body. When the projection zoomed in, one could see that the rays of light were condensed and dazzling. They were like protective talismans that circled around the purple-clad young man. At this moment, the purple-clad young man looked like a god of war. His image was deeply engraved in the minds of the people in the Cost Galaxy. That's the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dal? After a while, the people in the Cost Galaxy who were the first to regain their senses realized something. In the projection, the purple-robed young man, who had walked out of the explosion of the disaster-level battleship unscathed, was carrying a wretched figure in his hand. Upon closer inspection, one could see the figure was none other than the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dal. Who are you? Under the watchful eyes of the people in the Cost Galaxy, Dal looked at Duan Lingtian with a ghastly expression on his face as he asked. A hint of fear could be seen in the depths of Dal's eyes. He would never forget what had just happened. Not only did the purple-clad young man charge into the disaster-level battleship of the Garnier family in just a blink of an eye, but the purple-clad young man had also locked onto and captured him. In the next moment, a light shield formed from tens of thousands of sword rays appeared around the purple-clad young man's body. It swept out in all directions and blasted the disaster-level battleship that the Garnier family relied on to survive into smithereens. He believed that if he was not standing next to the purple-clad young man, he would have been blasted into smithereens by the Force. Admit defeat? Upon hearing Dar's words, Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. Based on your words, you don't intend to order the 17 disaster-level battleships to attack me? I wouldn't dare. Dar lowered his head even more. His expression was one of uneasiness. Now, when he thought about what he had just done, there was only regret in his heart. However, there was no medicine for regret in this world. Therefore, he could only minimize the loss of the Garnier clan. For this reason, he was willing to be humiliated in front of everyone in the Cost Galaxy. What's going on? The patriarch of the Garnier clan has admitted defeat? Meanwhile, the people in the Cost Galaxy who were watching the live broadcast were shocked. What a joke! That was the Garnier clan. As one of the 3 strongest forces in the Cost Galaxy, the Garnier clan could do whatever they wanted in the Cost Galaxy. Moreover, in the dozens of galaxies around the Cost Galaxy, there was not a single force that dared to offend the Garnier clan. However, the patriarch of the Garnier clan had actually admitted defeat to a cultivator. The patriarch of the Garnier clan has admitted defeat to the Garnier clan as well. It seems like the Garnier clan is unwilling to offend this purple-clad young man. It's normal. Didn't you see the strength the purple-clad young man displayed earlier? It's impossible for a 3-tribulation bodiless celestial to possess such strength. Only a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or above would possess such strength. Does this mean the purple-clad young man's cultivation base is at least a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or above? If that's the case, then everything makes sense. The Garnier clan doesn't dare to act recklessly in front of a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or above. The people in the Cost Galaxy knew what it meant to be a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial or above. A 4-tribulation bodiless celestial was not someone a disaster-level battleship could kill. Moreover, they were even stronger than a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. When the people in the Cost Galaxy thought the Garnier clan's actions were embarrassing, they did not laugh at them. After all, they knew even if they were the patriarch of the Garnier clan, they would still do the same. The Garnier clan has bitten off more than they can chew this time. I hope this powerhouse will annihilate the Garnier clan in a fit of rage. In that case, we'll have one less opponent. The other 2 families in the Cost Galaxy that were as famous as the Garnier family hoped that the purple-clothed male cultivator in the projection would destroy the Garnier family in a fit of rage. I'll give you a chance. Order the 17 disaster-level battleships to open fire on me. Duan Lingtian glanced at Dar, who had his head lowered, and said, I'll give you 5 breaths. If you don't order them to open fire after 5 breaths, not only will I kill you, but I'll annihilate the Garnier family as well. You only have 4 breaths left. As soon as Dar heard Duan Lingtian's voice, his expression changed drastically. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's voice was projected into the ears of everyone in the Coastal Galaxy. Madman! Madman! Even if he's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial, he should be severely injured if not killed by 17 disaster-level battleships. Right? I don't think he's a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. He might be even stronger than a 4-tribulation bodiless celestial. Otherwise, How could he be so confident that the Garnier clan would order the 17 disaster-level battleships to open fire on him? You have a point. Does this mean he's a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial? The people in the Cost Galaxy were stunned by Duan Lingtian's words. Soon after, they broke out in discussion again. Similar discussions could be heard in every corner of the Cost Galaxy. What's he trying to do? What's he trying to do? Is he trying to torture himself? The members of the Garnier clan were flustered. They could not figure out why Duan Lingtian would do such a thing. This cultivator is very confident. It seems like he's not just a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. I hope this cultivator will be able to destroy the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan in one go. At that time, the Garnier clan will no longer be one of the 3 strongest clans in the Cost Galaxy. There will only be 2 strongest clans in the Cost Galaxy. The other 2 clans in the Cost Galaxy, who were as famous as the Garnier clan, were gloating over Duan Lingtian's misfortune. Sir. Dar looked at Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to say something. You only have 1 breath left. Duan Lingtian's tone suddenly turned cold, making Dar feel as though he had fallen into an ice cellar. In the next instant, he no longer dared to hesitate. He quickly ordered the 17 disaster-level battleships of the Garnier clan to open fire on Duan Lingtian. At this moment, he no longer cared that he was being carried by Duan Lingtian. It was as though he did not realize that the Garnier clan was in a dire situation. Once the 17 disaster-level battleships opened fire, he would be completely exposed to the attacks of the disaster-level battleships. Open fire! Open fire! Almost at the same time as Dar gave the order, the 17 disaster-level battleships also received the order. Moreover, the order was immediately transmitted to the people operating the disaster-level battleships, causing them to take action immediately. After a few moments, boom, 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 bang, 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 bang. Chapter 25-22. In just a blink of an eye, the people in the Cost Galaxy could see Duan Lingtian and Dar, the patriarch of the Cost clan, being bombarded by laser cannons, electromagnetic cannons, supernuclear bombs, and other large-scale weapons. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions reverberated in the air. Even though the energy from outer space collided with each other, the shock wave from the collision tore through the sky and swept toward planet Satel, the mother planet of the Cost Galaxy. Boom! Boom! Rumble! At this moment, the entire planet Satel shook violently from the impact of the 17 disaster-level battleships. As planet Satel shook, all the buildings on planet Satel collapsed as well. They could not withstand the impact of the shockwave from outer space. Fortunately, the tremors were gradually increasing. Otherwise, who knew how many people on planet Satel would have died from this violent earthquake? Because the tremors were gradually increasing, the people on planet Satel had enough time to use all kinds of aircraft to lift themselves into the air, successfully avoiding the violent earthquake that occurred on planet Satel. How terrifying! Is this the power of 17 disaster-level battleships? Under the bombardment of this level of cannon fire, can that cultivator, who seems to be very confident, survive? Is a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial really able to survive after being hit by such a powerful cannon? While everyone on planet Satel was busy leaving the surface of planet Satel and running for their lives, everyone in the Cost Galaxy looked at the continuously rising giant mushroom cloud in the projection. Their hearts couldn't help but tremble. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 The bombardment from the 17 disaster-level battleships continued for about 15 minutes before it gradually stopped. At this moment, the space that was initially engulfed by thunderous explosions gradually regained its calm. At this moment, the mushroom cloud that had been rising up continuously also began to shrink. That cultivator, is he still alive? Now, everyone in the Cost star system, including the people on the surface of planet Saturn, was staring at the shrinking mushroom cloud in the projection. They were curious if the purple-clothed male cultivator was still alive. Even if he's still alive, he must be severely injured, right? With such a powerful attack, he must be injured. I think so too. Throughout the Kost star system, before the projection, most people thought so. Just as everyone in the Kost galaxy saw the mushroom cloud in the projection getting smaller and smaller, and it was about to disappear, a voice suddenly rang out. Disaster-level battleship. At this moment, a voice that was extremely familiar to them rang out in a leisurely manner. This voice sounded very languid. It did not sound like the voice of an injured person at all. That's all. At the same time, the voice sounded again, continuing the previous sentence. Disaster-level battleship. That's all. The sound came from within the mushroom cloud that was about to disappear. This? How's this possible? He's not injured at all. Even the robes on his body are intact. Not only is his robe intact, there's not a single wrinkle on it. Even the patriarch of the Garnier family, Dar, who's in his hand, is unharmed. Did they really get hit by the 17 disaster-level battleship's cannons? Heavens! I'm not dreaming, right? Through the projection, everyone in the Kost star system saw an unforgettable scene. The purple-robed young cultivator walked out of the place where the 17 disaster-level battleships had been bombarded for 15 minutes, completely unscathed. Moreover, that was not all. Even the patriarch of the Garnier family, who was in his hand, was unscathed. Six tribulation bodiless celestial. He's at least a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. When Duanling Tian lifted Dal, the patriarch of the Garnier family, out of the mushroom cloud with a relaxed expression on his face, Dal, who was in a daze, suddenly regained his senses. He could not help but exclaim in shock, "Brother Ling Tian, you're really strong. A 6 tribulation bodiless celestial." The moment Dar's words left his mouth, everyone in the Kost galaxy was speechless. It was as though someone had grabbed their throats. Six tribulation bodiless celestial. Why would a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial appear in the Kost galaxy? Why would a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial come to the Kost galaxy? The strongest cultivator in the dozens of galaxies around the Kost galaxy is only a 4 tribulation bodiless celestial. This purple-clad young cultivator is a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial? Did Dar, the patriarch of the Kost clan, make a mistake? There's no mistake. Even a 5 tribulation bodiless celestial would be injured by the cannons of the 17 disaster-level battleships. However, this purple-clad young cultivator is completely unharmed. Even his robe isn't damaged at all. He's at least a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. In the Kost galaxy, the first to react were the interstellar merchants who frequented the galaxies around the Kost galaxy. They were knowledgeable, so it was easy for them to determine Duanling Tian's strength was at least a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial. Naturally, this was also due to the 17 disaster-level battleships. Otherwise, no matter how knowledgeable they would not be able to determine if a person was a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial based on his appearance, figure, and temperament. Since you've cooperated, I'll only kill you from the Garnier family. Before the people from the Kost galaxy could regain their senses, Duanling Tian said as he glanced at the clan leader of the Kost clan, Dal, who was in his hand. At the instant Dar's expression changed drastically. Duanling Tian's hand shook as he tossed Dar into the air. Bang! With just a casual slap, he killed Dar, who was not even a cultivator. Patriarch. The members of the Kost clan cried out in grief when they saw Dar being killed through the projection. Let's go. After killing Dar, Duanling Tian flew toward Tang Xiao, who had been watching from afar. After greeting her, he brought her along with him as he stepped on the sword formation and left. Since Duanling Tian was traveling at full speed with Tang Xiao, it was as though they had disappeared into thin air. Although the projection had been specially processed, it still could not capture Duanling Tian and Tang Xiao's figures when they left. Only the 17 disaster-level battleships hovered motionlessly in space. It was as though there were 17 gigantic mountains hovering in space. How's this possible? Even the projection can't capture his figure. Even a sixth tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to capture his figure through the projection. However, the purple-clad young man and the female cultivator didn't even leave a trace in the projection. The interstellar merchants in the Cost Galaxy were dumbfounded. After regaining their senses after a long while, the same thought popped up in their minds at the same time. A seven tribulation bodiless celestial. That purple-clad young man must be a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. Only a seven tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to escape from the projection. The cursed clan should be thankful that this seven tribulation bodiless celestial isn't someone who kills indiscriminately. Otherwise, if he was enraged, let alone the cursed clan, the entire cursed galaxy would be annihilated. A seven tribulation bodiless celestial would be able to kill all of us before we could escape. The group of interstellar merchants could not help but feel relieved when they realized Duan Ling Tian was a seven tribulation bodiless celestial. They were relieved that Duan Ling Tian was not a bloodthirsty person. Seven tribulation bodiless celestial? That purple-clad young man must be a seven tribulation bodiless celestial at least. Soon after, the speculations of the interstellar merchants spread throughout the Cost Galaxy, causing everyone in the Cost Galaxy to shudder in fear. As for the members of the Garnier clan, most of them were so frightened that they fell to the ground, unable to get up. I deserve to die, I deserve to die. I almost caused the clan to be doomed. The Grand Elder of the Garnier clan kneeled on the ground and took out a laser gun. He pulled the safety pin and fired the gun to atone for his mistake. Over the next few days, the Cost Galaxy gradually regained its peace. However, the scene that day was unforgettable for the people in the Cost Galaxy. The godlike purple-clad young man's figure was deeply engraved in their minds. Naturally, Duan Ling Tian was unaware of this. It would take Duan Ling Tian 3 months to travel from the Cost Galaxy to the galaxy where planet Yanhuang was located, even if he brought Tang Xiaoxiao with him at full speed. During these 3 months, Duan Ling Tian learned a lot about the galaxies ruled by technology from Tang Xiaoxiao. The disaster-level battleship isn't the most powerful weapon in a galaxy ruled by technology. That Cost star system is just a star system ruled by ordinary technology. There's an apocalypse-level battleship above the disaster-level battleship. That's the most powerful weapon in Yanhuang realm. After learning about this from Tang Xiaoxiao, Duan Ling Tian could not help but ask, Chapter 25-23. Of course not. Tang Xiaoxiao shook her head in response to Duan Ling Tian's question. Although apocalypse-level battleships are powerful, one of them can only kill a 6 tribulation bodiless celestial at most. If a dozen of them are deployed, they'll be able to injure a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial. However, if they want to injure a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, they'll need at least hundreds of apocalypse-level battleships. As for killing a 7 tribulation bodiless celestial, it'll be difficult no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships there are. Unless the 7 tribulation bodiless celestial has a death wish. A 7 tribulation bodiless celestial is able to escape unscathed from an apocalypse-level battleship fleet. As for an 8 tribulation bodiless celestial, they'll only need to pay a small price to destroy an apocalypse-level battleship fleet. As for a 9 tribulation bodiless celestial, it'll be a piece of cake for him to destroy an apocalypse-level battleship fleet. Tang Xiaoxiao paused for a moment before she looked at Duan Ling Tian and said, no matter how powerful an apocalypse-level battleship is, it's impossible for it to cast a soul attack. For this reason, no matter how many apocalypse-level battleships there are, they won't be able to withstand a single blow from you. Naturally, an apocalypse-level battleship is much more powerful than the disaster-level battleship we saw in the Cost Galaxy. You should have a better understanding of the disaster-level battleship after the previous encounter. Duan Ling Tian nodded. All right. Duan Ling Tian nodded. Previously, when he was in the Cost Galaxy, He had asked the patriarch of the Garnier family to order the 17 disaster-level battleships to attack him not because he was a masochist, but because he wanted to see how powerful the disaster-level battleships were. In the end, the disaster-level battleships had disappointed him. Although the 18 disaster-level battleships in the Cos Galaxy seemed powerful, it only took one Apocalypse-level battleship to destroy all of them. Even if 18 disaster-level battleships fired at the same time, it would still be difficult for them to penetrate the hull of an Apocalypse-level battleship. Tang Xiao continued to say, "Naturally, no matter how many Apocalypse-level battleships there are, they're nothing in front of you." In the end, Tang Xiao gave Duan Lingtian a lift. Needless to say, Duan Lingtian was quite pleased to be praised by Tang Xiao. Apocalypse-level battleship represents the highest level of technology in the Yen Huang plane. Duan Lingtian didn't forget what Tang Xiao had told him before. Based on what Tang Xiao had said earlier, the Apocalypse-level battleship was the most powerful high-tech weapon in the Yen Huang dimension. Yes, Tang Xiao nodded. Indeed, the Apocalypse-level battleship represents the most advanced technology in Yen Huang realm. As far as I know, even the 3 large mundane realms who entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone have Apocalypse-level battleships as well. It seems that those technologies still can't compare to the peak existences of us cultivators in the mortal planes. Duan Lingtian sighed. Of course. Tang Xiao said matter-of-factly, "Think about it. Among us cultivators, 3 tribulation bodiless celestials are considered celestials. Eminent celestials who have just ascended to the Devata realms are only as strong as 3 tribulation bodiless celestials." Duan Lingtian nodded. He was aware of this as well. In the mundane realms, 3 tribulation bodiless celestials and above were considered celestials in the Devata realms. If that's the case, technology really shouldn't be underestimated. Duan Lingtian said, "We can't underestimate them. In the mundane realms, those who control technology can't be compared to us cultivators." Duan Lingtian nodded and immediately rushed in that direction with Tang Xiao as fast as he could. Along the way, although they were rushing at full speed, Duan Lingtian was still looking at the stars and planets in the Milky Way with great interest. Some of these planets were barren because they were not suitable for any life forms to live on. Some were not suitable for human habitation, so there were all kinds of monsters on them. As for the planets with humans, almost all of them were technological planets. Of course, the technology of these planets was far inferior to the technology of the Cos Galaxy. However, compared to the Earth where Duan Lingtian lived in his previous life, the Cos Galaxy was thousands of years more advanced. That's the star system where the Earth is located. Not long after, Tang Xiao looked at the star map and pointed in front of them and said to Duan Lingtian, "The solar system." Duan Lingtian's eyes lit up when he saw the planet that looked like a huge fireball in the distance. His breathing quickened as well. His chest rose and fell like a bellows that was constantly being pulled by someone. In the distance, around the planet that looked like a fireball, 8 planets surrounded it like stars surrounding the moon, making it look like a high and mighty emperor. Mercury, Venus, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, Uranus, Neptune. Duan Lingtian's gaze swept past the 7 planets around the sun before it finally landed on the only remaining planet. That planet was the only one among the 9 planets in front of Duan Lingtian, including the sun, that had signs of life. Swoosh! Duan Lingtian's body swayed as he brought Tang Xiao to a place near the only planet with signs of life. Duan Lingtian stopped when he arrived near the planet. At the same time, he abandoned Tang Xiao and stared at the planet in front of him in a daze. Apart from the excitement in his eyes, there was also a hint of infatuation in them. What a beautiful planet! Tang Xiao did not notice Duan Lingtian's strange behavior. Her eyes were completely attracted by the blue planet in front of her. On this planet, most of the areas were seas. This is the planet where the Tang sect originated from, planet Yen Huang. I've only heard that planet Yen Huang is a beautiful planet. Now that I've seen it with my own eyes, it really lives up to its name. Tang Xiao muttered to herself as she stared at the beautiful blue planet in front of her. Earth? I, Ling Tian, am back. While Tang Xiao was muttering to herself, a loud voice suddenly rang in her ears. Moreover, this shout was filled with excitement, causing her to be stunned for a moment. Duan Ling Tian. She could tell it was Duan Ling Tian's voice. Tang Xiao instinctively turned to look at Duan Ling Tian, only to see the afterimage left behind by Duan Ling Tian. Duan Ling Tian had already taken the lead and entered the beautiful blue planet ahead of her. Earth? Just now. Did Duan Ling Tian call this planet Earth? Isn't this planet Yan Huang? Tang Xiao was taken aback when she recalled Duan Ling Tian's words. She did not know how to react. Chapter 25-24. Since Duan Ling Tian did not tell Tang Xiao about his past life, Tang Xiao was unaware of the relationship between him and planet Yan Huang. For this reason, Tang Xiao was puzzled when she heard Duan Ling Tian calling planet Yan Huang Earth. Tang Xiao couldn't figure out what was going on. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian had already entered Earth in a flash. Earth was only a small planet in the Milky Way, let alone in the boundless starry sky. Just 3 months ago, Duan Ling Tian had visited planet Satel in the Kost galaxy. In terms of size, it was at least 100 times larger than Earth. Since Earth was so small, Duan Ling Tian only needed a thought to cover the entire Earth with his divine consciousness. Nothing on Earth could hide from his divine consciousness. Earth has changed so much in just a few decades? When Duan Ling Tian's divine consciousness covered the entire Earth, he discovered the changes on Earth. It was completely different from the Earth he remembered from his past life. Earth's technology was not as advanced as some of the planets in the Milky Way. However, compared to the Earth in Duan Ling Tian's memory of his past life, Earth's technology had advanced by a few hundred years. It's only been a few decades. How could Earth have changed so much? Duan Ling Tian was shocked by the fact that Earth's technology had advanced by a few hundred years in just a few decades. Moreover, the souls of the humans on Earth are as strong as the souls of the people in the Kost galaxy. They're not any weaker than mine. Duan Ling Tian scanned the entire Earth with his divine consciousness and deliberately probed the humans with extraordinary auras. He discovered that many of these humans had souls that were as strong as his soul. After all, his soul was at the level of an eminent celestial. It was the limit of the soul of an ordinary human in the mundane realms. As for bodiless celestials, they had surpassed the limits of ordinary humans. What's wrong? Is there something wrong? At some point, Tang Xiao had also entered Earth from space and found Duan Ling Tian easily. She and Duan Ling Tian were both half-step immortals. Their souls and divine senses were similar. They could easily cover the entire Earth. Therefore, it was not difficult for them to find Duan Ling Tian. I remember you once told me that the reason the souls of the people from the Kost galaxy could reach the limits of ordinary people in the mundane realms was because they had taken the gene medicine. Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Xiao and said, "Moreover, you said the potion can only improve their souls to the limit of an ordinary human soul in the mundane realms. However, they can't extend their divine consciousness through their souls, let alone launch soul attacks." When Duan Ling Tian had first met the people of the Kost galaxy in the Kost galaxy, he had discovered that their souls were no weaker than his when he extended his consciousness. Later on, he learned from Tang Xiao that the souls of the people from the Kost galaxy were so strong because they had taken the gene medicine. Moreover, they could not extend their divine consciousness or launch soul attacks. Even so, it was impossible for him to use his soul attack against the people from the Kost galaxy. This was because the souls of the people from the Kost galaxy were no weaker than his soul. Moreover, their defenses were so strong that his soul attack could not hurt them at all. But why are some of the people here so strong as well? Duan Ling Tian looked at Tang Xiao with a puzzled expression on his face. Half of the reason why their souls are so strong is because of the gene elixir. However, because the gene elixir they took was too low grade, they needed to break through their body's limits multiple times. They used the method of increasing their willpower to raise their souls to the limit and reach a level comparable to our souls. After Tang Xiao extended her divine consciousness, she quickly discovered the reason why the people on Earth had souls that were as strong as hers and Duan Lingtian's. For this reason, some of them can use their souls to sense things in heaven and earth. For example, they can sense natural elements. When Tang Xiao reached the end of her sentence, her divine consciousness locked onto a certain place on Earth. Over there were two people fighting. Following that, Tang Xiao took out a jade token that was inscribed with dense inscriptions. She inserted her divine consciousness into it before she crushed it. Whoosh! In the next moment, a constantly changing mirror image appeared in front of her. The constantly changing mirror image was the scene that Tang Xiao had discovered with her divine consciousness. A man and a woman were fighting in a unique way. One of them controlled fire while the other controlled lightning. They seemed like Tao cultivators. Duan Lingtian muttered to himself. There was something else that he did not say out loud. These two people looked more like the superhumans in the sci-fi movies he had watched in his previous life. They're not Tao cultivators. They're superhumans. Tang Xiao shook her head when she heard Duan Lingtian's words. Generally speaking, superhumans are the products of places with mediocre technology. Due to the mediocre technology, the genetic medicine developed is of a very low level. It can't directly enhance a person's soul to its peak. Just as I said earlier, under such circumstances, anyone who can break through the limits of their body, raise their willpower, and raise their soul to the extreme will be able to use their soul to sense the natural elements in the world. And after perceiving the natural elements between heaven and earth, the person who can control them is a superpower warrior. Just like them, Tang Xiao looked at the two people in the mirror image as she said, "They're superhumans. Why didn't you mention this to me before?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. "I didn't mention this to you because there's no need to." Tang Xiao shook her head and said, "Unless they're lucky enough to become half-baked cultivators, their achievements will be limited. Let's not talk about cultivators like us. Even an ordinary person in the Cost Galaxy can easily kill the best of the best among the mutants when operating the lowest grade mecha." Upon hearing Tang Xiao's words, Duan Lingtian understood why she did not mention superhumans. In her eyes, superhumans were as insignificant as ants. She did not think it was necessary to mention them. What happened on Earth in the past few decades? Earth's technology has advanced by hundreds of years in just a few decades. At this moment, Duan Lingtian had too many questions in his mind. Fortunately, my motherland is still around. Almost half of the people on Earth who have reached the peak of their soul are in my motherland, Hua. Duan Lingtian heaved a sigh of relief when he discovered this through his divine consciousness. In his previous life, he was an orphan. He did not know who his parents were, and he did not know if he had any relatives in this world. However, his motherland had nurtured him, and he had devoted all his efforts to his motherland. After becoming the best soldier, he had fought for all kinds of glory for his motherland. Even after he retired from the military, he still secretly protected his motherland. Those who offend my motherland will be punished no matter how far away they are. This was Duan Lingtian's unshakable belief in his previous life. It was still the same even now. It was also because of this belief that he was framed by his manager in his previous life, which led to his death. I wonder if that guy is still alive. If he's still alive, he must be doing well now. Duan Lingtian knew his agent in his previous life very well. He was not someone who was willing to be ordinary and had the ability to make himself extraordinary. In his previous life, his agent had approached him personally. The only reason she was able to gain his trust and become his manager was because she had once saved his life. Even if he did not have his agent's help at that time, he would not have died. He could have escaped successfully at the cost of serious injuries. However, he had always been grateful. Therefore, he had agreed to his agent's request and allowed him to stay by his side. After that, the agent was cautious and conscientious. After a long period of contact, he, who did not have any relatives or friends, regarded him as a brother. However, he did not expect that, in the end, it was this person who he regarded as a brother who betrayed him. "I hope you're still alive." With this thought in mind, Duan Ling Tian extended his divine consciousness again and began to carefully investigate the people on Earth whose souls had reached the pinnacle. These people were the best among the mutant warriors. The reason why he began to investigate these people was because Duan Ling Tian subconsciously thought, since the Earth had changed so much over the past few decades, not to mention why the Earth had undergone such a huge change, based on his understanding of his agent, the other party would definitely not miss this opportunity. He would definitely use his keen sense of smell to seek the greatest benefits for himself. Sure enough, he's there. Originally, Duan Ling Tian was still guessing whether his agent in his previous life would be among the hundreds of elite mutant warriors on Earth whose souls had reached the pinnacle. He did not expect that his agent really was there. Under the careful investigation of his divine consciousness, he found his agent in his previous life among the hundreds of elite mutant warriors. Decades had passed, but the agent's appearance had not changed at all. He still looked so young. Duan Ling Tian was not surprised by this. With the current technology on Earth, some genetic agents were enough to keep people young. Of course, this was only limited to the appearance of youth. With the current technology on Earth, the aging of internal organs could only be moderately delayed. "It's good that you're not dead. I was really worried that you were dead." Chapter 25-25. Ever since Duan Ling Tian was betrayed by his agent in his previous life, his soul had traveled to the Saint Province realm. Although Duan Ling Tian hated his agent from the bottom of his heart and wished he could tear him to pieces, he did not do so. At that time, he did not think he would have a chance to return to Earth. Later on, he met the pagoda spirit of the Seven Treasures Exquisite Pagoda, the three-legged golden crow Hualao. However, the conditions for returning to Earth were too harsh, and it would take a long time. It would take him hundreds or even thousands of years to return to Earth. At that time, would his agent still be alive? The answer was no. Because of this, even at that time, he could only think about taking revenge on his manager from his previous life, knowing full well that it was unrealistic. Under such circumstances, the manager in his previous life would naturally not become his obsession. However, ever since he entered the Beyond Heaven secret zone, he had learned that it was not difficult for him to return to Earth. Moreover, it had only been a few decades since his death in his previous life. Therefore, it was highly likely that his manager was still alive. For this reason, Duan Ling Tian's dead heart was revived. Killing his manager to avenge his previous life had unknowingly become an obsession in the depths of his heart. That obsession was like a seed that was planted deep within Duan Ling Tian's heart, and it gradually took root and sprouted. Even Duan Ling Tian did not notice this at first. It was not until Yun Qing Yen appeared and threatened Kerr with his family and friends that Yun Qing Yen forced her to leave him. At that time, Duan Ling Tian wanted to improve his strength as much as possible. However, in the end, he discovered that his agent in his previous life had killed his agent. The hatred for his manager in his previous life had taken root in the depths of his heart, and it had become the biggest obstacle for him to improve his strength. He discovered it was getting harder and harder for him to comprehend the divine ability, the 13 green lotus swords. In the end, he could no longer improve his strength. It was not that he had reached a bottleneck, but it was because of his obsession. So, under these circumstances, even though Kerr and his friends were forced to leave, he was filled with unwillingness and pain. He could only temporarily bury the unwillingness and pain in the depths of his heart, and he didn't dare rashly touch it. Because with his current strength, even if he wanted to save Kerr, his family, and his friends, he was powerless. The only thing he could do now was to wait for the Celestial Ascension Force to lead him to the Devata realm. Only after he arrived at the Devata realm would he be able to find out where the divine offering land was that Kerr had mentioned to him before she left. Before he ascended, what he had to do was to improve his strength as much as possible. However, if he wanted to further increase his strength, the obsession that stemmed from the vengeance of his manager in his previous life had also become a huge obstacle in his path of increasing his strength. If he wanted to increase his strength, he would first have to get rid of that obsession. For this reason, he left the Saint Province realm and returned to Earth in the Yanhuang realm. If his manager in his previous life had not died, his obsession would not have disappeared even after he ascended to the Devata realm. He would instinctively think that he had not gotten rid of his manager before he ascended to the Devata realm. That would be a devastating blow to his cultivation in the future. For this reason, he had to get rid of his manager before he ascended to the Devata realm and completely get rid of the obsession in his heart. "You seem to be living a good life now," Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself. Due paused for a moment before his eyes shone brightly. "Give me 1 more year, and I'll definitely be able to defeat Long Jinghua. 1 year. At most, I'll need 1 more year for my form and will fist to produce inner energy. I'll become a form and will fist grandmaster." As he spoke, Due's tone became a little hurried. It was obvious that he was very excited. "Master, I heard that you're able to stand out among the super warriors because of the form and will fist. May I know where you learned the form and will fist? As far as I know, the Xing-Yi fist that is being passed down in the world is incomplete." The black-haired beauty who was massaging Du Wei's left leg looked at Du Wei and asked, "Master, according to what you said, your form and will fist can even give birth to inner energy. According to rumors, only the complete form and will fist can give birth to inner energy and step into the Grandmaster stage. Girl, you're quite knowledgeable." Du Wei looked at the black-haired beauty deeply before he said slowly, "That's right. I've cultivated the complete form and will fist. I'm afraid I'm the only one on Earth who has mastered the complete form and will fist Grandmaster." A proud expression appeared on Du Wei's face when he reached the end of his sentence. When the Nirvana change happened on Earth, he seized the opportunity and became one of the first people to consume the gene reagent. Then, with the help of the form and will fist manual, he broke through the limits of his body and transformed his soul many times. That was how he became one of the top super warriors. He was one of the first people to become one of the top super warriors. In addition, he practiced the form and will fist. Therefore, his strength was considered to be one of the most outstanding among the group of ability users who rose to prominence later on. Initially, he had planned to make a name for himself in Hua. However, at that time, there was someone in Hua Nation who could stand up to him as an equal. That person was none other than Long Jinghua. Long Jinghua was from the Long family, an ancient martial arts family in Hua. He was also the leader of a secret department in Hua. After Long Jinghua became one of the top superpowered warriors, he began to recruit superpowered warriors on a large scale and formed the Soul of Yanhuang, a superpowered warrior organization to serve the country. As the saying went, "There can't be 2 tigers on 1 mountain." Under such circumstances, Du Wei, who was not willing to submit to others and was full of ambition, left China and made a name for himself outside the country. He even established the superpower organization, the Devil's Hand. Later on, he established the Devil's Hand, which became the only superpower warrior organization on Earth that could compete with the Soul of Yanhuang. "Master, where did you learn the form and will fist Grandmaster?" The black-haired beauty asked again. She was clearly filled with curiosity towards this matter. "I learned it from a manual. As for the manual, it was left behind by an unlucky person." Du Wei replied nonchalantly. "Unlucky person?" However, Du Wei did not notice that there was a person hovering in the air above the cruise ship with an angry expression on his face. This person was none other than Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian was here because he was a famous celebrity. His manager from his previous life was on the cruise ship he was standing on. You're tuning in to the Legend of the Vagabond YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.